Again, you know, Casablanca is right there, straight ahead. Okay, here's the intersection. I'll wait till this car goes by so I'm not blinding him. Okay, now there is this here. Okay, we're still right at the corner, so there is a walkway that does lead down. All right, now he may not have thought that he was being pursued, so he, you know, he doesn't necessarily need to go this way. He needs to continue on, you know, straight down fucking Holton. But this is, you know, potentially an alternate route. All right, there we go. All right, so potentially an alternate route, but he may not have thought he was being pursued. So then he comes. Now he's on the street at this point. Okay, now just up ahead, we've got a median. We just wait till these cars get out of the way, step in the street. Okay, so I'm in the bike lane currently, and then you've got a median that does, you know, start to have a pretty serious fucking incline on it. Okay, so he, you know, he dips off onto the sidewalk here. He jumps the curb. Okay. Now, if he passes the stairwell and continues on, you know, essentially boxed in on this walkway. Okay. But he chooses to come onto the stairwell. So that's what this is what you're looking at stairwell wise. Okay, and then these are the stairs. So it is, you know, it's pretty steep. Trying to carry a bike in a hurry, I don't know if I would want to do that. Not in a hurry. I mean, it's definitely obviously possible to carry a bike up and down, but you know, in a hurry. What's the chance he stopped because he was intending on going down the stairs when the ruckus came up behind? I mean, maybe, right? You know, to me, it looks like when he pulls up on the sidewalk over here, right? And this is just my opinion. You know, he kind of stops and turns around, and you know, that door's opening, and he's kind of like not necessarily on that bike, not really in like a let's start pedaling and get the fuck out of here, you know. But yeah, I mean, there is a pathway here. We'll just kind of walk over here so you guys can kind of see. So you do have the median, and then there is this big giant fence. So he is kind of blocked in, and this goes all the way down, right? Fucking people looking at me is so funny. So yeah, I'll walk it again. so you guys can kind of see. So, you know, he's at that light. Okay. He's in the bike lane, which is right here. He's coming across, riding up the bike lane. That car comes up behind him. He ends up jumping the curb right up here because otherwise he's stuck by this median. And he's not going to be able to get on the sidewalk and out of the street. So if he feels, you know, that this car may hit him or something, you know, being stuck on this side, you know, again with this, let me get in the street here, again with this median, you know, it's a good couple of feet tall. And then, you know, I don't know if you can gauge the opening here. Okay, so altercation happens. All right, what do you want, bro? Keep driving. Go away. I don't know why you're stopping. That was odd. All right, so then we'll walk the stairs because he ends up coming down here. So I'm obviously walking a little slow because it's snow and ice and shit, but you know, at the same time, imagine carrying a bike down here. Okay. So he comes out on the water street, like they had said. So this is water. This is a street that I walk a lot. It's not a very friendly area right there. So here's the stairwell. Okay. Another question is whether or not the median is new. How did the car pull onto the street? Median cuts against him because it shields him from the car. The median is not new. It's been there for forever. So he's, you know, he's standing right here. Let's try to get his perspective a little bit, right? So he's standing right here, and Clearman walks up and essentially boxes him in. And as he's coming up, you know, this is where he gets shot. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, looking at it from this vantage point, see, you guys are watching this from the video in court, and, you know, this is one thing that I noticed last night when I was just standing here, like, just from this vantage point. The video in court makes this area look gigantic. Like, there is tons and tons of room. Tons of room. And, like, I mean, there's not a lot of room in this area. I mean, from sidewalk, I mean, just picture a sidewalk, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of my feet is the width of the sidewalk, typical sidewalk, right? But it's really not like a lot of like room from where that median starts to this boxed in area. He can't go left. He's going to have to jump over the fence and jump, down there. That's obviously, I don't know, that's a good 10 feet plus, right? And then to his right, he's got a steep stairwell. He's already in here, so trying to come back out to turn this way, he's going to run directly into Clearman. It's just not a lot of room. I don't know. Well, yeah, he went down the stairs, but the problem is, bro, he's got a bike. It's not like it's one thing if I'm just standing here with nothing, right? And then, yeah, of course, here's an alternate, continue to to flee the situation. But this dude's got a bike in his hand. I'm telling you. Now, there is another section of the city. I mentioned this last night. I have walked upstairs like this with a bike. Okay? But I'm not in any type of hurry. I'm not panicked. I'm not fleeing for my safety. You know what I mean? You know, I'm walking a bike up the stairs at my own leisurely pace. But I'm telling you right now, if I had to carry my bike in a hurry down these stairs, I'm falling. So here's from, see if we can get it from a good vantage point here. So I'm personally standing on the third stair down, and the monopod is on the second stair. Yeah, I agree, WTD, for sure. It's honestly, it's not a lot of space. It's really not. There's very, very little time from that road. You know, he's up here. He's kind of like, he's sitting on the bike, like looking back, like what the fuck kind of thing. That's how I'm taking it. Right? Again, this is just my opinion from, you know, you guys like watching the video, same as me. I don't know anything other than what you guys know. Right? But staring at the street, he's kind of sitting on the bike, like, what's this guy doing? He's getting out of the car. You know, he moves back in here, like, what do I do? What do I do? And there's a stairwell. There's no room. This dude's fucked. We'll look at it from this angle here. What's up, Breezy? So, yeah. All right, do you guys want me to... Is mangoes. So this is where two of those witnesses...
So, you need life insurance. With term, you could pay a premium for many years. And if you don't die, well, congrats.
Two of those witnesses came from... And they said they were outside having a cigarette. Now, mind you, the area in question is over there. Okay? So this is mangoes. So they're out here having a cigarette. Who knows where? You know, I don't know, this stairwell or the one right next to it. So let's just say that, I don't know, they're out here. They're out here having a cigarette. Can you see that? You know, and I'm sure it's going to be a little hard from the camera. But I'm telling you right now, I can see the stairwell for sure. I don't know, man. It'd be kind of hard to, let's say they were standing right here having a cigarette. Yeah, I don't know. To say something definitively happened from that distance, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to have two people standing there and have one of them raise their fucking arm. You know, I mean, it's light, but a lot of room for shadow. I mean, maybe you could see Edgecomb's arm coming up with a gun, maybe. But fuck, dude, that's a distance, bro. That's a serious fucking distance. Yeah, that's the vantage point of the two guys that were out having a cigarette. I mean, like I said, I can see the stairwell for sure, definitely. I can see that area. And I can see some light that was illuminating, you know, over there. But, you know, I don't know. Fucking two people. I'm sure I could see bodies. I'd have to have somebody stand there. I'd have to have somebody stand there and fucking be raising their arm to see if, like, how well I could see that. It's far, bro. It's a far fucking distance. I mean, that's, you know, I don't know, football field length, maybe just under, maybe a little more, probably under, just under 100 yards away. Yeah, that's definitely a distance away, dude, for sure. Oh. All right, now the long trek home. I don't think my phone is charging.
Grant for the state.
Theo Edgecomb appearing in person with Attorney Nika Ahmad.
We're back. It's Monday morning. It's about 9:15. The jury's back. The state has. Can you tell me who you have? And I believe the state's going to finish with their witnesses this morning. Correct?
Yeah, that's the hope. Your Honor, we have 2 DNA analysts, 1 detective and a citizen. Or 2 crime lab analysts, 1 a detective and a citizen.
All right. Who's first?
The citizen.
All right. Well, you can wait 1 minute, but we'll call the citizen, and the other officers, or other, I should say, crime lab people, need to get their act together and need to get their fannies here so we can move forward on this case.
I understand.
I presume they're doing that. The defense submitted to me today a letter and an affidavit about their paralegal, Ms. Sheldon. I read the affidavit from Ms. Sheldon, or a copy of it. This had to do with a ruling last week, or potentially 2 rulings, and the possibility that Ms. Sheldon and or the defense could have made Ms. Sheldon either a witness or potentially a witness. I'm certainly not going to relitigate my ruling on the Facebook post, or alleged Facebook, I guess, cover page. But state have any objection to her coming back in?
No.
Fine, then I'll grant the request from the defense, and Ms. Sheldon can come back in and continue to assist. I'm going to bring the jury in. I expect the state to finish this morning. I presume the defense will be ready, depending on when the state finishes, either late morning or immediately after lunch, to present their case. Is that correct, gentlemen?
Yes, Judge, we do have some officers to call. We also have some other witnesses. I think we'll be, depending on how long this will take this morning, we certainly will be as early as maybe 11 or after the lunch hour.
Fine. I'll bring the jury in. We'll get started. The state can have the witness come in, please. He or she can take the stand. And remain seated, please. Silence in the gallery. Morning, everybody. Welcome back. You guys all get the bagels? You're welcome. It was hard getting up at 4 in the morning to bake them and, put them in the oil, but it was a sacrifice I was willing to make. We're going to get started with the state's last witnesses. The state has a few more witnesses this morning. The state has told me they will complete their case this morning, hopefully by 11, but certainly this morning, and then we'll proceed from there. I still expect to be finished tomorrow, at a bare minimum, finished tomorrow with testimony. That includes any witnesses that I expect, and I expect some witnesses will be presented by the defense. And it's important for me that we're done tomorrow because I've got plans on Wednesday, and I want to guess what my plans are. I'm driving up to Green Bay. I've got an interview to be the new special teams coach for the Packers. You know, it falls under one of those categories. You know, when you go to a restaurant or you hire an employee, you think, well, or you fire an employee, well, it could always be worse, the next person. But in this case, it can't be worse. It literally cannot be worse. So if the judging thing doesn't work, I'm going up to Green Bay Wednesday. All right, let's swear in the witness. Thank you all for being back on time. We'll get cracking.
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated. Your full name, spelling first and last. The microphone move it over towards you.
All right, you can take your mask off, sir, if you're comfortable with that. And then
Thomas Balistreri, Thomas, Balistreri, Balistreri.
You can bring it even over a little closer so you don't have to lean into it if you want to. Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Now, just to be very clear, you work in snow removal, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
So this was literally the worst day for you to have.
My plow truck is parked right outside. I'll be hopping right back in it when I'm done.
Okay. Thank you for being here, sir. Now, I want to draw your attention to September 22nd of 2020. Are you familiar with an address of 20, and I just want to make sure I have this right, 2916 North Dowsman?
Yes.
It's a dumb question. Is that in the city and county of Milwaukee, state of
Yes,
Wisconsin?
it is. Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
And how are you familiar with it?
I lived there for 10 years now. I lived upstairs for quite some time, and then I recently purchased it this last July.
And what, is it an upper and a lower?
It's a duplex, so there's a 3-bedroom upper and a 3-bedroom lower. The upper address would be 2918.
All right. Now, in the lower, who lived there in the lower back in September of 2020?
That'd be Ruby Mizell and her 3 children.
Okay. And was there an individual that would sometimes stay there or visit a lot?
Yes.
Do you remember his name?
Theodore Edgecomb.
And had you met him before?
I have.
Approximately how many times do you think you met him?
10, 15 in passing.
Okay. And when you spoke to the detectives back in September, do you remember saying you thought it was maybe kind of around maybe 50 times you had seen him in passing since she moved
Oh,
in?
sure. And like I said, I lived in the house upstairs, had conversations with him more than just seeing him or saying hi 10, 15 times. Or easily over 50 times I've seen him.
Okay. 15 times you maybe talked to him?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you see this person that you know is Theodore Edgecomb? Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please tell me where he is and what he's wearing? And if people are
Seated
around?
to my right. Oh, sorry.
Do you see him in the courtroom? And could you tell me where he is and what he's wearing?
Yes, I do. He's to the right of me wearing a blue suit with, I believe, a tan shirt.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention specifically.
Mr. Human, do you want to clarify identification?
Oh, yes. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection to that? No. He has identified the defendant, yes.
I apologize. Thank you. Now, I want to draw your attention to a mode of transportation you knew Mr. Edgecomb to use. How did you oftentimes see him get around?
On a bicycle.
Okay. And do you remember what type of bicycle it was?
Yes.
What was it?
It was a green GMC Denali branded mountain bike.
Where did he usually, or where did you usually see this bicycle kind of stored in the residence?
In the common area outside of the entrance to 2916, in between the staircase that leads upstairs to my residence and the staircase that leads to the basement.
So if that's where you normally saw it?
Yeah, right where I walk in the door.
Okay. Now, were you present when officers, about a week after September 22nd, did a search warrant at this residence?
Yes.
Where were you at the time?
I was upstairs in my living room.
And when they showed you, or when they did the search warrant, had you seen Theodore Edgecomb at the residence at any time in the week between?
No, not at all.
Gotta wait till I'm done, sir. Is this your first time testifying?
Yes.
Are you nervous?
A little bit.
Okay. So
Just take your time, just all be there in 20 minutes.
now, sir, you had not seen Mr. Edgecomb at the residence for about a week, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the police show you a photo of something that they recovered down in the basement?
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you one moment while I try to find this. I apologize, I've misplaced a lot of things here. While I'm looking for it, what did they show you that was in the basement? What did you see in that photo?
A picture of a bicycle.
Okay. Now, were you aware that the bicycle was down in the basement?
No, I was not.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 60. Can you see that on the TV screen, sir?
Yes.
Do you recognize that bicycle?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the bicycle that I would see Mr. Edgecomb use for transport.
Do you remember stating anything about the fact that this bicycle was down in the basement as opposed to in the front hallway?
It was normally stored in the front hallway. I have never seen it in the basement. That particular area is towards the back corner of the basement near the furnace, and it's not very well lit. Not somewhere I would normally go unless I was looking for something.
So not only did you never see this bicycle in the basement before, it was in what, kind of a secluded area?
Back right corner, to the right of that bench is where the security lockers are located in the property. The entrance to the basement would be behind you, and at the time there was quite a bit of items in the basement, so that was a very hard area to get to with a lot of things around it.
Do you remember stating you thought this was suspicious?
Yes.
Come on. Now, sir, did they also show you some stills from some security video in an attempt to see if you could identify the person that was in those security videos?
Yes, they did.
Showing you what has been marked as, for example, State's Exhibit number 86. Have you seen this one before?
Yes.
And showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 88. Had they shown you that one before?
Yes.
And also State's Exhibit number 87, kind of both sides of all of them. You saw all these, is that correct?
Yes, they did.
Did you recognize the person that was depicted in those stills?
Yes.
Who was it?
Theodore Edgecomb.
Did you recognize the way his hair was?
It's the whole person, his face, his hair, his body type, his clothing he typically wear, bicycle. It was kind of a yes.
Now, additionally, when the police were talking to you, did you identify the person you knew as Theodore Edgecomb, that you were identifying as being the person you saw in those security stills in a photo that the police showed you?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
Yeah, that's a horrible question. So they're talking to you about this person named Theo Edgecomb, the person you identified as the defendant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. And they show you some stills and you go, yep, that's Theodore Edgecomb, the defendant, right?
Correct.
Okay. Had they shown you like a photo of the person and been like, do you recognize who this person is? And you go, yep, that's Theodore Edgecomb.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 92. Do you recognize the person in the photo I'm showing you here?
Yes.
And who is that?
Theodore Edgecomb.
And placing 92 on the big screen. Is that the person you identified as Theodore Edgecomb?
Yes.
State move states exhibit number 92 in evidence. Okay.
Received.
One moment. Nothing else, thank you.
Cross.
We have no questions, thank you.
Oh my fucking god,
Step
bro.
down, sir, and when you're done with your regular route, if you can swing by my house, I'd be appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, that just pissed me off. Sorry, I couldn't hold that one in. They should have normalized that bike. Well, isn't it possible that he bought a new bike and put this one down in storage? Isn't it possible that a neighbor complained about the bike being in the hallway, so he put it in a place out of the way? Like, come on, bro. You just made that witness relevant. Unfucking
State
real.
Detective Rodolfo Alvarado.
Fine.
Fine. Fine.
You solemnly swear that testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated, state your full name, spelling first and last for the record, and you may remove your mask.
James Rodolfo, R-O-D-O-L-F-O. Last name's Alvarado, A-L-V-A-R-A-D-O.
You can take it off your ear too. If you want.
Right, you can take it off, and if you can just scoot in and use the mic, detective, please.
Detective, how are you employed?
The Police Department.
And what's your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Homicide Division
How long have you been with Homicide?
since 2016.
Now, I want to draw your attention specifically to the homicide of Jason Clearman that occurred on September 22nd of 2020. Did you assist in the investigation of that?
I did.
Did you go to the scene that day?
Yes.
Who were you with?
I was working with my partner, Detective Martin Saavedra.
And in terms of going there, when you arrived on scene, did you interview anybody at the scene in your vehicle?
Yes.
Who did you interview?
I interviewed Ms. Clearman.
Okay. So that happened that night?
Yes.
Okay. What was her demeanor like when you were talking to her?
When she first came into the vehicle, she was composed. Obviously, once I started talking to her, she became emotional.
So when you were talking to her, there were times when she appeared calm, and then there were other times that her emotions got the best of her?
Yes.
Now, when you are speaking to her, is there anybody, like from her family or anybody else in the vehicle with you?
No, it was just the three of us. I was seated in the driver's seat. She was the front passenger, and Detective Saavedra was the rear, seated in the rear seat behind her. Martin is M-A-R-T-I-N. Saavedra is S-A-A-V-E-D-R-A.
Did Ms. Clearman explain to you or describe to you that night a previous, or kind of like an incident where she had been driving and encountered an individual on a bicycle?
Yes.
Okay. Did she describe approximately where that had happened?
Yes, she indicated there was 1 block east from Casablanca.
Okay, so she's telling you guys that night that it's just, you've got Casablanca and it's on the next block over.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, does she also explain to you after this incident, what does she say happens during this incident?
Judge, this is all
It's a prior consistent statement based on the statute.
Right, it's a prior consistent statement, or at least that's how it would appear. It's part of a normal criminal investigation the witness spoke to the widow of the deceased, overruled.
What did she describe happened during that?
She indicated that they're on their way home. They're traveling westbound on Bradley. When there's the individual in the bicycle, they're going westbound, the individual's coming south. Okay, they're going westbound, the individual's coming eastbound. She stated that she had to swerve out of the way to not hit the individual on the bike.
Now, did she tell you whether or not her husband said anything at that moment?
She did.
What did she say?
She stated that her husband stated, "What the heck?"
Okay, so I just want to be very clear. That night, when she's talking to you, she doesn't say, he says, what the F?
No, she did not.
She doesn't say, he says, F and A-hole.
No.
She's telling you that night, when she's going between composed and emotional, what the heck?
Yes.
Okay. And shortly after that, does she describe whether or not this bicyclist returns?
Yes, she indicated they continue westbound on Brady, and then they stopped at the light. When they're stopped at the light, the individual pulls up on the passenger side of the car, the windows down. The subject in the bike then says, "Are you talking to me?" Mr. Clearman responds, "Yes." At that time, the subject in the bike punches Mr. Clearman in the face.
Okay, now, again, I just want to be very clear. She states that the subject states, "Were you talking to me?"
Yes.
She doesn't say, "Were you talking to me, MF?"
No.
At no point, at any point, does she describe or state either the bicyclist or her husband was swearing?
No.
So if she had told other officers that both of them were swearing, she didn't mention that to you?
No, not to me.
Did she tell you why she turned to go northbound?
Yeah, she said she started driving, and as she was driving, Mr. Clearman told her to make the turn.
Nothing else, thank you.
Ross.
Good morning, Detective Alvarado.
Good morning.
Now, you indicated on direct that you had a conversation with Ms. Clearman at some point on September 22nd, correct?
Yes.
And that conversation would have been after she was initially interviewed by other officers, correct?
That's correct.
And did you look at your notes that you wrote as far as what she told you and compare them with the notes that other officers indicated from what our initial statements were?
I did not.
Okay. You also indicated on direct that Ms. Clearman indicated that the first incident would have occurred 1 block east of Casablanca, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And on that first incident, that would be an incident where there was an altercation with the vehicle involving Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
That's where the swerving took place.
All right. Did you ever go to the exact location where Ms. Clearman described the first incident to be?
I did not.
Don't you think that would be important to determine where a first incident would occur in order to ensure that there's a proper and adequate investigation in this case?
I knew that as we were interviewing there was officers checking that the whole area going eastbound on Brady from Casablanca east.
I'm sorry, I couldn't really hear you. I'm sorry. You can.
That there was officers checking for surveillance video checking going eastbound to include Casablanca and all the businesses in the area.
Okay. But you have, the other officers are under your authority, correct? You're a detective, right?
Yes.
And the chain of command would mean that you would have leadership. Those officers would be under your direction, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you name any particular officer who was involved in this investigation who identified the exact location of where the first incident occurred?
No, I can't.
Now, Ms. Clearman described the events that she believed or that she recalled that occurred on September 22nd, correct?
Yes.
Did she ever mention to you about Mr. Edgecomb coming to the vehicle and asking, "Were you talking to me?" Did she indicate that to you?
Yes,
Okay. And she also indicated that Mr. Edgecomb punched Mr. Clearman, correct?
that's correct.
Did she mention to you that Mr. Clearman immediately tried to open the door thereafter?
She did not.
Did she mention to you that Mr. Edgecomb drove off and he wasn't a threat at that point?
No.
Did Ms. Clearman mention to you that it was under her complete direction that she chose to follow Mr. Edgecomb? Did she tell you that?
No, she indicated that Mr. Clearman told her to turn.
Okay. And did she indicate that she did not object to Mr. Clearman's request?
No.
Did she indicate that she was in the middle lane at the time she took a right turn to follow Mr. Edgecomb?
No.
Did she indicate that she screeched her tires and avoided two lanes that was in a direction and went directly in the bike lane where Mr. Edgecomb was at the moment? Did she indicate that to you?
No.
Did she indicate that before that vehicle stopped, that Mr. Clearman was already opening the door to try to get out the vehicle?
Can you repeat that?
Did she indicate that before the vehicle stopped in the bike lane, that Mr. Clearman was already opening his door to exit the vehicle?
No.
Did she indicate to you that Mr. Edgecomb had to jump from the bike lane onto a curb to avoid getting hit by her vehicle?
Your Honor, that's not an evidence. There's no evidence to support that, and it would be speculation as to what Mr. Edgecomb would be thinking at the time.
Sustained, it's speculation, and counsel, again, there's no evidence in the record to support that, none. Counsel, don't react like that, behave professionally. There's no evidence in the record, it assumes facts, not in evidence. If you put in evidence, then you can ask witnesses about it. Move on.
Detective Alvarado, have you had an opportunity to see State Exhibit number 34? Which would be the poll cam that would show the altercation that ultimately resulted in deadly force being used?
Yes.
Okay. And that video was 1 minute and 34 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And on that video, do you see Mr. Edgecomb in the bike lane?
It appears so, yes.
And do you see at some point in that video that Mr. Edgecomb left from the bike lane and jumped onto the curb?
Objection, Your Honor, as to what Mr. Alvarado saw on the video.
Right, speak into the microphone.
Sorry, he took my microphone. Thanks. Your Honor,
The objection again.
objection is to the relevance of just having Mr. Alvarado state what his impression of what is on the video.
Right. Counsel, how's that
Our
relevant?
response is that he indicated on direct that Ms. Clearman made several statements to him as part of what occurred on September 22nd. So what we're simply doing is going through other facts to see if Ms. Clearman also made the facts that appear on the video.
But again, what's on the video is irrelevant when it deals with what a witness observes. There's a difference between that. And so it is irrelevant as to what Mr. Alvarado's impressions of something are, as to therefore is saying that Ms. Clearman should have known.
If Ms. Clearman didn't make,
All right, gentlemen, that's enough. Overruled. The detective can answer. But I will say to both sides, we spent hours and hours and hours last week watching this video. I am not going to allow that to be belabored in front of the jury for the next 2 days. They have seen that 30-second or minute-and-a-half video hour upon hour upon hour. It's become cumulative from both sides. It's been repetitive from both sides. It's been belabored from both sides, and that is going to stop now. He can answer the question.
Can you repeat the question again then?
Adam Reporter, if you could repeat the question.
clear that Mrs. Clearman made several statements to him of what occurred on September 22nd. So we're simply going through the other. Oh, before that? Oh, that was fun. I see. Okay, thank you, Judge. And do you see at some point that Mr. Edgecomb left from the bike lane and jumped onto the curb?
I can't see. I can't see if he jumps or you can see he's in the bike lane and he goes onto the sidewalk.
And did Ms. Clearman indicate to you that at some point on September 22nd that her husband chased after Mr. Edgecomb?
She stated that he got out of the car and he walked towards the subject on the bike.
Okay, so just to clarify, Ms. Clearman never indicated that Mr. Clearman chased Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
No, she indicated that he walked towards the subject on the bike.
Did Ms. Clearman indicate to you that Mr. Clearman got into a boxer stance at some point on September 22nd?
No, she did not.
And did she indicate to you that she saw what she believed to be a gun that Mr. Edgecomb was holding at some point?
Yes.
And did she indicate to you that she yelled out to warn her husband that he has a gun, but her husband did not hear her?
That's correct.
And did she indicate that he was so close to him, indicating in Mr. Edgecomb that Mr. Clearman did not see the gun?
No, she did not.
Okay. All right, no further questions.
State.
Regarding that gun, she stated the bicyclist just had the gun, pulled it up, pointed it at her husband, and shot him, right?
Yes.
No warning,
No.
no get back,
No.
just pulls the gun and shoots him in the face.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, additionally, defense counsel was saying, well, are you aware of any officer that was able to find where this first incident occurred? Did you know about Officer Manisha Howard's looking for this incident?
I knew that they were looking for video to capture the incidents, yes.
Were you aware of Officer Howard going to Casablanca and sitting there and watching in backwards formation all the video in front of Casablanca?
Yes, I know that she went and she's the one that ended up recovering video from there.
And couldn't find it?
No.
And that at Casablanca, they had access to other security cameras going down the street and couldn't find it?
Yes.
And she actually then drove around that block trying to find any cameras or anything that would capture that incident, one block east, couldn't find it.
You can rephrase.
Okay. Are you or are you not aware, either one, that Officer Howard went to that location defense counsel was asking about to try to find it and couldn't find it?
I didn't know specifically that it was Officer Howard that was going there, but I knew that there was officers going to the area to check for video and try to locate the scene, the incidents.
Thank you. No.
Defense, anything else?
Yes.
Now, Detective Alvarado, you indicated that there were several officers that was going looking for video on Brady Street, correct?
Yes.
But nobody knew exactly where the location was where the first incident occurred, correct?
We had informed the sergeants on the scene that the first incident, just started checking eastbound, and that the first incident had occurred one block east of Casablanca.
Okay. Now, as a detective on the scene, can you explain to the members of the jury how long would it take to ask Ms. Clearman to get in a vehicle with you to pinpoint the exact location where the first incident would occur?
It depends, because the first thing we did was start the interview. We did the interview. When she indicated that it happened one block eastbound of Casablanca, I exited the car. I let the supervisor know, hey, this started one block east of Casablanca. Can you start having officers go check that area for surveillance video? And then they go and they start checking. We go back into the car and we continue the interview.
Okay, Detective Alvarado, I want to be very specific. The question is, how long would it take to ask Ms. Clearman to get inside your vehicle and go exactly to where the incident occurred, the first incident occurred? How long would that have taken?
5 minutes, 10 minutes.
And on September 22nd of 2020, you didn't have 5 minutes or 10 minutes to do that, correct?
Sustained.
Ms. Detective Alvarado, on September 22nd, did you allocate 5 to 10 minutes to do that?
I did not.
On September 23rd of 2020, did you ask Ms. Clearman to come with you and pinpoint the exact location?
No,
At any point in this investigation, did you ask Ms. Clearman to get inside of a vehicle to take 5 to 10 minutes to locate the location of the first incident?
no.
No further questions.
State briefly.
Briefly, just one other thing. On September 22nd, September 23rd, anytime from September until March, did the other guy in the incident ever walk into MPD and say, I know exactly where this thing happened?
No,
That guy was on the run, wasn't
yes.
he? Okay, nothing else, thank you.
Anything from the defense?
Further.
All right, you can step down, detective. Thank you. State's next witness.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you can raise your right hand, please.
Testimony given in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated, state your full name, spelling first and last for the record, and you may remove your mask.
My name is Emily Schmidt.
Okay. Scoot in, speak up, use your outdoor voice.
All right, Emily Schmidt, EmilYSchmitt.
Go ahead.
How are you employed?
I am a DNA analyst at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
How long have you been with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Over 7 years.
And in order to be a DNA analyst, do you have to have any specialized training or experience?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
So I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in chemistry with an emphasis in criminalistics from the University of Wisconsin-Platteville. Additionally, I went through an approximately year-long training program on the job at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab before being signed off to do independent casework.
And are there testing that's involved in order to hold your position?
I'm sorry, can you clarify?
Is there like a proficiency testing? Is there something you have to do at the completion of that year-long training?
So at the end of the training, there were written and oral exams. Additionally, twice a year, to be competent as a DNA analyst, I have to do 2 proficiency tests.
Okay. Now, have you testified as a DNA analyst as to DNA and DNA identification in the state of Wisconsin before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Over 25.
And this may be impossible for you to know, but approximately how many items of evidence have you looked at in your career as a DNA analyst?
I don't have a specific number, but I work around 100 cases a year. Each of those cases may contain anywhere from 3 to 10 plus items of evidence, so several thousand pieces of evidence.
Now, let's start off. What is DNA?
So DNA is sometimes referred to as the building block of life or the genetic blueprint. This is because it makes up all living things, including us as human beings. So we inherit half of our DNA from our mother, half from our father. Our DNA is the same from our life until our death. It's found in all the nucleated, all the nucleated cells in our body. And it's unique to us as an individual, with the exception of identical siblings who share the same DNA profile.
Okay. And when you are, when we're talking about DNA, if I touch an item or hold an item, does that mean that my DNA is going to be on that item?
So when you touch an item, you're likely transferring skin cells, which contain DNA, to that item. Whether or not we can detect the amount of DNA that was transferred is another matter, but most likely, yes, you are transferring DNA.
Okay. And when someone is, let's say, touched or handled an item, does that mean you're always going to be able to pick that up with a swab?
No, it does not.
Why not?
So the amount of DNA that we would need to get a profile is very small, but it depends on the type of transfer. So if you touch it really fast, you may not be leaving enough DNA behind to collect. Additionally, there can be other factors, such as if the surface is cleaned or wiped after it's been touched, that could eliminate or remove DNA from the surface.
I just want to be very clear. You're saying, for example, there could be environmental things that could prevent DNA from being recoverable.
That's correct.
It's heat or cold. Could that affect it?
Yes, so heat can cause the DNA to degrade, meaning that it would kind of break down and we might not be able to detect a profile.
And then you mentioned potentially like wiping stuff off or rubbing things, or you could get rubbed off. That could affect your ability to get DNA off of that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when items are processed for DNA, do you sometimes receive the actual item of evidence?
Yes, occasionally.
And when you get an actual item of evidence and they want to see if you can identify if there's DNA on it, how do you do that? How do you process that?
So if we're talking about an item of evidence, like a piece of clothing, we would look at that item of evidence, and depending on the case circumstances, we may be looking for a body fluid such as blood, semen, or saliva, which would do a visual examination for those items or those fluids. If we're just looking for something like who wore a shirt or a sweatshirt, we would examine the item and take a cotton swab that looks kind of like a Q-tip with just a swab head on one end and swab the area that we're looking to collect DNA from, and then that swabbing would be processed for DNA.
Are there times where you just receive swabs?
Yes.
And those are swabs where, let's say, a police department swabs certain items of evidence and they go to you, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you, either yourself, like trying to figure out if someone has touched a firearm or looking at a swab that police believe someone may have touched or handled, when you receive these swabs, are there times when you have received swabs that people believe that there might be DNA on it and you just find no human DNA on it?
Yes, that does happen.
Okay. Are there times when you get swabs and there's human DNA, but there's not enough for testing purposes?
Yes, that happens too.
Can you explain what that means?
So our laboratory has some validated thresholds that there needs to be a certain quantity of DNA to process the sample further. If the quantity of DNA in a sample is above that threshold, we know we'll likely get a DNA profile. If it's below that threshold, based on our validation and studies, we won't get a DNA profile that's usable, so they won't be processed further. So we'll say that there's not enough DNA present.
Are there times when you can get a profile? Actually, before I get that, are you familiar with the term STR?
Yes.
What is STR?
STR stands for short tandem repeat. These are the small segments on the DNA strand that we're looking at when we develop a DNA profile. So you can kind of think of it like if the DNA strand is one sentence, the STR is one word within that sentence. So we're looking at these words or STRs on the DNA and counting how many times they're repeated in a row over and over again. And that repeat number makes up part of your DNA profile.
And so that is how, when you're looking at STR, you get the STR profile for potentially an individual.
Yes.
And you're looking to compare that profile from an individual to what you may see on a piece of evidence.
Correct.
Are there times when you can get DNA from more than one person, either on a piece of evidence or a swab?
Yes.
Is that called a mixture?
That is called a mixture, yes.
Okay. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about, because there are mixtures in this case, are there not?
Yes, there are.
Okay. Are there times when you can have a mixture, but there's just too low level and you can't do anything with it?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So sometimes when we look at a mixture of DNA, that's DNA contained from more than one individual, maybe there wasn't a lot of DNA there to begin with, and the profile is just very limited or partial, and it doesn't meet our standards for being able to make any comparisons to.
Okay. Now, are there times where that that mixture of more than one person can be too complex for you to do anything?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So in that case, similarly, we're looking at a mixture of more than one individual. In cases where it's too complex, that may mean either there's too many individuals to determine how many contributed DNA to that profile. It may mean that the components of the mixture are too kind of intertwined, mixed up. We can't determine if there's, which profile came from which individual. We can't really separate it out, and it's too complex to make any comparisons to at that point.
Are there going to be times when you have a mixture and you are able to identify what's referred to as a major contributor?
Yes.
What is a major contributor?
So a major contributor to a mixture profile would mean that that individual that is contributing more DNA than any other contributors in the mixture. So when we're looking at the profile, which when we visualize a profile, it looks like peaks on a graph. So those peaks would be higher, and there would be like minor contributors lower, and we can identify that, like, okay, all of these ones that are higher up are distinguishable and different from the lower contributors, so we can kind of pull out a portion of that mixture.
And can you sometimes make, I guess, what's referred to as a source statement, or identify who the major contributor is?
Yes.
Okay. Are there times where you can't make a source statement?
Yes. So when we're looking at a mixture profile and there isn't one distinguishable component like a major, we can't say someone's definitely the source of that because it's coming from more than one individual. So the only time we can say it's source is if it's a profile coming from one person, or if the major coming from one person was pulled out of a mixture.
Are you sometimes, when you're figuring out who the major contributor is, can you sometimes figure out who may also have contributed DNA into the rest of that mixture?
Sometimes, depending on what the profile looks like, we can also make comparisons to the minor portion, but not always.
Okay. And this is kind of be the last portion that I want to talk about here. When you, as a crime lab analyst in the field of DNA, are making a source statement saying this person's DNA is on this piece of evidence, is there a statistic or a probability ratio that has to be met under your standards?
Yes. So for our lab, at our lab, to be able to say that someone is the source, the statistic associated with that is over 1 in 7 trillion, which is approximately 1,000 times the world's population.
Okay, so unless it meets this ratio of basically 1 in 1,000 times the Earth's population, you can't say it's someone's DNA.
Correct.
Everything other than that is what, just consistent with?
Consistent with, and we would state a statistic, yes.
Okay. Now, additionally, are you familiar with the term buccal swab?
Yes,
It's pronounced buckle. I usually say buccal, but is it buccal?
I say buccal.
All right, great. What is it?
A buccal swab is a swab from the inside of someone's cheek. Those are the buccal cells on the inside of your cheek. It is a known standard coming from that individual. So that's what we would use to say that's my DNA profile, and I can compare it to the evidence, for example.
And when you're dealing with live individuals, that's usually a buccal swab. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you receive DNA standards from an autopsy, how do you normally receive that?
Those are received as a dried blood standard. A dried blood standard.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 91. I ask you to take a look at it, tell me if you recognize it.
Exhibit number 91 is a copy of my confidential report of laboratory findings for laboratory case number R202996. Laboratory case number R202996.
Now, just so we just talked about that, you just mentioned, which we sometimes refer to as the R number, right?
Yes.
And so when any piece of evidence associated with this case goes into the crime lab, whether or not it's to you or another section, it gets the same R number.
Correct.
Okay. Now, if this is the first run of evidence you received, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, for example, We can see it's items C through J.
Yes.
Swabs from a juice bottle, swabs from prescription glasses, a dry blood standard from Jason Clearman, and then a number of swabs and clippings from his body. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what are the last two swabs that you received?
The last two swabs received in the submission of evidence to the DNA unit were item I, swabs from the left bicycle handle and brake, and item J, swabs from the right bicycle handle and brake.
Okay. Now, let's start off with the juice bottle. Were you able to identify any human DNA on that bottle? Item C.
There was DNA present on item C, yes.
Okay. And when we are talking about this, was it a single person or was it a mixture?
So the profile from the juice bottle was a single low-level profile, so one single person.
And was it sufficient for testing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you run it by Mr. Clearman's DNA?
Yes.
And did you come to any conclusions?
Mr. Clearman was excluded from this profile.
Okay, so he didn't, as far as you can tell, you can't place him anywhere near that bottle.
Yeah, he didn't contribute to the DNA profile that was collected from it.
Okay. I now want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 98. I ask you to take a look at this. Tell me if you recognize it.
Exhibit number 98 is my supplemental report of laboratory findings from the same case, R202996.
This is several months later, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And this supplemental report kind of goes through a lot of the items we're about to talk about, but the additional testing with a new standard you had, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was the new standard you received?
So there was an item L standard from Theodore Edgecomb.
Okay. Did you run Mr. Edgecomb's DNA against that bottle?
Yes.
And did you come to any conclusions?
Mr. Edgecomb was also excluded from this DNA profile.
So for all we know, it's just a random bottle.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I believe the next item, item D, is prescription glasses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you find any human DNA on the swabs from these glasses?
Yes.
Was it a single person or was it a mixture?
The DNA from the glasses was a mixture of two individuals.
Two individuals on the glasses.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to come up with a major contributor?
Yes.
And what conclusions did you come as to that person's identity?
The major contributor from the glasses swabs, I identified Mr. Clearman as the source of that major profile.
So he's on his glasses.
Yes.
Were you able to come to any conclusions as to the identity of that second person?
No, I was not.
Why not?
So the minor portion of this profile there was just not enough DNA there, so it was too limited to do any comparisons to.
So if somebody had punched and hit these glasses and DNA goes on, you can't tell us who that person was just from what you have right there?
Correct.
Okay. Now, were there fingernail clippings from Mr. Clearman?
Yes, there were.
And did you find any human DNA on those fingernail clippings?
Yes.
Did you come to any conclusions as to those?
So all four sets of fingernail clippings that I processed were a single source male profile.
Only him?
Correct. Mr. Clearman was the source of those profiles.
Okay, so just from that, you can't tell whether or not he had a physical interaction with anyone else with his hands?
Correct.
Okay. Additionally, were there swabs from other portions of Mr. Clearman's body?
There were also swabs from Mr. Clearman's hands as well as his face.
Okay. Did you run DNA testing on all of these swabs?
Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you make on any of these swabs?
So from the hands swabs as well as the face swabs, those were all single source male profiles as well, and Mr. Clearman was the source of those profiles.
What about on the right side of his face? Did you find any DNA, was it only Mr. Clearman?
Yes, that was also a single source profile, and Mr. Clearman was the source.
So if somebody punched him on the right side of the face, DNA can't tell us anything about it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the last two items of DNA evidence I would like to talk to you about are items, I believe, I and J?
The bicycle swabs, yes.
Okay. And where were these purportedly taken?
So item I was reportedly taken from the left handle and brake, and item J from the right handle and brake of the bicycle.
Placing states exhibit number 60 on the big screen. I want to just be clear, are you present when any of this stuff is taken?
No, in this case, I just received swabs.
Okay. So you don't even know if states exhibit number 60 is where these swabs are taken from, do you?
No, I don't.
Do you know how all of these swabs play out into the larger investigation?
No,
All you know is the stuff comes in and you tell them what you find.
correct.
Okay. Now, did you find human DNA on both swabs from both the right and left handles and brakes?
There was human DNA detected on both the right and the left handle. The right handle and brake swabs, there was only a limited amount of human DNA.
So the right, if we're looking at it, what did you say about the right?
There was human DNA was present, but in a limited amount, so it didn't meet that quantity threshold to develop a profile.
Could you tell us if it was one person, multiple people?
I can't because it wasn't processed past that quantity stage.
So there was so little human DNA on this brake and handle that you can't tell us who may have been holding on to this brake and handle of this bike.
That's correct.
Okay. What about the left?
On the left bicycle handle, I was able to develop a DNA profile that was a mixture of two individuals, including at least one male.
Why do you say at least one male?
So male DNA is, so we have an X and a Y chromosome. Only males have a Y chromosome. At that location, we can see that there's a Y present, but we can't see if there's more than one present to determine if there's more than one male. So we say at least one.
Okay, so you see two people's DNA, or DNA from approximately two people, at least one of them's male. Could be both, could be just one, right?
That's right.
Okay, so there's limitations. In terms of this mixture, were you able to come to a major contributor?
No.
Why not?
So the profile, there wasn't a clear individual that was the major in this case. It was processed assuming, seeing who was included into the mixture in general, looking at both parts of the mixture.
Okay, so you're saying what we're about to talk about is just talking about that this person is part of the mixture. Maybe major, maybe minor, you don't know.
Yes.
Okay. Jason Clearman, was his DNA in part of this mixture?
So when we compared Jason Clearman's standard to this mixture, it was determined that it was at least 917 million times more likely to observe the DNA profile if he was not included in the mixture than if he was included in the mixture, which is a lot of talk to say that there's very strong support that he's excluded from this mixture profile.
Most likely, he's not on that DNA, is that correct?
Correct.
But just to be very clear, you're not testifying he's not on it, are you?
Correct. I'm saying there's strong support that he is not.
Okay. Now, what about Theo Edgecomb?
When we compared Mr. Edgecomb's DNA to this profile, it was determined that it was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA profile if Mr. Edgecomb was included than if he was not included. This is equivalent to saying there's very strong support for mixture profile.
So it is most likely that Mr. Edgecomb's DNA is on the left handle and brake.
Yes, there's strong support that he's included in that mixture profile.
But you can't testify that he definitely is, can you?
I cannot say that he's the source, no.
Can you even tell us whether or not he's the major or the minor contributor?
No.
Additionally, when we're talking about this DNA, can you tell us how long any of this DNA was on any of these items?
No, I can't.
Can you tell us, like, is it possibly like, well, this looks like it may have been put on within the last hour or two?
No.
There's not like a DNA clock where you can kind of figure out based on degrade, like we see in CSI, that it's somehow more recent DNA?
No.
Why not?
So DNA can be present on an item for a long time. We may be able to tell that if it's very degraded, it might have been there a long time ago, but not necessarily, because it can also be degraded by being wiped away, being out in the sunlight, et cetera, or exposed to high heat. But no, I can't say that when it was placed there, just that there is DNA on the item.
So just so we're clear, this DNA that has been found, for example, on these bicycle, or on the bicycle handles, you don't know how long they.
No.
You can't tell us whether or not they're put there on the day that the police found them, a week before, a month before, whatever. Is that correct?
No, I can't say.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move states exhibits numbers 91 and 98.
Any objection?
No.
Received. Cross.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Fair to say, if an item wasn't submitted for testing, you wouldn't have the DNA result, right?
Correct. If there's nothing for me to test, I have no DNA results from it.
Okay, and just to confirm in this case, case number R20-2996, you never received any item for testing such as a knife, correct?
No, I did not.
You also didn't receive an item such as a White Claw can, correct?
No.
As far as the standards we were talking about, and I think you referred to a buccal swab, right?
Correct.
So for Mr. Clearman, was that also a buccal swab standard or some other kind of swab?
So for Mr. Clearman, it was the dried blood standard that I said we typically get from if it was submitted at autopsy or from an autopsy.
And that was item E in your report, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you received that, and then you ran some testing against that standard to see what that matched up with in terms of the items, correct?
So I ran the evidence profiles, and then after looking at those, made the comparison from the standard to the evidence.
Okay. And then at a later point in time, you also received Mr. Edgecomb's buccal swab, right?
Correct.
But you never received Evangelina's DNA profile, correct?
No, I did not.
And when I say that, I mean Evangelina Clearman. You never received any sort of standard from her, right?
Correct. I did not.
So none of the evidence was compared against her profile. Fair to say?
relevance.
Sustained.
I have nothing further.
You also never got swabs from a murder weapon, did you?
I don't think so.
Any swabs from a 9mm handgun?
No.
Nothing else, thanks.
Defense, anything?
No. Thank you.
All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. State have another witness.
We do. State calls Heather Williams.
Testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated, state your full name, spelling first and last for the record, and you may remove your mask.
First name is Heather, Heather. Last name is Williams, Williams.
You can move the microphone over a little bit. Thank you. How are you employed?
I am a firearms and tool mark examiner at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory located here in Milwaukee.
And how long have you been a firearm and tool mark examiner?
Approximately 6 years.
In order to hold your position, do you have to have any specialized training or experience?
Yes.
Could you briefly tell us about that?
I first hold a Bachelor's of Science degree in Law Enforcement and Justice Administration with a minor in Forensic Science from Western Illinois University. I also completed an internship at a forensic crime laboratory, and I also completed the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory Firearms and Toolmark Training Program. It's an apprentice type training program, much like, say, a plumber or electrician, in which you get both hands-on and classroom-like instruction.
At the conclusion of that training, is there some testing or something that you have to go through in order to become a firearm and toolmark examiner at the crime lab?
Yes, we are required to complete competency tests, which is mock casework. Once that has been successfully completed, we are then authorized to perform duties in the firearms and toolmark discipline.
And then is there further testing that occurs as you remain in employment in this position?
Yes, we are required to complete and pass proficiency tests in the different areas of firearms and toolmark examination on a yearly basis.
Have you testified as an expert before in the field of firearm and toolmark examination?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
If I recall correctly, this will be my 49th opportunity to testify.
And in terms of handling or looking at items of evidence, is it even possible for you to tell us how many items of evidence you've looked at?
At this point, I believe I've done approximately 24,000 examinations on over 8,000 pieces of evidence.
Okay. Now, to begin with, what is firearm and toolmark examination?
Firearm and toolmark examination is the comparison analysis of fired evidence, compares bullets to barrels and cartridge cases to firearms.
And when you are doing that, comparing bullets to firearm barrels and cartridge casings to firearms, what are you looking for?
We're looking for the markings that are left on the firearm that the fired cartridge cases and fired bullets have. These are caused by different parts in a specific firearm.
Now, are you able to use those markings that you see in an attempt to compare cartridge casings to other cartridge casings?
Yes.
And can you compare bullets to other bullets?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to start off by showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 32. I'd ask you to take a look at it for me and tell me if you recognize it.
I recognize this as one of the items that I analyzed for this specific case. I know that based upon the yellow laboratory sticker, has the laboratory case number associated with the specific case, the item designation for this specific case, as well as it has my initials and date that I took this piece of evidence into custody. Also, the packaging is going to have my initials and date that I completed my analysis on the evidence. And the actual physical cartridge case here is going to have the laboratory case number, item designation, my initials, and the date that I examined this piece of evidence.
And you state you actually, like, literally carved that into the item of evidence, is that correct?
Correct, yes. We scribed that information into the piece of evidence.
Right there on the evidence, so just so we can make certain that you can see on there, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's just what? The laboratory case number and things like that?
Yes, it'll include the laboratory case number associated with that piece of evidence, the laboratory designation, so the item letter associated with that piece of evidence, my initials, and then the date that I completed my analysis on that piece of evidence.
Now, what is the caliber of this firearm again?
That cartridge case is a 9mm Luger caliber cartridge case.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 30. Take a look at that. Tell me if you recognize it.
I recognize this as a fired bullet that I analyzed for this specific case. Once again, I know based upon that laboratory sticker, as well as all the case information on the packaging, as well as on the actual piece of evidence.
Were you able to come to any conclusions as to that bullet?
I was able to determine that that bullet was a 9mm caliber full metal jacket bullet, and that it had 6 lands and grooves or markings that are left by the rifling or that spiral pattern within the barrel of a firearm, and also had polygonal type rifling.
Okay, and when you're referring to lands and grooves, that's what kind of like grabs the bullet and spins it, is that correct?
Correct, yes, that's that rifling. So once again, that spiral pattern that if you're looking to the barrel or the inside of the barrel, you'll see a spiral pattern, and those are called lands and grooves.
And that's, just for an example, when a quarterback throws a perfect spiral, it kind of gets what gives it its accuracy and allows it to go in flight. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, it helps with that stabilization of the bullet.
Okay, now, in terms of that fired bullet, what is the caliber of that fired bullet?
That fired bullet is 9mm caliber.
Now, are you able to tell us whether or not this bullet and this cartridge casing came from each other?
I am not, no.
Why not?
Because the markings that are left on a fired bullet and a fired cartridge case are going to be from different areas of a firearm. The fired bullet is going to be caused by that rifling that's within the barrel of a firearm, or the markings that are left on there. And with a fired cartridge case, there's going to be different markings that are left on different parts of the firearm, which will include a firing pin impression, an ejector mark, extractor mark, breech face marks, and even chamber marks, to name a few.
So as it stands right now, based on your experience, you cannot tell us that this bullet was fired from this cartridge case.
I cannot, no.
What if you had the firearm, the murder weapon?
If I had a firearm, I will be able to compare test-fired bullets in cartridge cases that I would produce from that firearm to then compare to the evidence on this specific case to be able to determine if the fired evidence bullet and fired evidence cartridge case was or was not fired in that submitted firearm.
So you could, if you had a weapon, state that weapon fired this bullet. Is that correct?
If I had a weapon, I could do that comparison, yes.
And then you could also compare the cartridge casing to that same weapon, and while not connect to each other, you can connect them to the same firearm.
Correct, yes.
Did you ever receive a firearm in this case?
In this case, I did not.
So without the firearm, without wherever that thing is, you can't tell us if these two things are connected.
Correct.
Is everything you just testified to, let me just show you one exhibit. I'm going to show you Mark the State's exhibit number 99. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this exhibit is the report that I authored for this specific case. I know that based on the laboratory case number associated with this case, as well as it has my name and signature showing that I was the analyst that authorized this report.
Does this report contain everything we just testified about?
Yes.
Now, there is one other thing or one other portion of this in regards to the cartridge casing and the fired bullet I want to talk about. They're both 9mm. Did you determine that they had any characteristics or anything similar to a possible particular brand of firearm?
Yes, based upon the class or basic characteristics that I saw on the fired bullet and fired cartridge case, I was able to determine that it is possible that the fired bullet and fired cartridge case were fired from a 9mm caliber semi-automatic pistol manufactured by Glock.
We have state move, state's exhibit number 99 in that.
Steve,
Nothing else, thank you.
Rob,
One moment, sir. We have no questions, thank you.
all right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you.
State rest, Your Honor.
Stay resting, please, subject to rebuttal.
Yes.
All right, I'm sending the jury out. What that means is the state is resting their case, subject to rebuttal. I'm gonna send you out for maybe 15 minutes, 20-minute break. We'll be back. I'll advise you on how we're proceeding. Follow my bailiff out. I'm sure you remember all the rules from last week. No discussion of the case, no deliberating. We'll see you back in about 15 minutes. I'll let you know how we're proceeding and progressing for the rest of the day. Everybody else can remain seated, please. All right, the jury's out. We'll take a 15-minute recess. I presume the defense is presenting a case. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Couple of things, though, I want to place on the record. I believe during the redirect of Detective Alvarado, the state basically commented that the defendant didn't make a statement or come to the police. I think that's improper because we didn't open the door about that. We talked about a different, I don't remember exactly what was stated, but to contrast what the defense had asked during cross, Attorney Huebner said on redirect, mentioned the defendant didn't come to a police station, didn't come in or whatever. So I think that's a right to silence sort of violation there.
Mr. Huebner.
Your Honor, commenting on the defendant's right to silence would be if I was talking about the fact, or commenting on the fact that when the defendant talked to police, he remained silent. This is talking about the fact that she remained on the scene and provided them information, and they're stating, well, why didn't you do this? The defendant didn't stay on the scene. The defendant didn't go into a police station and tell them what happened. The defendant didn't do any of it. He fled. That's one of the main reasons why they couldn't find this exact spot, was because he takes off, and she's an upset woman, and they did the best they could with the information.
Right, it was valid questioning. Mrs. Lamar again tried to imply that the police officers were not doing their job. Had Mr. Edgecomb stayed there, he could have said, this is what happened, and it happened in front of this location. He didn't. By all accounts, you pretty much admitted, you said in your opening statement, he fled. He was 1,000 miles away in Kentucky. That was a valid redirect after the cross. 15 minutes. I expect the defense ready with the first witness. We're off the record. Recess.
Oh, again, Casablanca is right there, straight ahead. Okay, here's the intersection. Wait till this car goes by so I'm not blinding them. Okay, now, there is this here. Okay, we're still right at the corner, so there is a walkway that does lead down. All right, now he may not have thought that he was being pursued, so he doesn't necessarily need to go this way. He needs to continue on, straight down fucking Holton. But this is, potentially an alternate. Potentially an alternate route. Alright, there we go. Alright, so potentially an alternate route, but he may not have thought he was being pursued. So then he comes. Now he's on the street at this point. Okay, now just up ahead, we've got a median. We just wait till these cars get out of the way, step in the street. Okay, so I'm in the bike lane currently, and then you've got a median that does, start to have a pretty serious fucking incline on it. Okay, so he dips off onto the sidewalk here. He jumps the curb. Okay. Now, if he passes the stairwell and continues on, essentially boxed in on this walkway. Okay. But he chooses to come onto the stairwell. So this is what you're looking at stairwell wise. Okay, and then these are the stairs. So it is, it's pretty steep. Trying to carry a bike in a hurry, I don't know if I would want to do that. Not in a hurry. I mean, it's definitely obviously possible to carry a bike up and down, but in a hurry. What's the chance he stopped because he was intending on going down the stairs when the ruckus came up behind? I mean, maybe, right? To me, it looks like when he pulls up on the sidewalk over here, right? And this is just my opinion. He kind of stops and turns around, and that door's opening, and he's kind of like not necessarily on that bike, not really in like a let's start pedaling and get the fuck out of here, But yeah, I mean there is a pathway here. We'll just kind of walk over here so you guys can kind of see. So you do have the median, and then there is this big giant fence. So he is kind of blocked in, and this goes all the way down, right? Fucking people looking at me is so funny. So yeah, I'll walk it again, so you guys can kind of see. So he's at that light. Okay, he's in the bike lane, which is right here. He's coming across, riding up the bike lane. That car comes up behind him. He ends up jumping the curb right up here because otherwise he's stuck by this median, and he's not going to be able to get on the sidewalk and out of the street. So if he feels, that this car may hit him or something, being stuck on this side, again with this, let me get in the street here, again with this median, it's a good couple of feet tall. And then, I don't know if you can gauge the opening here. Okay, so altercation happens. All right, what do you want, bro? Keep driving. Go away. I don't know why you're stopping. That was odd. All right, so then we'll walk the stairs because he ends up coming down here. So I'm obviously walking a little slow because it's snow and ice and shit, but you know, at the same time, imagine carrying a bike down here. Okay. So he comes out on the water street, like they had said. So this is water. This is a street that I walk a lot. It's not a very friendly area right there. So here's the stairwell. Okay. Another question is whether or not the median is new. How did the car pull onto the street? Median cuts against him because it shields him from the car. The median is not new. It's been there for forever. So he's, you know, he's standing right here. Let's try to get his perspective a little bit, right? So he's standing right here, and Clearman walks up and essentially boxes him in. And as he's coming up, you know, this is where he gets shot. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, looking at it from this vantage point, see, you guys are watching this from the video in court, and, you know, this is one thing that I noticed last night when I was just standing here, like, just from this vantage point. The video in court makes this area look gigantic. Like, there is tons and tons of room. Tons of room. And, like, I mean, there's not a lot of room in this area. I mean, from sidewalk, I mean, just picture a sidewalk, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of my feet is the width of the sidewalk, typical sidewalk, right? But it's really not like a lot of like room from where that median starts to this boxed in area. He can't go left. He's going to have to jump over the fence and jump, down there. That's obviously, I don't know, that's a good 10 feet plus, right? And then to his right, he's got a steep stairwell. He's already in here, so trying to come back out to turn this way, he's going to run directly into Clearman. It's just not a lot of room. I don't know. Well, yeah, he went down the stairs, but the problem is, bro, he's got a bike. It's not like it's one thing if I'm just standing here with nothing, right? And then, yeah, of course, here's an alternate, continue to flee the situation. But this dude's got a bike in his hand. I'm telling you. Now, there is another section of the city. I mentioned this last night. I have walked upstairs like this with a bike, okay? But I'm not in any type of hurry. I'm not panicked. I'm not fleeing for my safety. You know what I'm walking a bike up the stairs at my own leisurely pace. But I'm telling you right now, if I had to carry my bike in a hurry down these stairs, I'm falling. So here's from, see if we can get it from a good vantage point here. So I'm personally standing on the third stair down, and the monopod is on the second stair. Yeah, I agree, WTD, for sure. It's honestly, it's not a lot of space. It's really not. there's very, very little time from that road. You know, he's up here. He's kind of like, he's sitting on the bike, like looking back, like what the fuck kind of thing. That's how I'm taking it. Right. Again, this is just my opinion from, you know, you guys like watching the video, same as me. I don't know anything other than what you guys know. Right. But staring at the street, he's kind of sitting on the bike. Like, what's this guy doing? He's getting out of the car. You know, he moves back in here. Like, what do I do? What do I do? And there's a stairwell. There's no room. This dude's fucked. We'll look at it from this angle here. What's up, Breezy? So, yeah. All right, do you guys want me to follow the path that he, like, goes home? Or do you want me to walk back down Brady? We'll share this out. We'll wait for some people to pop in. That's some eyeballs. It's getting cold. No. Wet cold. All right, what is up, everybody? How you doing? Comment, say hi. And give this a minute. Share the stream out. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. We are here with Isaiah Holmes from Wisconsin Examiner. We'll give this a minute, give time for people to jump on, share this out. Hello. Hello. This will be a pretty good conversation. Some of you may have seen Isaiah and I on some other live streams, some other podcasts, and talking about a variety of things. So want to make sure sound level's good. You guys can hear. You can hear me. Sound check for Isaiah.
Sound check, hopefully.
Sound check.
You can hear me, so I don't have to talk too loud.
Isaiah's more soft spoken than I am.
Yeah, that's what people tell me.
So we're gonna be covering a lot of different topics today. Kind of a mix of things for everybody, really. Let's keep in mind, let's keep the chat respectful, especially towards our guests. Certain comments, you're just immediately going to get banned. Other comments we're going to remove. And then we're going to be doing something a little different too, a little bit more interactive than a normal stream where, as Isaiah is talking about different things and some of the articles and topics that he's written about. If you guys have a question and you want to ask Isaiah a question, the channel has some super chats, and you'll be able to send a super chat to ask Isaiah a question, and then depending, it's not just send a super chat and you have to answer. If he can answer, he will, and we'll do it that way. So let me just grab one piece of paper and a pen so we can write down some questions, so I'm not interrupting you in the middle of a thought. But while I'm grabbing that, so for those of you that have never seen you, they have no idea who you are, they haven't seen any of the live streams or anything that you and I have been on together. Who is Isaiah Holmes? Kind of give us a little background. How'd you get started in journalism? Kind of all of that.
Yeah. So while Kev is getting the pen and paper. So hello, my name is Isaiah Holmes. I'm 25 years old. I was born in Milwaukee, city of Milwaukee. I grew up in the city of Milwaukee for the most part. For my high school experience, I moved with my mother to Wauwatosa, where I did my high school experience. And then after high school, I spent some time in the independent media community, essentially, bouncing around a couple of smaller outlets and also local outlets like Urban Milwaukee and Milwaukee Neighborhood News Service, and just freelancing a lot. And eventually I was able to get a permanent, solid job at the Wisconsin Examiner, where I currently am stationed, currently writing for it. That's my job right now. And I like writing about a lot of things. I like writing about the environment. I like writing about social activism, policing and policing strategies, and privacy issues. Really whatever kind of piques my interest at the time. And that's kind of an overview of me from a professional, I guess, IO summary.
All right. And for like the Wisconsin Examiner, what types of topics do you cover for them?
Yeah, so like I just said, I do a lot of stuff about law enforcement strategies, different things like that. Investigative journalism. I file a lot of open records requests about stuff. Sometimes they don't get published. You're just gathering information, just trying to paint together a picture. I like to write about surveillance issues, privacy issues, especially, and also social activism. So not just Black Lives Matter. Like I write about renters' rights and just anything like that, And then in terms of the environment stuff, I write about climate change. I try to pay attention to incidental take notices, which are like these notices the dean has about if they're going to do a construction project and an endangered species is in the area. They put out a notice. I do all kinds of stuff, but those are my general kind of stuff. I've written about housing before, homelessness. A lot of issues I focus on revolve around the city of Milwaukee, though.
Okay. All right. All right. So the big topic is Kenosha once again. Kyle Rittenhouse, the trial. We're all watching it. Everybody is pretty much glued
approaching
to
11
the
o'clock.
computer and television set,
Subject to rebuttal.
watching this trial
First of
unfold.
all, is there a motion at the end of the state's case?
Yes, Judge, we are moving to, for a directed verdict. The state has charged us as a first-degree intentional homicide. Sorry, not a directed verdict. I'm saying a motion to dismiss at the end of the state's case. The state has charged us as a first-degree intentional homicide. This charge was increased after previous charges for reckless. I know that all facts have to be in favor, looked at favorably, in the light most favorable to the state in this case. With the evidence that's been submitted is the video and some of the testimony about one gunshot. In our view, that's just simply not enough to indicate an intent to kill. So we're asking the court to dismiss at this time.
Mr. Huebner?
Your Honor, at this stage of the proceeding, the evidence must be viewed in the light most favorable to the state. There is one shot, that is true, but it is a shot to the face. The defendant shoots a firearm into the victim's face at close range. Intent to kill can mean either intent to kill or the individual is practically certain would cause the death. When you have a gun and you point it at someone's face and you put a round into their brain, it is practically certain to cause their death. Also, a witness who saw this described it as cold-blooded. That, in the light most favorable to the state, is evidence to proceed on this charge. And even if you were to accept what defense counsel stated, the remedy then would be for the court to amend the charge to what there's evidence of. But in this case, there clearly is evidence of first-degree intentional homicide to go to a jury.
Right, I agree with that, taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. The testimony is that the defendant, as the state noted, at least allegedly, pulled out a handgun and shot Mr. Clearman in a very close range. The testimony was 2 or 3 feet, maybe closer, maybe a bit further away. And he put a bullet literally between his eyes and in his brain. That is enough to proceed. The defense motion is denied. Who's the defense first witness?
Judge, we would call Officer Raymond Debraska.
Raymond who?
Debraska, Debraska.
All right, I'll bring the jury in. You can come up, officer. Jury's coming in. Remain seated, please. All right, the jury's back. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, the state rested their case. The defense has now decided to call witnesses and put on a case. This is a defense witness. Sir, if you can stand and raise your right hand, please.
God will swear the testimony you will this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
Please be seated. State your full name, spelling first and last for the record. And you may remove.
Officer Raymond Nebraska, it's Raymond Debebraska.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Judge. Officer Nebraska, can you give us a brief overview of your current employment at the Milwaukee Police Department?
I'm a police officer with the Milwaukee Police Department. I'm currently assigned to District 1
Okay, and how long have you been an officer with the Milwaukee Police Department?
since 2012.
2012. And currently, what is your
At incidents like this, there's supervisors that are on scene or the detectives, and they'll just kind of divvy out the different tasks that need to get done. And sometimes you'll get this, and sometimes you'll get something else.
Okay, do you recall what your canvassing assignment was specifically?
I was told to canvass the residences and businesses to the east of the intersection of Brady and Van Buren.
Okay, do you recall, so let me rephrase that. So your assignment was to go down Brady to the east and canvass that area?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall how many, like, what kind of distance are we talking about in terms of canvassing?
I believe I did to the next intersection, and I'm sorry, I can't recall the name of the next street that is just east of there.
Okay, well, can I refresh your recollection to review some maps of the area?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit E5 previously. Do you recognize this? I guess we'll call it a poster board. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, it appears to be an overview of the area.
Okay. And you see Brady and Holton Street, the intersection?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you want to point that out to us, just to be clear? Okay, and officer, from your recollection, and for the record, Judge, he pointed at the previous X mark that's already there. That was,
Officer, is that correct?
Yes.
and Officer Nebraska, can you tell us from your recollection maybe about how far you were canvassing that evening?
I canvassed up to the intersection with North Cass Street,
Okay.
stopping at the restaurant Casablanca.
Okay, so maybe about a block or so?
Yes.
Okay, did you ever come up to Marshall Street from your recollection?
Not that I recall.
Okay, all right, thank you. Just go back to your seat. And I'm going to show you what I marked as exhibits D26, D27, and D28. Also, I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit D26, D27, and D28. Hey, take a look at this and let us know if you recognize this.
Yes, it's a series of 3 overview maps of the area.
Okay. Now, I have it down in your record.
Yes.
Now, just to clarify, let's move that. These maps are of the same general region that we were just looking at on the poster board, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to focus your attention on the streets here, not necessarily some of the markings of the buildings on this map. So, officer, you said that you had basically gone maybe a block or so as part of your canvas. And do you recall maybe how many locations you had canvassed at, such as talk to witnesses or rang doorbells?
Maybe 5 to 8 different businesses and residences, I believe.
Okay, do you recall writing a report about all the areas that you canvassed?
Yes.
Okay, now would it refresh your recollection to review your report to know exactly which addresses that you had checked?
Yes.
Okay. Just take a look at that and let me know when you had a chance to look at that further.
Okay.
Okay, you had a chance to look at that?
Yes.
So, your assignment, officer, and by the way, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, so your assignment that evening was to go from 706, well, let me rephrase that. So you stopped at 706 East Brady Street, correct?
Correct.
And then you made your way eastbound on Brady, and the last address that you canvassed was 816 East Brady, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall how many different locations you may have visited?
10 locations, all on the north side of the street.
Okay. Now, I'm going to flip over to Exhibit D27. All right, officer, can you see that from where you're at?
Yes.
Are you able to see any of the numbers here? If I were to zoom in.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that 816 East Brady was the furthest east you went that night for your canvas, right?
Yes.
Okay, so 816 East Brady, would you agree with me? That 816 East Brady would have been somewhere in, if I were to mark an X, somewhere in this area?
Yes.
Okay, so that's about as far as you went, and you had started at 706 East Brady, which, would you agree, is right here where I'm placing the X?
Yes.
Okay, so is that accurate in terms of your route that evening for the canvas?
Yes.
Okay, as part of the canvas, besides talking to witnesses, potential witnesses that is, does that also include observing cameras?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that important?
We check for cameras to see maybe flight paths, or for after an incident occurred, maybe the people fled this direction and passed the cameras, or maybe the cameras had actually caught the incident take place. So we always try and check cameras in the area of major incidents like this.
Okay. Now, were you able to speak to any witnesses that evening?
During the canvass, I spoke to a couple individuals, nobody who had actually witnessed the incident occur. Spoke to a couple business workers along the route as well.
Okay, were you able to retrieve any sort of video at that time?
No, not at that time.
Okay. But then you did complete a report about that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any other follow-up on your end to do any further canvassing beyond what you did that night?
No.
Okay. Now I'm going to turn to Exhibit D28. So can you tell us what you see here?
It's an overview of the area further east down Brady Street.
Okay, just to be specific, can you tell us what blocks it's depicting on Brady Street, or what intersections?
Brady Street from just west of North Marshall Street down to east down to North Humboldt Avenue.
Okay. And are you familiar with the restaurant Dynamite?
Yes.
Okay, do you know which intersection that is at on Brady Street?
East Brady and North Astor.
Okay, now this map, does it depict Dynamite on it?
Yes.
Okay, would you say that that is accurate of how it depicts it, as if I were to place an X here, that's generally, would you agree that that is the location, or right under the location of Dynamite?
Yes.
And just to be clear, that is the kitty corner across from Glorioso's, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of any other officers being involved in this canvass that night?
There were other officers involved. I can't recall which officers it was.
Okay, but it wasn't Officer Krem Sarova, your partner, right?
No.
Okay. Did you have any other tasks in this investigation for the for the shooting involved in this case?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you, nothing further. And at this time, Judge, I move D27, D28, and D26 into evidence.
Any objection? No. Fine, received. Cross.
First name is Esther, E-S-T-E-R. Kremzerova is K-R-E-M-S-E-R-O-V-A.
Cross.
Yeah, just briefly. Sorry, had to make sure we got everything right there. Officer, you went down the street to see what cameras there were, is that correct?
Correct.
You went to Zanya's Pizza to see if you could get that camera?
Yes.
Were you able to get it?
No.
You made sure people know, right?
Yes.
So that's why detectives came out and were able to get that.
Yes.
Casablanca, you went there, you tried to get that security camera footage.
Yes.
And that would be why another officer went out there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that officer sat there for a long time watching a bunch of cameras. If you even know.
I don't know.
Okay. And because of what you provided, officers in the days following it went to these cameras to see if they could find it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you try to see if you could find anything in the block east of this incident?
Further down from where I stopped?
Yes.
No, I did not.
No, I'm saying in the area that you canvassed. Were you able to find any camera footage that you were able to watch?
Oh, yes.
And did any of it capture the incident?
Not the incident as it occurred.
What about the punch? Did it capture that incident?
No.
What about an incident that may have happened before, swerving? Did you see any of that?
No.
You were looking for whatever you could find?
Yes.
And found nothing?
No.
And when you couldn't find anything, you made sure detectives could follow up on it?
Yes.
You also spoke to 2 911 callers?
Yes.
And you also interviewed any person that seemed to maybe have seen anything, is that correct?
Yes.
Did anyone see anything?
On my canvas? No.
Did you talk to anybody that may have seen a suspect running away?
I recall talking to an individual that was near the perimeter of the scene who stated that he had seen something. I gathered his information and passed it along to the detectives who then took over that.
And if you had seen anything, detectives interviewed him, is that
Yes.
correct? So you talked to every person you could,
Yes.
and most of them had nothing except for one guy, and you passed them on. Don't even know if it was relevant.
Yes.
Thank you, nothing else.
Defense. Anything?
Just a couple of follow-up questions. So it's just at no point, though, in your task that night was to, well, let me back up 1 second. At any point in time, Officer Nebraska, did you speak to the wife of the deceased in this
Objection, Your
case?
Honor.
What was that?
Objection.
On what
I don't know where
basis?
the question's going.
Did you have any opportunity to, in addition to canvassing, try to locate the area that an initial encounter had occurred between the two parties in this case?
No, I did not.
Okay. Thank you, nothing further.
State.
No.
All right, you can step down, officer. Thank you. Defense, next witness.
Judge, I believe our witness is here. It would be Lorenzo Hernandez. Just one moment. Judge, our officer isn't here just yet. We do have one more witness out there. Just one moment.
Call whatever you have.
We're going to call Officer Pittman at this time.
Shall the sort of testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes. All right, you can be seated. Hold your mask, please. State your name, spell your first and last name for the record.
Patrick Tivnan, PATRICK TIVNAN.
All right, officer, you're gonna have to use the mic. Speak up. Use your outdoor voice. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Officer Tiverton. How are you?
Good morning.
All right. Now, I want to first start just with your experience. How are you currently employed?
I'm a patrol officer at the Milwaukee Police Department in District 1.
How long have you been employed by the Milwaukee Police Department?
3.5 years.
And what training did you have as it relates to becoming a Milwaukee police officer?
I attended the Milwaukee Police Academy, which is approximately 6 months.
And what consist of that training?
Well, quite a few things.
If you could just name generally areas that you were trained on over the course of those 6 months.
Sure. Investigation, professional communication, constitutional law, firearms, emergency vehicle operations, first aid.
And as it relates to investigation, what kind of training was provided as far as it relates to performing investigations?
Quite a bit. Is there more specific?
Well, sure. Let's go in specifically to homicide investigations. Did you receive training related to homicide investigations as part of your 6 months of training?
Yes.
Okay. And what areas were you trained in as it relates to homicide investigations?
We did a training regarding scene investigation, how to describe a scene and measure various distances of evidence and objects, or how to preserve evidence. If there's evidence located, somebody has to stand with it, wait till it's photographed, don't touch it, and that sort of thing.
And let's talk a little bit about preservation. Why is it important to preserve a scene upon arrival?
So the photographs that are taken can show everything in the state they were in at the time. Nothing has changed prior to an official record being taken of it.
Okay. And why is it important that the way that the scene is at the time the incident occurs, that it doesn't change? Why is that important?
Because that would give the truest picture possible of what took place.
Okay. And what kind of measures does the Milwaukee Police Department provide to ensure that a scene is not contaminated in any way upon arrival?
Sure. We typically set up a perimeter with yellow police tape, and it's called scene security, and try to ensure or at least record that nobody crosses that line unless permission is given to them for a particular reason.
Okay. And is that also to ensure that items that are on scene are not removed from where it currently was at the time?
Yes.
And why is that important?
Again, going back to your prior question, it's important to preserve the evidence and take photos of where it is at the time the incident occurred, to have the most clear picture of where everything was.
Okay. And would you agree that if an item has been removed from a crime scene, that would tend to compromise that crime scene?
Prior to that being authorized by an investigator, yes, I would agree.
Okay. Now, as it relates to investigating a homicide investigation, are getting witness testimony important?
Yes.
And why is that important?
Objection, they don't get testimony. Testimony is in court. They
Okay.
get statements. They get statements. Sorry, it keeps taking my microphone.
All right, the objection is, the question was, did you get witness testimony? Testimony occurs in court. You may have got a statement or spoken to a witness. So yes, let's just move on. Go ahead.
Officer Tibbin, is it important to get witness statements at a scene of a homicide investigation?
Yes,
And why is that important?
because they would provide a potential perspective on what happened.
Mr. Tibbin, you talked to several witnesses as it relates to an incident on September 22nd of 2020, correct?
I believe 2.
Okay. And do you
My
recall?
recollection.
I'm sorry.
One at a time. What was the answer?
I recall speaking to 2 witnesses.
And who were the 2 witnesses that you recall speaking to?
One was Mr. Perez, who I believe has already testified, and the second was a male. I don't recall his name at the moment. I wrote it down at the time, but he did not have anything relevant and told me something that was that I judged to be irrelevant to the scene. And I wrote his name down in my notes, but did not include it in the report. I do not recall his name today.
Okay. I want to go now to defense exhibit. Defense 50, we're just connecting the media at this time.
Your Honor, can you give the defense evidence control?
$15. Yes, number 15. All right, so I want to just kind of go through, you recognize this to be your body-worn camera on September 22nd of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I want to just kind of walk through what occurred on that day as part of your investigation. We could go to 6 minutes, please.
Ready?
6:03, yeah, that should be fine. Now, I want to just stop right quick. Is that Mr. Perez that you recognize that you were?
Yes.
Okay.
Playing at 6:03.
Your Honor, I was going to object to hearsay and cumulative. This has been played multiple times before.
Your Honor, this is the Tibbin video. This has not been played at all in this trial.
This has been. You played this with this witness, with Mr. Perez.
Well, we're using it for a different purpose here. And
What purpose?
basically, Mr. Tibbin does not, Officer Tibbin has obviously stated that he has some recollection issues as it relates to his investigation on that date, and obviously this video would tend to.
And when did the officer testify he has recollection issues? Those words did not come out of his mouth.
He just stated that he does not recall the second witness that he talked to.
And that'd be fine if we go to the second witness.
Right. He said he recalled this witness. You can play it for now. I'll see if it's relevant. But as I said, to both sides, this is starting to get cumulative. It's starting to get repetitive. And that's going to stop. Go ahead.
Is your bicycle on the street or the sidewalk? Bicycle on the sidewalk. Is he on the sidewalk the whole time? Is the sidewalk on break? Hands on my here? So this deportation, it's like, describe a bit more about confronting, what's it doing?
They're definitely like stopping, going, and then that's when they stop right there.
Okay, stand by. I'm just trying to get. You can't hear if they're like talking to him, but it's okay.
And then the passenger in the vehicle gets out.
Stopping at 6:54.
Okay, so during that conversation, do you recall being interrupted by this second individual that you recall talking to at some point?
Yes.
Okay. If we could fast forward the video to approximately 13 minutes and 17 seconds.
minutes and
17 seconds.
queued up at 13:17.
Okay, go ahead.
2554, Chief Hernandez. All right, I need you to hang tight for me, okay? That's my understanding. Honestly, I can't verify that, but that is my understanding. But we think, can't tell us any of the other people saying that. Of course, yeah. But I believe that is the case. That is crazy.
Officer Tiverton, do you recall, is that the conversation you recall continuing with Mr. Perez after being interrupted by an individual who claimed to have information?
I couldn't tell you if the clip that you just played was pre or post being interrupted by the other individual.
Okay, and that individual had...
Yes, ma'am. The clip that was just played, I don't know if that was before or after I was interrupted by another individual.
And do you believe that individual had a bandana on at the time that he came up to you?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you determine that the information that that individual had was not pertinent to this case?
He described two males that he overheard speaking in a vehicle. I believe he stated about a block and a half away in an alley to the southeast. And nothing that they said was specific regarding this incident. At this time, I had already heard from Mr. Perez about a vehicle pulling up and his description of the incident. What this other man was talking about two males that he overheard speaking in an alley a block and a half away, did not appear to be relevant at all.
And do you recall? Okay. And do you recall taking his information down as to his name and contact information?
Yes.
Okay. And are those the two individuals that you recall speaking to on September 22nd, Mr. Perez and the gentleman that would have the white bandana on?
Yes.
Okay. All right, if we can now go to 42 minutes and 32 seconds. I mean 30 seconds is fine. And that, I'm sorry, we can stop right there. You can back up a couple points just so we can just confirm. Right there. Is that the individual that you described as the second gentleman that had the bandana on?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, we've got 42 minutes and 30 seconds. All right.
John, while they're getting that set up, can we have a brief sidebar on this?
All right, we had a conversation off the record. We can continue for now. I'd like this to be relevant evidence, and we're not going to refer to people as witnesses that are not actual witnesses to this case or this incident. That's basic trial practice. Go ahead.
Officer Tibnan, you indicated that there were two individuals that you followed up with as far as that you believe had information relevant to this case, correct?
Mr. Perez and the male with the bandana on his face.
You determined that the second individual with the bandana did not have information that was pertinent to the case, is that correct?
Correct.
And there were not any other individuals that you believed on September 22nd, 2020 that had information relevant, correct?
Correct.
All right, at this time, I want to now go into defense 15 and play at 42 minutes and 30 seconds.
Your Honor, I believe a question should be asked before we're just playing video.
Yes, the question should be asked. We don't play random video without some verification, without a point for the jury where it's going.
Officer Tibnan indicated that there was not a third individual that you talked to on September 22nd, 2020 that you thought could potentially have information relevant to this case, correct?
I recall speaking to two individuals.
Okay. And do you recall, and those are the only two individuals that you identified as potentially having information relevant to this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. At this time, we would like to now go into defense 15 for 42 minutes and 30 seconds. Yes. You got the volume on?
It's on top of it, there's one over that guy, he was standing over there for a while now. Tony? I'm standing with this gentleman, Mr. Perez, the witness, but across the way, the gentleman standing there, he's been standing there for a while. I'd like to go up and ask him if he saw any of this, if he's been there for a while. I'll make it quick. Did you all get it? All right.
So at this point, Officer Tibnan, you identified a third individual that could potentially have information relevant to this case, correct?
I did not identify him.
Well, you saw a man that's standing over there, and you stated that he's standing there for a while, and you would like to go talk to him, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Playing at 43:13.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'm assuming once they're done with this gentleman, they'll come back to you, okay? I appreciate it, man.
Hey, Rick. Someone over here's been standing there for a while. Maybe I should ask him. Hey, Rudy, did you see anything?
Oh, fuck that.
All right.
We got a caller, we got this gentleman, we got his wife.
Okay.
We got actually people that were
You stop right there.
All right.
I don't know what he said, but
Okay, so Officer Tibnan, you then go to Officer Machella, is that correct?
Correct.
And you asked him for permission to go talk to another gentleman that was standing over there with potential information to this case, correct?
I wouldn't call it permission. Just put it in discussion, the possibility of talking to another person who was on the perimeter of the scene.
Okay, discussion. And part of that discussion, Officer Mahalik then says, fuck that, we got enough, correct?
Correct.
And he further says, we have the wife, correct?
Correct.
He says, we have someone to call 911, correct?
Correct.
And he says, we have this gentleman, correct?
Correct.
And because Officer Mahalik, was that the determining factor as to why you didn't pursue this third individual who was standing there who you identified?
No.
What was the reason why you didn't go provide information to seek the information that this third individual could potentially have after Officer Mahalik says, fuck that, we got enough?
When I arrived on scene, then Sergeant, now Lieutenant Tim Garkey told me to do scene security, which is typically a standalone task. I was doing that, and as seen in the video, Sergeant Diana Barkas with the red hair came and told me to start interviewing people. That was fruitful and a good idea on her part, but at the time, I found that challenging because scene security and canvassing witnesses is typically two separate tasks. Once Mr. Perez had been identified as a very, would appear to be an important witness, I had a new task to continue scene security, as then Sergeant Karki told me to do, as well as standing with Mr. Perez to make sure that he didn't speak to any other witnesses and wasn't contaminated in a sense prior to passing him off to a CIB detective. So I had two tasks, and the idea of taking on a third task not seemed possible to do three tasks well, correctly. So I returned my attention to the primary responsibility of scene security, as well as preserving and staying with Mr. Perez as a witness.
Now, Officer Tiverton, at the particular time prior to you saying, I see this gentleman over here, you were interviewing potential witnesses, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that was your current task at that moment, right?
I had multiple tasks at the same time.
Okay. And going to talk to a third individual whom you identified as an individual who might have seen something, that would be consistent with interviewing potential witnesses, correct?
You can say that, correct.
And you would agree that there's never a point in a homicide investigation where where a police department has enough, correct?
Your Honor. Speculation?
Sustained. Officer argumented, never a point. Counsel, that would have, come on.
Officer Tiverton, it's important to talk to every potential witness available in a homicide investigation, correct?
I would agree, yes.
And at this point, would you agree that this is somewhat within the first hour that this incident took place involving force being used against Mr. Clement, correct?
I don't recall the actual time frame, whether this was in an hour or it was a long scene. I don't know when this, how far into my arrival on scene or to the incident this is. So I can't answer that specifically.
Now, you're familiar with the standard operating procedures of the Milwaukee Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And in those standard operating procedures, it also puts a duty on you as a homicide patrol officer to talk to every
Objection, Your Honor. There is no homicide patrol officer in the Milwaukee Police Department.
Sustained. Counsel, there's no such thing. He said he's a patrol officer that responded to a scene. He outlined for you his duties, various duties as an officer. There's no homicide patrol officer. There's no such thing.
Officer Tiverton, as a patrol officer investigating a homicide investigation, it is important, based off the standard operating procedures of the Milwaukee Police Department, to talk to every witness that could potentially be available, correct?
I'm not aware of the particular SOP or stands at an SOP that you are referring to, but as a general principle, what you're saying, I would agree, yeah.
Now, it's also important to keep your body-worn camera on at all times when investigating a potential homicide, correct?
There's an exception in our SOP that we can turn our cameras off for particular purposes.
Okay. And those particular purposes would include if you're concluded your role in that investigation, correct?
That is one of them, yes.
At this time, I would like to continue playing the conclusion of the video, please.
Objection, Your Honor, is to the relevance.
How's it relevant?
Because Officer Tiverton cuts his body camera off immediately after these remarks were made by the fuck that we got enough. His body worn camera goes off. The video will prove it, if we can play it.
No, you can't right now.
After that assertion, let them play it. It's not what happens. That's fine. Let them play it.
Fine, I say withdrew their objection.
You can go back about 5 seconds so we can get a full.
No, play from this portion.
Play it from where it is right now.
All right, fine.
That's the hard part, is just trying to keep the family away.
Yeah,
That part sucks.
yeah. Is he still there? Is he still there?
Right? Are you live?
Yeah. Caught it or?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Anybody ever stop the officer?
Now, Officer Tippett, at this point, Officer Mahalik asks you, are you live, correct? Live.
I didn't hear that exact bit, I'm sorry. The portion you're referring to?
Sure, we can go back 10 seconds.
Playing at 4350.
Is he still there? Is he still there?
Right? Are you live?
Yeah. Caught it or?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Anybody ever stop the officer?
Stop. Now, at that point, did you hear Officer Mahalik ask, were you live?
I heard the word live. I'm sorry, I can't hear the first two words that he's saying.
And do you recall saying, should I cut it, after he asked, are you live?
Now you mention it, it sounds like that's what I said, yes.
No more questions to this witness. Okay, so first of all, defense counsel is stating that you cut your body cam immediately afterwards. That's not what happened, is it?
No, it's not.
Just so we're clear, that assertion is just not what happened. To begin with, you guys were talking about the hard part, you and Officer McCallum. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
They don't mention this at all, but that's the very next thing you guys talk about. What's the hard part?
He was talking about scene security regarding the family and keeping them outside of the perimeter and
What's
trying
so
to...
hard about keeping a victim's family outside the scene?
Well, it's very emotional because they're clearly in an extreme emotional situation, and we have to sort of enforce the perimeter of the scene, contrary to what their emotions want and some very reasonable emotions that we can understand. Yeah, we got to preserve the scene and stick with that.
And this is something you guys are talking about at all the scenes you deal with. One of the hardest parts is making a family stand on the other side of tape while you're looking at their dead loved one.
Yes.
And then you asked, is he still there? Is that correct?
Yes.
Who are you referring to?
The deceased.
Had you ever gone up to the body?
When I very first arrived, yes, and I did once again before I left. After this, at some point, yes.
Okay. And so then you guys turn off the conversation, have a private conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to be very clear about this. Defense counsel was stating about this third person that you said, I see him standing there for a long time, right? Is that, do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Did he ever wave you down?
No.
Did he ever make eye contact with you and indicate he wanted to talk to you?
No.
Did he ever glance at you and make it seem like he wanted to talk to you?
No.
Did you have any indication whatsoever from him that he had any information?
No.
He was there.
Correct.
When you do crime scenes, do people sometimes stand and gawk?
Yes.
Do you talk to every single person you see outside the tape?
No.
Okay. Additionally, officer, the second person, he was very aggressive about trying to wave you down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Perez came and identified himself as someone that had information.
I don't recall that he identified himself to me, so I can't say exactly the initial when the MPD came in.
Sorry, I apologize. But to somebody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the two people you talked to were people that stated we had information.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you go speak to this second guy, the guy who, just to be clear, he's talking about overhearing two African-American gentlemen in a car talking about someone geeking, right?
Yes.
And then popping them.
Yes.
He thought that maybe these two guys in an alley maybe did something to someone who was geeking.
That's what it seemed like, yes.
Doesn't seem at all like it's describing the incident that you have heard from Mr. Perez and other witnesses.
Correct.
Okay. Now,
when you go speak to that guy, you actually go over by where this other guy's just sitting there standing, don't you?
Yeah, I think I would describe it as splitting the distance as well as continuing to look at Mr. Perez.
Okay. So you've got to both keep your eye on Mr. Perez, correct?
Yes,
Make sure no witnesses talk to him.
yes,
As a matter of fact, when you're talking to Mr. Perez, you told this other guy, like, you got to back off. I can't have you contaminating witnesses, right?
correct,
So you making sure no one crosses the line, keeping your eye on Mr. Perez, going and speaking to Mr. Irrelevant, right?
correct.
Does the third guy at any point ever do anything other than just stare at what's going on at the crime scene?
No,
Does he ever look at you?
no,
Does he ever say he's got any information?
no,
So if anybody's describing him as a witness, they're just guessing.
correct.
Okay. Now, additionally, since we have you up here, in addition to being a patrol officer, do you have another job?
Yes, kind of unofficially, I would describe it, I'm the head bicycle mechanic for the Milwaukee Police Department.
And when you are the head bicycle mechanic, did you have any other specialized training in civilian before becoming an officer?
Yes,
What was that?
I worked for 4 years at a charitable organization in Chicago called Working Bikes. It was a charity focused on bicycles. And through the department, I also went to a training course at the United Bicycle Institute, which is one of two, I believe, bicycle trade schools in the United States for a certification course.
And do you work on bicycles for the Milwaukee Bicycle Unit?
Yes,
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 86. You were asked to take a look at stills of the suspect in this case, is that correct?
yes,
And specifically, were you asked to take to see if you could identify the possible bicycle that this suspect was on?
yes.
And what was, as you're looking at it, what did you believe that this bicycle was when you were looking at the photo?
It's called a GMC Denali.
Okay. And what made you think that this was a GMC Denali?
Very specifically, a combination of a grip shifter, which is a gear shifter you have to twist. That's typically only put on a mountain bike or something that's configured as a mountain bike because it slides on the end of a flat handlebar. The very unique thing about the GMC Denali is it has road-style handlebars, which are curved down. They're also called drop bars, or sometimes people refer to them as ram horns. The grip shifter, you can't slide it around the bends and the drops to get into position. So whoever manufactured the GMC Denali, I don't believe it's General Motors Company, I think it's licensed, made the bizarre choice of cutting the handlebar down the middle to slide the shifter on, and then putting a shim over it and clamping that in the stem clamp. And when I worked as a bicycle mechanic at Working Bikes, we would occasionally see this bike, and it stands out because frankly, it's bizarre and almost an absurd choice by whoever selected the components for that model. This picture very distinctly shows a grip shifter combined with the road-style handlebar. That's the only bicycle I've ever seen that on.
So when officers, before they do a search warrant, before they identify anybody, detectives come to you with this and you go, you should be looking for a guy with what kind of bike?
GMC Denali, so it's licensed like the SUV, you know, but I don't think it's actually General Motors Company.
And showing you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 60, that would be the type of bike that we see here, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, no further questions. Just a couple of questions for you. Now, you testified just in your cross that, you know, the third individual didn't wave his hand at you, correct?
Correct.
He didn't say, hey, I got information for you, correct?
Correct.
But would you agree that it's your duty as a patrol officer to seek to get information in a homicide investigation?
If that is my assignment, or the assignment of that officer, yes.
Okay. So it's not a civilian's duty to go to a police officer to say, hey, I have information for a homicide, correct?
I suppose no.
No further questions. I would like to move Defense Exhibit 15 to the evidence. I
Other than the prior objections, any objection, Mr. Hubner?
Yeah, I'm gonna object to 15, because 15, I think, contains way more than what was played. If you're only moving the portions that were
What
played.
we moved and received is exactly what was played, nothing else.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hubner, anything else?
No, thanks.
All right, you can step down, officer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a couple minutes after 12. We're going to break there for lunch. By now, you certainly know the drill. Don't discuss this case. Don't deliberate. Don't do any research in this case. If you run into the lawyers, parties, witnesses, anyone involved in this case over the lunch hour, they've been instructed not to speak to you, and you should not speak to them. I'm going to ask you to be back at 1:15. We'll try to start between 1:15 and 1:30. You can follow my bailiff out. Thank you. Everybody else can remain seated and silent, please. All right, the jury's out. It's 12:05. If I did not make this record earlier, the defendant's in court. He's in custody. He's in street clothes, as he has been for the entire trial. After lunch, who's the defense next witness?
Sorry, Judge, what was the question?
Who's your next witness?
I believe it's gonna be Lorenzo Hernandez, officer.
Say that again. Who?
Officer Lorenzo Hernandez,
And then who else are you planning this afternoon?
Stephanie Trotter,
Who else?
Dr. John Black. And that there might be an issue I think the state wanted to raise.
Yeah, I do have an issue on that. So when, Your Honor, when we were noticed, I'm sorry, we saw on the record.
Yes, for a few minutes.
When we were noticed as to Dr. John Black, we were told he was going to be testifying to exposition only, simply just general. Yeah, sorry. Exposition only, that there wouldn't be anything specific to this case, that all he was going to do is just generally speaking, it's in both of their notices. On Saturday.
Speak about what?
Well, he was going to, well, I don't really know, that's what I was trying to get. My understanding was he's generally going to speak about how video sometimes captures more detail than what people see, general feelings on how.
General information about videos.
And heightened emotions and how that can cause tunnel vision and how sometimes we get 20/20, whatever. It was all going to be general. It was not going to be specific. Defense counsel specifically highlighted me to 2 paragraphs and some other testimony he made in an unrelated case and said that's where they were going. Okay, fine. I asked, I was like, are you going to be attempting to get him to testify about the defendant's actions? I was told no. On Saturday, for the very first time.
Saturday meaning 2 days ago?
2 days ago. I get 2 video clips that apparently Mr. Black has made in which he's going to be attempting to testify as to the defendant's actions.
Judge.
Well, hang on. First, Mr. Hubner gets to finish, but counsel, we don't do trial by surprise in Wisconsin. Why you would be turning anything over to Mr. Hubner on a Saturday, 5 days into a trial, knowing that I have told the jury and I expect both sides to complete this case by tomorrow, is a problem to begin with. Mr. Hubner, go ahead.
Well, that's basically it. I don't know how it's changing. All I know is I was noticed as to general, and defense counsel kept telling me it's going to be exposition. He's just going to talk generally about people.
By the way, we've discussed this multiple times at pretrial motions. I've made rulings, which are not going to be revisited for any reason that I can tell so far.
So that's just my main issue. Maybe we can bring this up after lunch and defense counsel can.
Mr. Ahmad, briefly, in 30 seconds.
So, Judge, we already had our forensic expert for the video, Mark Robinson. He introduced video. When I met with Mr. Black, and we had spoken to him months ago, he had mentioned that he had video. We told him we had a different expert for it. And when I met with him in person for the first time over the weekend, because he's from out of state, he just showed me what he internally used to look at this case, and he created very short clips.
So hang on. You want to introduce evidence that you didn't have till Saturday, that you didn't give to the state, that the courts had no notice of, that was not listed as part of the motion, that was not listed at any point in time as to what this witness is going to testify about. Brand new video out of nowhere.
I sent Attorney Hubner the email that I got with the download links. It's just something he showed me to illustrate some concepts about video. I understand.
But Mr. Mott, okay, we're gonna break for lunch. That's too vague. It's something he showed me to illustrate concepts about video. What does that mean relative to a trial?
So Judge, in this case, there's going to be two major issues that the exposition testimony will focus on. One being hindsight bias, which is like, now we know what occurred. So when we look at a video, we know what we can speculate. He could have done this, he should have done this, whatever. And the other issue is about video focus and how that differs from first person perspectives, and what the eye can focus on in a moment is different from what video shows. And these are things that he testified to previously in a case that the court knows well about. So,
Mr. Mott, don't make me say again that this is not the Rittenhouse case, okay? It's not. And I don't care what he testified about in that case. I do not care. He will testify under the law and the facts in this case. And you and your co-counsel had multiple motions, a dozen at least, that were filed, all of which were ruled on. Mr. Hubner, you can have the last word for now, then we're taking a break for lunch.
Your Honor, I don't know why the defense counsel is going to, which is what I was told he was going to be doing, is generally speaking as this whatever hindsight 2020 whatever, and how video captures more than what people say. I don't know why he needs video clips, because the only intent then in the video clip is for him to somehow render some expert opinion as to what the defendant knew or saw or could have seen. All of that is not relevant. He cannot testify as to what other people said. So he doesn't need the video to do it. He can sit there and talk about, hey, video may capture more and what witnesses see and all of that. Fine, don't care. Let's talk about it. But trying to somehow use video clips that I've never seen, that he's made, that I finally see for the first time on Saturday, I don't know what he's done to them. They're not the ones that were turned over to us by their other forensic expert. I'm objecting to the use of those clips.
All right, I'm taking.
Well, the judge obviously cut the feed there very quickly. Bro, this is so bad. Let's see what this is. Yeah, that's, dude, it's just absolutely, it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, literally, I've not heard the words self-defense at all. At all. That's... I don't even know what to say. Like, the whole thing is around MPD magically lost this fucking video or intentionally didn't look for it. Fusion Center, fucking destroyed it. It, whatever. It's stolen, it's missing, it's lost, it's fucking never existed. Like, they need to stop. And literally every single day, that's all they've talked about. And essentially how MPD virtually intentionally fucked this investigation up and yet they can't prove it. And I don't know how many times this judge has like yelled at them about this to knock it off. Like, enough. Start talking about fucking self-defense. This car is a fucking weapon. He's fucking trapped. This guy's fucking coming and charging at him. Like, what in the actual fuck? I'm just like, I don't know. I mean, it's so bizarre. Like, you're watching a trial and I mean, fuck, dude, somebody's life is on the fucking line. Like, what plan did these people have going into this? Like, at this point, I'm getting kind of concerned that they're not even going to talk about self-defense. Like, those two words are never coming out of these fucking idiots' mouths. I'm, like, legitimately fucking concerned that that's exactly what's going to happen. They're never going to mention the word self-defense. And, like, honestly, I'm afraid for fucking Theo to get on this fucking stand with these two idiots fucking asking these questions. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even want his lawyers asking him fucking questions. I'm afraid they're going to ask him fucking questions that they should not even be asking. Yeah, but it's not the judge, Corey. I mean, it is. This judge is a fucking dickhead to begin with. But his lawyers absolutely suck. There are so many things that they have not done or done fucking wrong. There are so many things with his defense team that are, I mean, it's sickening. I don't even like want to eat fucking breakfast right now. I'm afraid I'm going to throw it up how like disgusted I am with these fucking attorneys. This is the worst defense I've fucking seen. And, like, honestly, like, with that eye rolling and all that fucking pouting and all that shit, dude, like, this judge is known for literally holding fucking attorneys in contempt for all that shit, for that behavior. He doesn't tolerate that shit in his courtroom. And I think, I'll be honest, I think the only reason he is not fucking held B. Ivory in contempt is because of the amount of media attention from that public defender that he held in contempt. But he has a history of doing that. He doesn't give a fuck. But I think because of the media attention that he got, I think that's the only reason he didn't fucking whack him. Yeah, I mean, I agree. He definitely needs to put the fear of God into them. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, I mean, every time they cut to him, I mean, he's just sitting there very calm, very patient. It's like, I'd be writing fucking notes, passing fucking notes, dude. I'd be slapping them in the head with the fucking notepad. I don't know, dude. It's just like, it's just like, I'm expecting, and a lot of other people, all protesters all around fucking Milwaukee, bro, are expecting self-defense. So Are we gonna hear that? I mean, you're not getting anywhere, and you gotta think. I mean, we're over here, right? And despite Corey, I don't know. Do you live in Milwaukee, Corey, or around Milwaukee area? Are you from here? Do I know you? Have I seen you before? What's up, boss? Yeah, we're over here losing our fucking minds. I'm like, dude, I'm watching this fucking trial and like I'm paying very close attention. I'm like hanging on every word and I'm getting irritated. You know? If I'm getting irritated, I mean, how's the jury feeling? You know? I'm at a point I'm like walking around my fucking house. You know, I stopped paying attention for a couple of things. Every time they mention this fucking alien stolen fucking video, I'm like, I don't even want to fucking hear it. Just enough with this fucking video. It'd be one thing, bro, if it's like how we're ripping apart fucking Tosa on their corrupt ass bullshit, and we can fucking prove that you tainted a fucking investigation. But they not one fucking document, not one fucking video. I mean, what in the fuck? Enough with this fucking video. I'm getting irritated. Yeah, right, and that's the thing. Like, I mean, fuck, dude. Everybody knows Milwaukee sucks. They're corrupt as shit. But prove it. Prove that there's some fucking bullshit happening. They haven't proved a single fucking thing. Well, I don't even know if there's a fucking missing video at this point. Like, I'll be honest, dude, even if there's a missing video, I don't even give a fuck at this point. That's how irritated I am with the fucking missing video. Initially, when it first got brought up, I was like, okay, yeah, that is a little fucking weird. There's cameras all over the street, like we talked about last night when I fucking live streamed down Brady Street. There's cameras fucking everywhere, bro. So, yeah, for me, especially living in Milwaukee, walking these fucking same streets all the time, I'm like, yeah, that's a little fucking sus, right? But you can't fucking prove it! So stop talking about it and move on to whether or not this guy feared for his fucking life, for fuck's sake. Are you talking about the self-defense stuff that I'm talking about? If that's what you're asking, then yeah. I mean, they have to. That's what this whole case is. It's a self-defense case. I mean, the video I think is very fucking clear. Whether, you know, Lady fucking Clearman intentionally aimed that fucking vehicle at him or not, the video shows the vehicle is aimed at him. So again, whether it's intentional or not, the video shows that. That's how I would fucking spin that. That video came at a rapid fucking speed that intentionally drove him out of the fucking street, and then Clearman fucking jumps out and chases him into the fucking thing. But they've not even kind of started even paving that path towards, let's start talking about fucking self-defense. They haven't paved the path to that in any way, shape, or form. Everything literally is surrounding fucking missing goddamn videos. And now all of a sudden there's fucking witnesses that are, never get come on. These fucking idiots, bro. fucking idiots. Like I'm just so irritated by the whole thing. You're from Illinois. Hey, that's where I'm originally from. Yeah, so there's a bunch of us that are in here that are from Wisconsin, and then what's the difference is he's got some law background. So it's been an actual fucking pleasure having him in here. But yeah, and like we've been intently watching this trial. I live here. I live right down the street from where this fucking happened. Last night, 2 nights ago, I went out by myself and I like walked the area. And then last night, I went and live streamed the area to kind of show people like what everything fucking looks like and how small this area is and how boxed in this fucking guy was. And it's just like, it's just fucking irritating. You know, I've covered the protests surrounding this, you know. It's just like, I mean, fuck, dude, at least fight. Like, you fight for this motherfucker. And, like, you're arguing about this fucking videotape. It's like, I mean, during the Rittenhouse trial with the fucking pinch and zoom and fucking colors of pixels, like, just, like, I'm irritated by that. Like, just shut the fuck up. Enough with the fucking pinch and zoom. Just move the fuck on. We're over here talking about Sasquatches and fucking videos and shit. And it's the same thing with these fucking clowns. And how many more times are they going to get fucking admonished in front of the fucking jury? Quit talking about it. You are getting yelled at in front of the fucking jury. You're losing this fucking case. This dude's facing fucking life in fucking prison. And these fucking clowns want to just sit here and then roll their eyes, throw their fucking hand. Like, when are you going to learn? I'm ready to go down to the fucking courthouse right now and be like, what the fuck, bro? What are we doing here? Can I go down there as a fucking journalist and ask these questions? What is wrong with you? Are you trying to just fucking send this dude up the fucking river? Do you want to start talking about maybe self-defense? Did you even think about that before you took the case? Is that in the game plan, self-defense? Are we going to talk about it? Are we going to fucking... Did you find the alien that stole the fucking missing MPD video? This fucking, I don't know, dude. Yeah, boss, it's off Brady. I don't know. That's my fucking rant for the day. I can't fucking do it. It's unreal.
In the house today that is ready to talk and just...
All right, so I'm just gonna play some old videos. Otherwise, I'm gonna be on a fucking rant for the next hour. I'm trying to not have a heart attack today. So, this is a clip. You know, we're talking about Wauwatosa and some fucking corruption. You know, in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. This is my boy Isaiah Holmes. We're on my other boy fucking Raw Topics platform, and we're gonna be talking about a lot of Wauwatosa shit. Tons of different Wauwatosa things. So yeah, it's just kind of an interesting interview. So, you know, just kind of jumping around, playing different things for you guys, kind of see the content that we have on the channel. And yeah, I don't know.
Give you guys the juice. We got Kevin Gowicki. You already know him from Never Stop Media.
What up? What up?
Yeah. We got Isaiah Holmes from the Wisconsin, what is it?
Examiner.
Examiner.
What's going on, guys?
What's up? So, So this is new for Isaiah on Raw Topic. So we're really happy he was able to make it today. This was like a last minute thing, and we told him about it. He flew down here. He was ready to go. He's like, yes, I'm in. So this is his first time on the show. I want everybody to welcome Isaiah Holmes. He's a journalist,
Yeah.
are you? An investigative journalist?
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay. And him and Kevin, we're gonna talk about what's going on in Wauwatosa. So I don't know.
Students with ADHD save 10 hours studying with this Chrome extension.
But no, by all means, go ahead, skip the ad, save a few seconds.
I have to do a lot of reading for my job, emails, reports, write-ups, but sometimes reading can get really, really tiring. To stay focused, I use a free Chrome extension called Speechify. All I do is highlight the text, right-click, and then Speechify reads it out to me.
I don't know. Who wants to start this party off, man? Where should we even begin with this nonsense?
Listen, I say we let the real lead us off.
Okay.
Isaiah, listen, everybody, you guys got to know this guy. This is my hero. This is who I look up to. He is a real deal when it comes to investigative journalism and exposing things that the people need to know, right? But you cover a lot of other things, though, too.
Oh yeah. I cover, in addition to police stuff, I cover, environmental stuff, climate change stuff, immigration issues, overdose and drug use topics as well, issues like that. I kind of cast a wide net there.
Nice. You guys, can we start with the ghost arrest?
Yeah,
you guys know anything about that?
Yeah, sure.
I seen an article my girlfriend showed me early this morning about this article about ghost arrest, and I'm like, you know what? I text Kevin right away because he's always on top of it. And let's get into ghost arrest in Wauwatosa. What the heck was that about, you guys?
Yeah, I actually wrote that article.
Did you?
Yeah.
Wow,
And,
nice.
And essentially what was going on with that, the Wauwatosa Police Department in January 2020 released a big open records, like a Dropbox link with lots of open records documents to different media and etc. And in those were many reports about how they had been policing and surveilling and monitoring the protests, the Black Lives Matter protests that had been coming to the city of Wauwatosa throughout the summer of 2020, throughout the fall. And essentially what the department had been doing, and the issue in these reports was that they were listing people as arrested who had never been arrested either that day and in some cases not at all. The highest profile person who was included in that was State Representative David Bowen. He's a Democrat out of Milwaukee who's been in the streets with the people really since May, since the summer. And what it says is, it says there's obviously the report that describes the incident or whatnot, whatever the officer was responding to, and then at the end of that it says, there's an entry that says, arrested, and then there's a booking number, and then Bowen, and the interesting thing about that is that David Bowen was not given a ticket. He was not arrested. He was not detained, and that goes for for several other protesters. And there were about 40 protesters in addition to David Bowen, 45 who had been listed as arrested when they hadn't been arrested at all. Some received tickets, some didn't receive a ticket at all, and those entries are completely indistinguishable from entries which actually did list a actual, arrest. So comparing those two entries, you can't tell what involved an actual arrest and what is what we call the ghost arrest. An arrest isn't there. And Tosa PD essentially said that was a result of their internal system, how they make these reports, how they refer a ticket or a case to the district attorney for review, and it doesn't. And they basically downplayed it. The major concern was like, does this data, does this information saying that XYZ was arrested when they weren't, does that show up, say, if you were in a traffic stop or if a cop from another department pulls you over, and when he pulls up your name and your address and your information, will that come up too? And the public information officer at Tosa PD said no, it wouldn't, but obviously the trust that people have in the department has been pretty thoroughly wounded over the last year. So that's what the ghost arrest issue is about.
And that's dangerous though too, not just for individual protesters where, like you said, in a traffic stop, is that something that can come up? But somebody as high profile as David Bowen, where that could affect re-election later,
Mhm.
that could affect, if he's trying to go into higher elected positions,
Mhm.
right? Where if something's listed that he would now have a criminal record for something that never actually happened,
Right.
that could affect him seriously down the road.
Right. And that's just like an internal kind of thing that they were, assigning booking numbers, which I talked to a couple of police officers. I in my story, Ghost Arrests, I talked to Randy Shrewsbury, who's a former Cincinnati area police officer who now runs as the executive director of a institute which focuses on reforming the way people are trained for criminal justice. It's literally called the Institute for Criminal Justice Training Reform. And he said, like he's never seen anything like that. Like when you put a booking number on someone, that person has been arrested or there may be a couple other technical things which may ascribe a booking number, but not for what they were doing in Wauwatosa,
Right.
where the people sometimes didn't even receive a ticket. It's just one of those, and that was once again a more of an internal issue. That's not the more kind of overt things that were going on with the protesters and some of the other things that we found out over the past several months.
Yeah, which we're definitely getting into. But even with the ghost arrest tickets, like they're still being charged a fee, right? That what was it, like $1,321 or whatever?
Yeah, they varied. Generally, and mind you, these tickets were before the October curfew. So these were given out in August. These were given out in September. David Bowen's specific ghost arrest entry was for September 17th.
Mm-hmm.
So these tickets were once again like you said, these kinds of $1,300 tickets, which they were. It seems that when you read the reports, what the police were doing were they were recording their dash videos. So they were going through their dash videos and also going through social media videos. Maybe they were public videos. Maybe there was some sort of deeper investigative strategy that the police were doing to acquire these social media videos, but they were taking these videos and they were identifying people through these videos and then mailing them their tickets, usually gathering more information about them from the Department of Transportation to give them their ticket. And one interesting thing, once again, with this idea of the internal system.
Meet your next pillow. Why do we make our pillow in the shape of a cube? I'll tell you. The problem with pillows.
Back in August, some of those tickets, those $1,300 tickets that were given out, they said providing false information to an officer. So the ticket was for obstruction or something like that, but it'll also say provided false information to an officer.
To somebody that was never actually encountered.
Yes.
A physical law enforcement personnel.
Yeah.
Right.
So that kind of goes with the same ghost arrest kind of thing, where the ticket says something that didn't happen.
Right.
And with the ghost arrest, it's a listing of an arrest that didn't happen. And when I asked the PIO, the public information officer, like, look, how can this be prevented in the future to where you don't get this kind of concern and you have to explain yourself in this way if it is in fact what you say it is? It's just an internal thing. It doesn't amount to anything really. And she said, well, we can redact the information in the future. So it's like the only solution is to hide information instead of reevaluating your system. You're going to just hide information, hide the fact that there's
what
Right.
this information is.
And if it is something where they're issuing these arrest tickets, they're putting a dollar amount on it,
Yeah.
right? Claiming that these things happened. We know for a fact they didn't, because how are you obstructing if you were never actually approached, right?
Right.
And then claiming a dollar value to said ticket.
Mm-hmm.
It's essentially fraud.
And like, how are you providing false information to an officer if you never talked to an officer? If that officer is going back and doing crime analysis to determine who you are, you know, you never talked to that officer, so how can you provide false information? Oh, well, it's just an internal thing. Well, that's confusing. That's a $1,300 ticket. And some of these tickets, when you actually look up the municipal code for what the ticket is cited for, it's in these tickets are in gross excess, money-wise, excess for what the actual citation is supposed to be. It's not supposed to exceed more than a few $100s, and they're giving out $1,300 tickets.
Right, because
you know?
Wisconsin statute for like the curfew stuff, you can't exceed more than $200, right?
Yeah, for violating the emergency order, and they're giving out, once again, these very, very lofty tickets.
Right. Who approved the dollar amounts? There was a document that came out.
You know, there was one of these police reports had, I believe it was a police lieutenant who mentioned in the report, and this is one of the first mentions of that specific dollar amount, you know, and ascribing a booking number. You know, it's kind of funny because the dollar amount, I believe it was $1,321 and some change. That was like $1 or $2 more than when Kimberly Motley, the civil rights attorney who's been taking on Wauwatosa, her very first batch of open records emails involving Joseph Mensah, there were a bunch of emails involving that particular officer who was at the center of the controversies in Wauwatosa, having been involved in 3 fatal shootings in 5 years. When to get those emails, she had to pay money. She had to pay a lot of money, you know, and it was around that $1,300 amount. So there's this feeling that maybe that's why they picked that particular amount. And in terms of the actual lieutenant, you know, he's a particular lieutenant who's been out in the protests a lot for Wauwatosa, been responsible for that. I shy away from sometimes saying specific kind of ground level officers' names in that context, just because sometimes it's easy to focus on what a particular officer did and not what the systemic issue with the whole department is. And when you're talking about a lieutenant that's like a mid-level supervisor, he has power and yet he doesn't. You know what I mean?
Right.
So he's taking his orders from someone else too. And with Tosa PD, sometimes it's hard to track how far up the chain of command some things go, because when things get inconvenient, Chief Barry Weber says, well, I didn't know about that, or I don't have, or
Plausible deniability by the chief.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
Yeah.
So did we pretty much touch on the reasons for the curfew?
The reason, as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I know, and you correct me if I'm wrong or you have more. So from what I heard, which when they implemented the curfew in Tosa, it was because they were getting what Tosa called credible threats to Mayfair Mall. Now, during some open records requests, searchings by some specific individuals that specifically use that terminology for, you know, credible threats towards Mayfair, it came back that they had no documentation of anything to do with any type of credible threat. There's nothing in emails, notes, bullet points, anything to do with credible threats. So it's, in that context, it would be that Wauwatosa made up this big kind of fabricated lie to the general public that, well, hey, we have to implement this because there's legitimate threats towards this mall. But yet there's no documentation on a single credible threat.
Yeah, and you know, that part of it is kind of interesting because, you know, when I first heard about the credible threats part of you know, the credible threats against Mayfair Mall part of the curfew issue, it came out to me as almost like, what is it? Because we knew from the beginning that not only Wauwatosa but law enforcement in general had been monitoring social media,
had been monitoring social media, had been surveilling people through social media, and had been kind of, it really begged the question of like, were they looking at specific posts that that random trolls, and this is speculative, but like, were they looking at random posts that trolls were posting, saying different things, and like what exactly were those credible threats? Were they letters? I suspect that they were more so like social media chatter, by people who may or may not have been serious, like who knows, and in addition to, I do think that it did, the credible threats against Mayfair Mall did create certain, it did make it convenient for them to do certain things, because it did seem like they were kind of operating in some way, not only to defend Mayfair Mall, but physically operating out of Mayfair Mall. Like Mayfair Mall was kind of like a base for them in a way, in addition to Wauwatosa Police Department. And, we should also mention the shooting of Alvin Cole from February 2020, which the curfew and the fear around the curfew and everything, the fears were being stoked as to what is going to happen when the district attorney announces his ruling about the Alvin Cole shooting, which Alvin Cole is a 17-year-old who was at Mayfair Mall with his friends. And was involved in a nonviolent kind of verbal confrontation. And as they were leaving the mall, police were arriving, and they dispersed and ran. Police chased them down. Joseph Mensa, who was a younger officer, again, had been involved in 2 fatal shootings prior to that. And both those shootings actually happened within the first 11 months of him being at the Wauwatosa Police Department. He was the last officer on the scene when for the Alvin Cole incident, the only one to fire. Right. And Alvin Cole was shot in the back. And there's some debate because Alvin Cole was found with a weapon that didn't appear to really have. It didn't seem to be prepared in a way, because the police narrative was that Alvin Cole shot the gun in the direction of officers, was trying to shoot officers, and Joseph fired back. There's some discrepancies, of course, in the evidence of that. And it's harder to really speak with a lot of definitiveness until the Milwaukee Police Department releases the investigative file like it's supposed to do. The case is closed. Why isn't this released yet? But the Alvin Cole shooting, which was Joseph Mensa's 3rd shooting, was kind of the kindling for the Wauwatosa protests. And in October, when the curfew came down, of course, that whole ruling was kind of triggering the emergency declaration. And then, of course, allegedly, they were getting these credible threats, which maybe even goes to trying to explain why they were so aggressive in Wauwatosa, especially the first 2 days of the curfew from October 7th to the 9th.
Yeah, which was pretty intense. And even after the Alvin Cole shooting, to my understanding, the Common Council voted almost unanimously to fire Mensa, right? But the Police and Fire Commission just chose to suspend him, right? Which I think is pretty important that you have the city, officials that are like, no, we can't have this guy. The special investigator, Biskupich?
Yeah, Steven Biskupich.
Even he says Mensa's kind of a threat. He needs to be fired.
Quote poses an unnecessary risk is his continued employment.
Right.
At the department.
And he's suspended, and then administrative leave with pay. We got Mensa that's still being paid by Wauwatosa.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because after those months and months and months of protest, he resigned in November. He now has a job at the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, a department that has no body cameras and no dash cameras, and some of the issues with all 3 of his shootings which is kind of a Wauwatosa issue, is the fact they don't have body cameras. And it seems like these officers in certain instances were turning off their dash cameras before they arrive on scene. So there is no video, or the video is limited, because in Alvin Cole's case, there's a foot pursuit. So they get out of the car and you only you are seeing a fixed view, you know,
right.
as they run off, and you hear gunshots in the distance and whatever.
Right.
You know,
And what's concerning too about Mensa being with Waukesha now, not only with, we have no video evidence of any type of altercation he may or may not get into.
Yeah.
But as far as mutual aid, so Mensa could still continue to be working within Wauwatosa, within Milwaukee, within all of these other departments during mutual aid type situations.
Yeah, and I mean, and by the way, I'm just going to throw this out there: Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, why you have drones, large drones, and armored trucks, but they don't have body cameras or dash cameras. Just
Right.
going to throw that out there.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts.
Wow, that is a lot of information. Very interesting, you guys. What about targeting protesters' families and families of those killed? Like
Yeah, so-
targeting, like pulling Alvin Cole's mother out of the car. Wasn't she protesting at the time?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
What was that about?
She's in her vehicle, right?
Were you there that moment?
I was not there. I saw the arrest happening on live. I think it was Talabia's live video. That, just from a human standpoint, like, I kind of threw journalism out the window. But I'm watching this, and like, I even did my own live at that point. I'm like freaking out. I'm like, I need a ride. Somebody get me out to Tosa, like, immediately. But yeah, that really bothered me, because it's like, okay, what are we doing here? Why are we going after a woman, right, that her son is, you know, shot and killed?
Yeah.
And we're dragging her out of a car, right? She's has a disability of sorts, right? And we're targeting this particular family. They really didn't arrest too many people that night.
No, there were a few people who were arrested. A few, you know, I was there that night on that was October 8th. So Alvin Cole's decision came down on October 7th,
right,
2020. October 8th.
I bless Catherine the Great, for she is our new and right
the Great.
sovereign.
Of course.
Bow before her in worship
seems-
and praise.
Man, that was different. I'm sorry, I'm kind of pausing, but that was just different, because I remember coming up to 60th Street, which, for people who don't know, 60th Street is like a border between Milwaukee and Wauwatosa. It is the border. It's always been the border. When I was in high school, and by the way, I went to high school at Tosa East. I grew up in Milwaukee and went to high school at Tosa East. When I was in high school, the border was literally like on the Wauwatosa side, the roads were very, very smooth. And immediately on the Milwaukee side, it was potholes and broken up. You could see where the funding was going. It was a symbol of kind of the historic segregation that had always been there. So I'm on 60th Street, and I was able to track down the protest. It was coming up Center Street, right? Coming towards Tosa. And I see a black car pull up, and it was stopped at the stop sign, man. And this haunts me because I was afraid to film these guys. It was two cops, uniformed cops, in a blacked out car, and one of them had a camcorder. And he was just kind of chilling with his arm out like this, out the window with a camcorder like that. Yeah, not filming, just it was on him, you know? And I wanted to film, but I was afraid, man. They were like as close to me, you know, like 10 feet away. I went and talked to a bus man about it. I was like, you see that? You're just to make it feel normal.
Right.
So then we get 2 blocks. So then the green light goes, that black car goes out. That still haunts me to this day that I didn't film it. And they get 3 blocks in, and one of the bicycle scouts came back, right? Because the protests, they're very organized, especially in Milwaukee. They're very organized. They have organized car caravans. They have the bicycle scouts, of course, that go out and scout the path, make sure that it's safe. And also there's a pre-planned route, no construction, that kind of thing, right?
Right.
Bicycle scout goes out, comes back, and says, without his bicycle. And he said, they just tried to fucking snatch me. I said, who? And I filmed it. And he said, there are these guys fully kitted out,
all camo, no insignia, no patches, no nothing, all camis, you know. And they hopped out of an unmarked, like a minivan, like a rental minivan, beat up minivan, like what was driving around in Portland. And they tried to grab him, but they only got the bike, and he ran, and he came back. And so you know, in retrospect, you got to think, if they would have gotten him, we would not have been, we either would have been like, hey, where's dude, and gone looking for him, and either found nothing or found his bike laying on the ground. He would have just vanished, and that's not normal. So he's coming back, and he tells us that. He walks off after that, and then one of the protest leaders spots one of those vans that had somehow at some point assimilated itself into the car caravan. So they drive it away. I mean, I saw it. It was these guys, shaved heads, fully kitted out. To me, they looked like guard the way they were fully kitted out. But in retrospect, I'm thinking maybe they were marshals. Maybe, who knows?
Yeah.
And because they all had the shaved heads, and they looked a little younger. You know, they looked like they could have been guard, but I don't know. I really don't. And of course, this is the same night that Tracy Cole and.
All right, so that video is on our page. So if you guys want to watch, I'm not gonna play the whole videos of all these things because I want you guys to go watch them. But Isaiah is one of my favorite investigative journalists. Him and I work together on a lot of stuff. We'll jump back to this one that we were watching earlier.
Were kind of saying that, like, there's a protest here where, you know, like, we'll just call it a riot and everyone here is a rioter regardless of whatever they're actually doing or know about, you know. You can even see some of that in one of the bills that was introduced at the state level to kind of introduce like the state level anti-riot law, where literally if you're in a crowd of 50 people and one person does something that could be considered riotous or something, and you don't know about it, and you have no connection to that person, and you didn't even see them do it, you could be charged with a felony for that act. You know, so it's a complicated kind of question of like, is it fair? You know, people disagree with the judge's original decision, which opened the door for that to happen, but the defense wasn't able to actually do that for all three individuals.
Right.
You know? Right. So there's like this back and forth with it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. What do you think about, so one of the big, we'll talk about one piece of evidence here, but one of the big is with the CBS video. So we released that CBS video so people could see it, they could hear it. Do you think that, whether it's from a personal opinion or from whatever legal understanding you have, in past cases too, where all these types of things may have come in, do you think that like that was a relevant piece of evidence that the jury needed to see, or do you think that it made the right decision and it should have stayed out of the case?
And you're talking about the video where I was saying if
I had my AR, I'd start shooting rounds into them.
Yeah. So.
Or not if I had, I wish I had.
Yeah. So, you know, with that, I can see the argument of, you can sit there and say, well, you are, like we're not voice recognition experts, and that kind of thing. I didn't see that, but you don't ever see him, you just hear his voice.
Yeah,
right?
You just hear a voice that sounds like it.
So that part of it, if people argue you don't really know if that's him and etc. I get that part of it. But when you see other cases of just double homicide, and even people who are shot by police in officer-involved shootings, sometimes there's this rush, and usually facilitated through local media outlets to kind of paint that person a certain kind of way, dig in their history, and just see if there's anything at all. If there's a picture of them on Facebook somewhere, if there's anything that kind of we can point and say, oh well, this person, this is a token of their character. This is a token of what's in their mind, which is related to what ultimately happened to them.
Yeah.
That's very, very common. And I think that's one of the things about the Rittenhouse shooting and investigation in general that kind of hits home for a lot of people, especially for people in low income and minority communities, that they know that, you know, if they were charged with a double homicide, they probably wouldn't have been able to leave the scene. They probably wouldn't have, would there have even been a bond set for them for a double homicide? You know, yes, it's $2 million, but would there have been a bond, or would they have said no bond because we want to keep you because you committed a very serious thing?
Right.
You know, and then are we going to allow certain evidence which may be in its content very, very subjective, you know, and maybe even, yeah, basically just subjective. You know, you could take it or you could leave it, you know, but are we going to allow that in this court arena or this public arena to decide what kind of a person that, you know, this person is? It wasn't just a CBS video. I mean, there was from what I understand, a unconfirmed video of a kind of altercation that Kyle allegedly got involved in.
Is that the one down at the lake punching the girl?
Yeah, and I looked in, and like I said, so as far as I understand, it's unconfirmed if that's actually him, you know, but similar to this video, you know, and I think that allowing the prosecution to probably bring it in and examine it maybe would have been well, especially since negative character evidence against the people that's killed was allowed. Stuff that doesn't even seem particularly relevant. I mean, like one personal opinion that I do have and that I do kind of take offense to, not me personally, but I have maybe family, but I have good friends who, you know, have mental illness, who have bipolar disorder per se, and were prescribed gabapentin. I don't know why that's particularly relevant. Like to use that to try to scare people, to say that this person is unhinged or whatever. It just seems kind of like a low blow thing to do. You know, it just doesn't seem as relevant as possibly the same individual standing outside of CBS saying if I had my AR, a specific rifle, that I would do this specific action to these people.
Right.
You know, so obviously I'm not a lawyer, but yeah, there are these definite parallels to it. You know, yeah, there are these definite parallels to it. But the thing about the Rittenhouse thing, the whole Rittenhouse thing too, is that 2020 Kenosha, Kyle Rittenhouse, that was a lot of unprecedented stuff that happened. So it's hard to find anything to compare it quite to. I don't know if people remember Charlottesville, you know, the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. That's in North Carolina, where they were, you know, right-wing Trump supporters and etc. marching on the street with tiki torches, saying various versions of "You will not replace us," saying racial versions of that chant as well, getting in fights with people for days and stuff. And ultimately, one of these individuals drove a crowd through a protest and killed someone, injured a lot of other people, and killed someone. Now that person, as far as you know, that person was convicted and serves very serious time, you know, for that incident, I believe. So that to me, like that, I guess that's one kind of parallel case, but everything in 2020 and even with Rittenhouse, it's hard to kind of compare it to anything. Like I've heard people compare it to, say, Trayvon Martin, who is an African-American 17-year-old who was pursued by a more or less self-appointed neighborhood watchman, George Zimmerman, because he thought that, oh, he looks suspicious to me. I'm going to go check, you know, I'm going to go do something about this, you know. And George Zimmerman got off for that. He killed Trayvon, and he got off on that. And I remember that case because I was actually the same age as Trayvon, and it, you know, there was a lot of rush to, you know, let's increase fear, kids wearing hoodies and things like that, you know. So there's this rush to try to character assassinate that person, but that didn't really seem to happen with Kyle. And even in the court, it seemed like his character was protected while the people who he killed, the victims, homicide victims, were their character was up to interpretation.
Right.
You know, the door was open.
Right.
So, you know, you can take that as it is. You know,
it's like I said, there's many layers to it.
Yeah. As far as prosecution versus the defense side, right? Just from an observer, what do you think as far as like the handling from the prosecution with their witnesses compared to the defense's handling of their side of witnesses? Like, where do you?
What do you mean exactly? You mean like how they chose to question them, or how they chose
Things that they were bringing up, with certain questions that Boehner was using. Do you think with certain witnesses that he was bringing up that he's proving his points that
proving the defense point, you mean, or proving
his own points that need to be in front of the jury, and then ultimately then attacking those witnesses, like trying to discredit the witness he just called.
There was some of there was some of that, and then other moments where it seemed like and I think you pointed this out too, where certain questions were asked in certain ways where you were like, oh, that should have been something the defense asked or whatnot, so there were certain moments like that, but there were also other moments like I mentioned earlier where witnesses were in the middle of testimony and conveniently now we need to have a break, and one of those was Detective Howard, when he mentioned that initially officers thought that there were 4 homicide victims. A minute and so many seconds after that, there's a break. And that was the first time that was mentioned. And of course, these breaks, and not just the actual breaks where the court clears out, but these kinds of trains of thought or pontification, like the judge just starts talking about something or
just random how's the temperature, and let me tell you the history of this, and there's a lot of weird stuff
or his windows, or
he complained about his broken windows, that they're still not fixed and they cost a lot of money while the jury was present,
and stuff like that. So while another time where testimony broke was when Anthony Huber's great aunt was talking about his character, basically who he was, how married he was to a skateboard, essentially, and essentially the last time she talked to him and the last time she saw him, and as they kind of got into really the meat of some of that, objections, break, and the judge actually said something like, there are different rules. There are different rules for this, and there's a lot of that at play. And once again, from the prosecution standpoint, I mean, the prosecution is in a weird place, are they not? Because the prosecution is of the state of Wisconsin, so is the city of Kenosha, thus the police department. And there's this, once again, this giant elephant in the room of what the police were allowed, what decisions the local law enforcement, not putting it in any particular agency, because there are many agencies there, but what local law enforcement did and didn't do. There's a lot of, which created a gestation pit for this kind of thing to happen. I do recall the one officer, I don't recall his name, but who was in the car that Rittenhouse walked up to, and he wouldn't really say what we all up until that moment seemed to understand what was said.
That was Krieger, I think it was, the blonde, where they asked about I think it was
in the passenger side. He was in the passenger side, not the driver's seat.
And they asked if Kyle did say, I just shot someone.
And he smiled and he said, like it's cute.
He pauses, he smiles.
Like it's cute. Right. And he says, he says something about a shooting.
Yeah.
That's one of those moments that puts the state in a weird place once again, because regardless of whatever happens at the trial, the litigation is not over, investigations are not over, and
right.
There's once again the giant elephant in the room that wasn't really allowed to get too deep into, and the prosecution tried,
certain times whenever there was, militia mentioned or, that kind of thing, it's like, hey, stop the video. Let's argue about whether or not we should just watch it with no sound. And once again, there's a lot of moving factors. It's interesting to behold for sure, but I don't think that it's going to be over with the trial and for sure.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. Do you think it's so? All right, so we have this moment where Finger is he's about to get his ass chewed out, right? He's sort of touching on Kyle's Fifth Amendment right, to remain silent through all of these things, and then he starts trying to question like previous acts, trying to get Kyle to talk about that CBS video. Do you think the judge was right in that situation on both those accounts?
To scream at the to scream at the prosecution.
To go all Emperor Palpatine on his ass.
Yeah. See, I think that kind of thing. I mean, I understand from one of the arguments that at least the judge and one of the defense lawyers was making is that the prosecution is very experienced, and the point they're trying to make is that he knows what he's doing. Like that was kind of their kind of thing. So I guess, credit for credit, devil's advocate with that of the emotion behind the judge saying, the forcefulness, you know what I mean? That being said, it is curious, once again, that character evidence against the people who were killed was allowed. And some of it, once again, is of questionable point, like specifically I'm thinking of the bipolar gap and but these kinds of evidences were not allowed. Kyle taking a picture, smiling with the shirt, free as fuck with the and you can disagree, some would say it's a proper simple, you can disagree with that, but there's a picture of him there, it doesn't appear to be.
Do you think that's relevant though with that incident at Buddy's Pub? Do you think that's relevant after the fact as opposed to state of mind prior?
I think that it's less relevant than state of mind prior, for sure.
Yeah.
I think that, basically, I think that it's less relevant than state of mind prior. But once again, it goes to these kinds of things of like, the prosecution trying to go after anything with Kyle's character, and there's like once again this discrepancy between what the defense is allowed to do and what the courts are open for the defense, and what happens when the prosecution still tries to kind of go into go through certain doors. You know what I mean? So going back to the CBS video and etc., I think that. Once again, it's one of those things that's hard to tell. Now, if the judge was a bit more composed in his lambasting, then maybe. But
I think that's my third favorite word, lambasting. We've heard kerfluffle.
Really?
We've heard Piccolo in
Piccolo.
When they were
like the Dragon Ball Z character.
I think so. They were trying to talk about pixels, and we got witnesses saying Piccolos, and then now we have lambasting. All right.
And then there was the thing about the zooming in, and I didn't see it, but I heard on that recording, recorded later, that you can't zoom in. We need an iPad expert in here to see if there's pixels being added and that kind of thing. It's like, once again, like these may be legitimate arguments to make, some of them more legitimate than others, but it's all falling against the prosecution, whereas the defense. There's moments where the judge is laughing and joking, and there's kind of like this kind of camaraderie almost. And once again, that's subjective, but it was very, very not just to many people across the world that the behavior of the judge towards the defense versus the behavior of the judge towards the prosecution in certain ways, and maybe at certain points the prosecution did kind of not overreach, but like kind of take a risky move that they maybe shouldn't have taken. But when you're out of options, you know, when you tried 9 options and option 10 is the only thing left, that's the one that might get you in trouble. What do? You know, some of these, I mean, who knows, I can't go into the mind of the prosecutor. Some of these things might be just to say certain things on record. You know?
Which we know both sides do. They say certain things. They know it's going to be objected, maybe even stricken.
But they just want to put on the
right.
record.
They need it heard.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the only thing. So it's hard to peer into lawyer strategy and lawyer speak. And like I said, giant elephant in the room is that nexus between, you know, the prosecution is of the state. The city of Kenosha and thus the police department, and the county, the sheriff's office, is of the state. And there's a lot of lingering questions about what was allowed to happen and not allowed to happen on the ground.
Right.
Especially on the 25th. And that's why you get moments like that officer kind of smiling. And actually, after that happened, I talked to my colleague Henry, who I worked with at the Examiner. He wrote the article that we wrote, where we got a lot of open records requests and text messages and stuff from the Kenosha PD from those nights. And, Henry mentioned, one of those text messages that we got was actually sent by that cop. He's the one who was kind of texting about, hey, I'm going back to a war zone, kind of thing. Just an interesting facet.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so we've talked about a little bit about the trial, some of the proceedings. Before we move on, where do you think, come Monday, the jury's going to be sent to go deliberate, based off watching whatever you've seen of the trial and reading other reports and things like that? What do you think is about to happen?
I have no clue. In terms of the verdict,
yeah,
I have no clue. I have no clue what's going to happen. I think that, he could be, there's a slew of things that could happen at this point, especially with all like the actions, both from the judge and I think also things that the defense were accusing the prosecution of calling for mistrial and stuff. There's a lot, there's different avenues where, either him getting acquitted or just mistrial, there's also reduced sentence. He can be found guilty of one thing, but not the other. And then for the one thing he is found guilty of, who knows? Maybe they'll put him on an ankle bracelet, say house arrest or something, maybe 10 years probation. Who knows? You know what I mean? But it may not be what people want, him going to prison. Some people at least. So it's really hard to kind of tell. It's really hard to kind of tell. And in terms of what other people's actions, even that's hard to tell. I mean, it's Wisconsin right now. It is late, it's cold outside. When the Jacob Blake decision happened back in January, there weren't people like there were people in the streets protesting, but there wasn't any it wasn't like in late August,
Yeah,
so, I mean,
right.
In terms of that kind of thing, I don't think that much of that. I think that people are, there may be a curfew. There'll probably be guard and stuff around. The feds will probably be around in their capacity. And people are most likely still going to be there, still protesting and on both sides. But in terms of anything like August, hopefully not. Probably not. But in terms of the actual case, there's a multitude of things that can happen.
Yeah.
And like I said, he can get, the jury could surprise a lot of people and convict on certain things they didn't expect him to convict of. It's hard to tell. But there's questions of the jury. Obviously, the one juror had to be removed for making an inappropriate joke about Jacob Blake, allegedly because he wouldn't repeat it in public when offered the chance by the judge. And I watch Democracy Now! Pretty regularly, and Amy Goodman, the host of that show, brought up, that juror was removed, but how did they get on the jury in the first place? Especially when there's only, there aren't. lot of reporting said there was only one person of color on that jury, similar to the Ahmaud Arbery trial in Georgia, you know?
Right.
And then, of course, another juror had to get removed for pregnancy issues. So it came down to an even number, you know? So it's like, it's hard to peer into the mind of the jury, see where their starting point is. It's really anything, you know, anything could happen with that.
Right, right.
Another aspect of it too is, I mean, who knows? I don't know if this will play in the mind. I was 17 when that happened, and the state of Wisconsin can be really weird when it comes to 17-year-olds. Whether or not, you know, sometimes they treat them as kids, sometimes they treat them as adults. That could play in a factor of like what happens to him. Wow.
Yeah, we do definitely live in a weird state. And I was even saying recently on one of my streams where, let's just say he is found guilty. There's a few options even with that could happen, where if he's found guilty, you know, he goes to prison. Or there's he's found guilty, has a prison sentence, but then it's stayed. Yeah. You know, or they could even do, and then you like immediately start your probation. And then if you fuck up on probation, you automatically go. Or there's a withheld sentence where there's really not a prison sentence given. You're immediately starting a probation term. And then if you fuck up on probation, you go back in front of the judge. And then that's weird too, where you go back in front of the judge, and even at that point, the judge could say, okay, I'm going to give you one more chance. And then you're still, and we've seen judges here in Wisconsin where they're giving chance after chance to certain people, and they don't end up going to prison. You know, or the jury comes back and says he's guilty, and Schroeder has the almighty power to reverse the jury's decision and say, nope, I don't think that the evidence, you know, preponderance of evidence was beyond reasonable doubt, and he's innocent.
Which will put him on the spot even more.
Way more than he already is.
And then that depends on whatever career trajectory he may, whatever aspirations he may have, because aren't judges elected?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, whatever he may have. And then also, regardless of whatever happens Monday, there's appeals court, right?
Right.
So regardless of whatever happens, one side or the other is going to go to appeals, right?
Immediately.
Right. So
yeah. So if Kyle's found guilty, we already know he's gonna his defense team is definitely filing an appeal.
And then does that go to the same judge? Does that go to a different judge? You know?
Yeah, and then like we've talked about with different biases and some weird things that seem like maybe there might have been some procedural misconduct by the judge, the defense, the prosecution. You know, are those grounds for things to kick this case back?
Are they grounds, or is it just that the world is looking at this and looking at every little thing?
Everything. Yeah.
Because I brought up the judge's ringtone.
So did I. Put a video out.
I brought it up to my colleagues. One of my colleagues, he knows courts better than I do, and him and an older colleague of ours was like, you know, that's a really common song, and yeah, it was used at a Trump rally, but it's kind of a cliche, burnt out song. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
yeah, for sure.
Someone, a Kenosha journalist tweeted that I've been covering Kenosha court for a long time. He's always had that ringtone. You know, so it's like,
yeah, and I'm sure
what's grasping for, not grasping for straws, but like the world is watching every little thing, every little action.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he just got. There's a big thing going around about Schroeder making the kind of poor taste joke about the Asian food.
Right. That thing. Yeah,
that's all going around.
You know, like the low key off the boat joke.
Right.
Yeah, that's what, for people who don't understand, that's what it's just.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. You know what I mean?
There is a lot of nitpicking. I did post a thing about the ringtone. I thought it's you know, we already know. You know, I'm from Kenosha, so I already know Schroeder's politics, and but it just here's the reason.
Now there's stuff coming up. I'm sorry to interrupt, but then there's stuff coming out about, like, on social media, like, oh, the celebrity who bailed.
Yeah, Ricky Schroeder is related to Judge Schroeder. That's false.
Yeah, it's
that's
like
rhetoric.
Yeah, as soon as I brought it to my colleagues, because it's like it's not like, hey guys, look at this. It's like, hey, something else to be aware of. And like, and they said, bro, that's a really common name.
Right. Right. Sure. Yeah, I just got something else with somebody of importance with all of this, whose last name is also Schroeder. So, you know, there was there was some rhetoric going around in the very beginning that Rittenhouse's dad was a Kenosha police officer. There was an officer Rittenhouse. That was all rhetoric. Yeah, so, you know, but it's interesting to find out, you know, and I don't know if we ever will, where this whole thing about Ricky Schroeder being related to Judge Schroeder, who's actually putting that out? Is that sort of our side of things that is putting out a rhetoric, or is that where we've caught multiple times where the right is putting out rhetoric to make it look like it's, you know, protest side that's putting this out to kind of divide and clash, and it's just, but either way,
Trolls
it's
or
just all bullshit.
whatever. Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
it's just stupid.
Exactly.
So, but yeah, I did the ringtone thing. Not really to draw attention, like, oh, look at this fucking Trump supporting fuck. It was more so where, like, how you were talking about with the constant interruptions and
Convenient stuff.
convenient things where
Too
it's
many
like
coincidences.
underhanded comments to the jury. You know what I mean? And that's why I put it out. That was my intention.
It's just like one more thing to add to the bucket of weird stuff that's happened in the middle of the trial at convenient times.
Right.
That may or may not mean anything, you know?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we mentioned Detective Howard on the stand, and Detective Howard mentions, you know, they're investigating, or they were investigating 4 homicides. So, you know, if you remember, I put out a couple of articles on the Never.Stop.Voices website. So we released the Kenosha scanner, and on the scanner, we hear a 4th victim walks into KMH. And then there's some other, you know, chatter about, you know, 4th victim. And then through all these open records requests that, you know, all of us are filing and whatnot, then, you know, I received a Waukesha document from Waukesha Police Department that they also talk about a 4th victim. We released, you know, an article about that. KPD calls me, Joseph Noslick, right? Kind of chastises me a bit on the phone.
Record all that.
It's all recorded. Yeah. They recorded it. I recorded it. And then directly after that, I released a second follow-up article, which released the U.S. Marshal document that I received through an open records request. Which that document is pretty intriguing, because not only does it talk about a 4th victim, it talks about an ongoing gun battle that was never publicly talked about. I kept releasing this stuff, talking about it. Nobody else was. And we have police officers that are now testifying that there was a gun battle between, you know, armed protesters or rioter people versus militia.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Noslick's argument to you on the phone was basically that there's a lot of chaos happening, a lot of bad information, and of course there were call-outs that went out that weren't entirely. That's essentially what he was arguing to you, right?
Yeah, well, it wasn't not that accurate, but that it was just untrue, all of it completely. And we even really specified, like, look, there is a 4th person. We don't know, because Waukesha is saying 4 people were shot. They didn't know the outcome. U.S. Marshals are saying 3 people were deceased, but 1 was critically injured, which we obviously know to be Gage. Medical examiner's office is not releasing any fucking information. KPD is obviously not releasing anything. You know, they just chastised me. And then they put out this press release calling me a conspiracy theorist and just trying to stoke the flames in Kenosha.
That you were trying to stoke.
That I was trying to stoke, yeah. Oh, just from a journalist standpoint, before we kind of touch more on the 4th victim thing, as far as Kenosha putting out a press release about an independent journalist, what are your thoughts about that? Have you ever seen law enforcement put out releases with media in general, let alone
like singling out specific media by name?
Yeah.
No, I mean, the only time I've ever heard of anything like that, man, you ever see Dirty Wars, that documentary?
Yeah.
You've seen it?
Yeah.
So for people who don't know, Dirty Wars is a documentary from 2013, I think, where the main character essentially is the journalist Jeremy Scahill, who we went to the same high school. And I didn't know him. He's much older than me, but we did both go to Tosees. Anyways, it's about special forces and raids and all that and the war on terror. But there's a scene in Dirty Wars where there's a journalist named Jerome Starkey who was following the Trans Navy SEAL raid, which NATO was putting out press releases basically saying that, like, you know, it was Afghan, you know, Taliban did it and they did it to their own family kind of thing. And he happened to be there when to talk to the family members, and then up comes this convoy of like many Afghan soldiers and officers, and amongst them is this tall white man, U.S. military. His uniform, Jerome recalled, looked like U.S. Marines, but it said U.S. Navy on his lapel. Doesn't make sense. He has other patches and insignias that don't make sense. People didn't know what that was at the time. And this guy, who's the commander of the Special Operations Unit, American unit, came to personally apologize to the family. And Jerome took pictures. So that's how you prove that happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
But prior to that, you know, like Jerome was singled out by NATO, singled out specifically in press releases. They called him a liar. They said the information wasn't accurate. And then after the pictures came out, they had to reverse that, you know, and say, actually, it was Americans who did it and we got the story wrong and all that kind of stuff. So that is literally the only time that I've ever heard of, like, in that particular way, you know what I mean? Of like a journalist being singled out so specifically.
Yeah.
And granted, it's not like Never.Stop has staff. It's just you, right? So I get that, but so specifically and then called and discredited for following string. It's not like you were making things up. You were following a document trail because you were out on the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
You know, during that night, you were listening to the scanner and you heard that, and then you did the work to go back and find that scanner, and then you went from there.
Yeah, I did
You know,
like
so
a year's worth of work trying to establish what was going on.
So it's not like you were just making things up, you know. So it's like the thing is you know, is that like it's incredibly rare for a journalist to be publicly singled out so specifically.
Yeah.
Because just one press release like that can ruin your career forever, you know. Now what I will say is that it is, and I've said this before, it is, you know, freelancers and independent media are easy targets, you know, for all kinds of things, for all kinds of, not just from the police or, you know, stuff, but just in general, you know, they don't have large companies backing them, and even at the Examiner, like we're part of a larger network, but some departments or individuals may not understand that, so then they may try to, you know, do certain things as if thinking that, oh, he's independent media and it's okay to do certain things to him. You know what I mean?
Right.
Long story short is that independent media are always easy targets for this kind of thing because there's a perception that they're off on their own. And all you have to do is scare them, you know, or make them uncomfortable, or just convince everyone else that they're full of crap.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
Because there is a lot of bunk information out there about everything, about health, about everything.
Right.
So,
right. Do you think their little press release scared me off?
It doesn't appear to have.
No.
It seems to have. I don't even know if it made you particularly angry. Maybe at first, I'm not sure. You tell us. Did it make you angry? Did it?
My first reaction is everyone started messaging me.
What was your first reaction?
My first reaction was these motherfuckers, bro. That was my first reaction. And then I kind of chuckled. I did get a little pissed off about it.
Was there any warning? Was there any like call from Naslik saying, Kevin, I'm sorry for
No, not like not like I call him and warn him like, hey bro, I'm about to put this fucking article out. Like, do you want to respond on this? Like even the US Marshal document, he claims he had never seen it. And I said, hey, I'm gonna release this article. We have this backup document, you know, whatever. And he's like, can you email it to me? I've never seen it, right? So this whole battle, and I don't know if it's a battle of this particular battle in this giant war with me and Kenosha, but this battle with me and Naslik where we're just consistently kind of going at each other. Yeah, battle of wits. It's a chess game. You know what I mean? We've definitely taken each other's, main pieces off the board. We release all this stuff, whatever, and it's fun playing chess with Naslik. I'll admit that. But one thing that I never really thought about until we are watching the trial and we're bringing up each of the counts that are against Rittenhouse. So the fourth victim is Jump Kick Man.
So-called Jump Kick Man.
Right. So, like that right there, even the state is supporting it. The police who took the statements are supporting a fourth victim. So essentially he is, and maybe victim is a strong word.
Or maybe maybe it's loaded in the sense of like we don't necessarily know what happened to that person afterwards.
Right, and that's the thing is we
But
don't.
we do
And
know
there's
that shots were directed at his direction.
right, so he would be the fourth individual. So I didn't think about this, and then we have Detective Howard that is on the stand, and he says something about a fourth person. Again, a little bit of misinformation, confusion. Is it a homicide? We didn't know. We're looking into this. We're all following this trail. But I was the only one outside of law enforcement that was following this trail of, well, who the fuck is this person? Who is this fourth person that all these documents are mentioning? And then you put out a recent article, which I'll share here in the stream. Remember which one it's called?
What, the unease one?
Yeah, is that what it is? The unease.
The unease.
This one here. So I'll share this article with you guys. You can read it in full, but if you want to kind of explain like what you were writing in here, and then you also mentioned the fourth victim. Kenosha News wrote it, an article. I shared my article, all of that stuff. Like, tell us a little bit about this.
So with that piece, I wrote that after like the first, after that first Friday of the trial, and like that first into the first week of trial, you know what I mean?
Right.
And the article it talks to someone named Kyle Johnson, who's a Kenosha resident and a local Kenosha organizer with Black Leaders Organized Communities, or BLOC. And one thing that he pointed out, kind of like what I was alluding to in my jumbled words earlier, about kind of like the things of some of the onlookers in the community, So it's kind of twofold, regardless of how you feel about the actual merits of each case and the events and stuff, it's twofold because you have on the one hand, you have the shooting of Jacob Blake, where, no charges against the officer, nothing, no discipline against the officer except for losing his gun, or having the gun stolen from his car, or, that situation, like nothing, basically the system says nothing was wrong with the Jacob Blake shooting. It goes up to the Justice Department, closes, the review closes, there's no problem here. You know what I mean? So there's that half of it, and then the armed civilian part of it, there's this angst and this unease because people are seeing once again how certain evidence is being allowed and other evidence isn't. How even with those prerequisites being set, the judge during the trial is doing certain things that just feels, makes people feel some type of way, frankly.
Right.
And it makes them question his motivation, even though he's constantly talking about maintaining public confidence in the trial and its decision. So it's like a double. Kyle was explaining that it was a double whammy. That you have the police side of it, which is ruled okay, and then you could possibly have the armed civilian side of it, which could possibly be ruled as could result in no conviction, and that's a double whammy. That's a hard thing to live with,
Right.
Similar to the Trayvon Martin thing, when Trayvon Martin was killed, I was 17, just like him, and I was getting, I couldn't leave my house in Wauwatosa without someone calling and saying he looked suspicious, come check him out. You know, when Trayvon Martin happened and George Zimmerman gets off, it feels like now that person, whoever that person is empowered to come and kill me if they wanted to. You know, if they see that kid walking down the street that they think is suspicious, all of a sudden, this guy got off, so why can't I? You know, it puts that fear in you. You know, so there's that aspect of it that some people may be able to understand, some people may not be able to understand it, and I get that.
Right.
And then I did mention the fourth victim thing because I come out of the independent media community. I know how difficult it is and how you can be seen as an easy target, and it being in journalism. And it was worth mentioning. I thought that it was worth mentioning that there is a independent journalist who was following this string, pulling together various different kinds of evidence to just follow the string and to follow the question of was there a fourth victim, and if so, what? You know, just asking the question, and just for asking the question, you got a press release publicly blasted. Now, you know, obviously, you know, I was put on a protester list. We didn't figure that out until months later. I wasn't publicly attacked like that. My name isn't in any press releases or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, so that's worthwhile that this independent journalist with who's doing work was shamed publicly, and now you have on the stand that this very question is now being re-explored. You know, so those are some of the things kind of touched on in that article. And also that article mentions some things we've already talked about, certain specific times that the judge called for breaks and stuff like that, which a minute and so many seconds after Detective Howard first mentions that law enforcement were initially under the impression that there were 4 homicide victims, a minute and so many seconds later, hey, break time, see you again in 45.
Right. So it makes it all very suspicious. It makes it like we're hiding something. But again, the reckless endangering safety for the unidentified male that we know is Jump Kick Man. You know, and again, maybe victim is a strong word, but he is the fourth person
involved in
the whole thing.
Yeah.
So when it's written in the that this is the fourth person, and then I'm putting out documents about, again, there is a fourth person. These are what law enforcement are saying about these things, and then it'd be publicly blasted on it. It's just
in that particular way where you're being discredited and called dangerous, essentially.
Yeah.
That what you're putting out is dangerous.
Right.
Which I can understand the Kenosha Police Department's point of view if they don't want another situation like that to play out, and they may be concerned about anything like that, you know.
But how much rhetoric has mainstream media, corporate media put out there false? And even Schroeder brings it up, where his total disdain with the media. But we've seen that where both sides of media, right, have literally just put out absolute fucking rhetoric. And did Kenosha put any press releases about those things? You know what I mean? It's like, you're not doing it for that, but you want to come and target me.
Like I said, independent journalists are easy targets. Now, is it wise to target them? No. I mean, we have a First Amendment for a reason. You know, I mean, we have a First Amendment and a free press for a reason.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it once again, it was incredible to see that. And I thought that for my article, it was worth mentioning that this detective is testifying to certain details of this whole fourth victim angle, which this journalist was attacked for publicly, specifically by name. You know? And
I got a lot of harassment and threats over that.
Over that?
Yeah. Yeah. So they put my safety in danger with that. You know, but
so, you know, it's exceedingly rare for that kind of thing to happen.
Yeah, and that's what when the Kenosha News interviewed me, you know, they had said the same thing. It's very unprecedented. Like we've not.
Yes, the jury's coming in. Please remain seated, silent in the gallery, please. All right, the jury's back. Welcome back, everybody. We'll swear in the witness. Sir, if you can stand and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated, state your full name, spell your first name.
Lorenzo Hernandez Jr., Lorenzo Hernandez Jr.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Robert. Officer Hernandez, are you a Milwaukee police officer?
Yes,
And how long have you been a police officer for?
approximately 4 years.
Approximately 4 years?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, any other police experience?
No.
Okay, and what are your duties as a police officer for Milwaukee Police Department?
I'm a patrol officer at District 1.
Okay, and can you give us a brief overview of what your duties are typically?
Typically, patrol the streets, call assistant calls for the cities that citizens place.
Okay. What are some specific tasks that you may have when it comes to investigations of crime scenes?
We'll respond there. Your first officers will respond to the scene, secure the scene, identify witnesses, identify victims.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to September 22nd of 2020. Are you familiar specifically with what case we're referring to in relation to that date?
Yes.
Okay, and is that the case involving the shooting of Jason Clearman?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us briefly what's your recollection of being dispatched to the scene there that evening?
Yes, sir. So at approximately 8:07 p.m., I was dispatched. I was working with Officer Wilbur, Zachariah Wilbur. We were dispatched to a shooting in the area of Brady Street and Van Buren. We responded to the area of the scene, and we saturated the area in the area of the 1700 block on Water Street.
Okay.
In attempts to locate a suspect.
All right. Did you have any other responsibilities at that time?
After we checked the area in the 1700 block of Water Street, we went back to the scene on Brady Street and Van Buren. And the sergeant at the time instructed us to do a canvass for video surveillance on East Brady Street.
Okay, and was that sergeant, is it pronounced Gerke?
Sergeant Gerke, correct.
Okay, and that's spelled G-A-U-E-R-K-E, correct?
I believe it's G-U-E-R-K-E.
Okay. All right, so Sergeant Gerke had given you an assignment. Is that what you're basically telling us?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the assignment specifically?
To locate video surveillance in the area.
Okay, and how many, well, let me show you what's marked as Exhibit D5, officer. So you mentioned the area. Is this the area that you're referring to, the general area that you were supposed to canvass on September 22nd, 2020?
That is correct.
Okay, so would you agree that this is Brady Street right here?
Yes.
And then as far as Holton, that is right here at the intersection. We have an X marked between Brady and Holton Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the canvass, I believe you stated, was to proceed eastward on Brady Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was for how many blocks? Do you remember?
I I have indicated on the, in my reports of where the video surveillance was, we were looking for video cameras in that area.
Okay,
So,
would it refresh your recollection to review your report?
yes, I have it.
You have a copy of it? Okay, go ahead.
So I believe the furthest east is possibly either Regano's on 1004 East Brady Street or Glorioso's. So
Okay, well, let me ask you another question about that, officer. So,
yes,
was your task to canvass an area of 4 blocks from Holton to Humboldt Avenue along Brady Street?
can you ask that question again?
Was the task specifically to go 4 blocks from Holton to Humboldt looking for any surveillance videos?
It wasn't specific to Humboldt. It was to canvas east on Brady Street to look for video surveillance.
Okay, well, would you agree that in your report you indicated that you checked from east of the scene from North Holton to North Humboldt Avenue?
That's correct.
Okay, so it was in fact 4 blocks approximately from Holton to Humboldt. Is that correct?
That's about accurate.
Okay. All right. Now, Council, could you switch? Okay, and officer, I'm going to show you exhibits D26 first. Now, this is that same area, would you agree, that we just saw on that large poster board?
Yes.
Pretty much, I mean, fairly accurate representation, just condensed in this exhibit. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 27. Could you describe for us the roads that are depicted here in respect to the area that we were just talking about?
I don't understand your question.
Let me rephrase. Bad question. So do you see that we have Holton Street right here in the intersection of Brady?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, I'm going to mark that with a circle. Would you agree that that's the intersection there?
Yes.
Okay, and then going, if I were to go 2 blocks, I would get to, the first block I'd get to is Cass Street. Would you agree that it's right here if I were to place a square?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the intersection of Cass and Brady. And then a second block would be to Marshall Street, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your assignment was to go, would it be fair to say you stopped at around Glorioso's at 1011 East Brady Street that day? As part of your canvas, that is.
For video surveillance, correct.
Okay. And so Glorioso's, that's about 3 blocks east on Brady. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit D28. Now, does that show in the context of what I just shown you, okay? Hold on, let me back up a second. So, D26, this is the area on Brady of those 4 blocks between Holton and Humboldt, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then if we break it up, D27 is the first 2 blocks along Brady, and then D28, would you agree, is the second 2 blocks on Brady. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And now, are you able to see the numbers on that map?
Yes.
Okay. So, going back to D27. You said you were able to canvass an area, would you agree, from 709 East Brady all the way to 1011 East Brady? Is that right?
That's about right. Yes.
Okay. So 709 East Brady. Do you see a 706 and a 708 right here? Where I place my pen?
Yes.
Okay, I know it's very difficult to see that, but are you able to see that from where you're at?
Yes.
All right, and then you proceeded eastbound on Brady, and you went past Marshall Street, right?
Yes, I believe to, yes.
Okay, now officer, this is a small little exercise for you, but would you be able to mark off some of the locations, if you were to come up here and mark off the locations or circle them that you had actually checked for video?
Yes, in reference to my report, I would be able to do that, yes.
Okay, can you do that along these two maps here?
You want to approach you?
Yes.
Counsel, he doesn't approach council table.
Restriction that we have, I can have him point it out on the map then.
Bring it up, have him do it here, or point it out on the map.
Sure. All right, so little exercise for you, officer. If you could circle all the buildings that you had actually conducted, trying to actually retrieve video surveillance from.
I didn't retrieve any video surveillance. I indicated in my report addresses where I observed the video surveillance.
Okay. All right, well, let me rephrase that. Where you noticed video cameras or any sort of recording device, and you documented that in your report. If you could mark those locations on both of those maps.
Can I reference my report?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
All right, you're finished, officer?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, everyone, for your patience. Okay, so you marked D27 and
Circle
D28.
that initial.
You circled an initial each one.
Yes, sir.
Now, with D27, can you explain to us the locations that you had observed surveillance cameras at?
So at East Brady Street in Holton, there was a pole camera there. So I documented that. Glorioso's 1011 East Brady Street, documented that. In my report, I have it on the west side of the building, facing Brady Street. Camera 2 on the north side of the building, also facing Brady Street. Casa Blanca, 728 East Brady Street. The camera is at the front entrance, facing towards the sidewalk area. There's a Ring doorbell, 830 East Brady Street, and also 902 East Brady Street. Restaurant Dynamite, 932 East Brady Street. There's camera facing the front entrance only. And Regano's at the restaurant, 1004 East Brady Street. And also 1010 East Brady Street. Those are the video surveillance, or cameras.
Okay.
At the locations.
Okay, thank you. So we're looking at D27, and then, so some of those locations you had named are marked on that map, and then the rest are on D28, is that correct?
That's correct.
And just to recap, the task was to find all cameras until you got to Humboldt, right?
It wasn't a specific area to like to Humboldt or to an address, to a location. It was in the area.
Okay, but you noticed a lot of cameras that were along Brady Street, and you noted down the establishments that they were at, right?
Yes, sir.
And then, to your knowledge, well, let me ask you specifically, officer, did you actually follow up, or were you or let me back up 1 second, strike that. Were you given up a follow-up assignment of actually locating or retrieving cameras from each of these locations?
To retrieve the video surveillance? No, sir.
Okay. Your task was just to note them. Do you know if any other officer had followed up with some of these locations that are beyond, let me be a little more specific here, that are beyond let's say Astor Street?
That'd be the question for the Detective Bureau. They took over this investigation.
Okay. So, to your knowledge, you're not sure if cameras beyond Astor Street were checked. What about Marshall Street?
Your Honor asked an answer. He says he doesn't know.
He said he didn't know. Sustained.
I asked him as to Astor Street, Judge. I'm just asking if that's the same as to Marshall Street and beyond as well.
Fine, but counsel, between this witness and all the other witnesses, we've made the point. The jury gets the point. It is time to move on, and we are going to move on.
Okay. Just want you to confirm, officer.
Answer if you can, officer.
Can you repeat your question?
Do you know, from your own knowledge, if any videos were followed up beyond Marshall Street going east on Brady?
Detective Bureau arrived on scene and took over this investigation, so I do not have knowledge of that.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. Do you know if there was a pole camera that you observed on the intersection of Brady and Humboldt?
Brady Street in Holton, there was a pole cam.
Right, that was the one that you did observe, and to your knowledge, the incident in this case was captured from that pole camera, right?
I'm not sure if it was captured.
Okay.
I notated that there was a camera there.
But as far as Humboldt and Brady, do you know?
No.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with Brady Street?
I'm semi-familiar with Brady Street.
Okay. I mean, besides on September 22nd, 2020, have you been there as a police officer before?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do this, can we have a sidebar?
Yes, but I said last week, I'm tiring of the sidebars. I'm getting no less tired of them. I had a conversation with the attorney. The objection from the state's being sustained. The photo that the defense potentially wanted to use is not being shown. It's not relevant. We can make an additional record later. Let's ask questions and then let's move on.
Okay. Now, just a couple more follow-up questions, officer. So with regard to Glorioso, you indicated that you had seen two cameras, one facing west side of the building and the other north side, right?
West side and north side, correct.
Say that again, officer. What was the answer?
The west side of the building and the north side of the building, sir.
And I believe you said that both of those face Brady Street, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I have nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. Hang on. Cross.
Officer, you went down the street attempting to see if you could see any cameras, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not any of those cameras were working?
I never got to view the video surveillance.
So, are there some times where there could be a camera on a building and it's not working?
Yes.
Okay. Additionally, you stated that you went to Dynamite and it had a camera and that was covering only the door, is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Only the front entrance?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you go in there by checking inside the restaurant or just looking at the camera?
Notating cameras.
So you looked up at the camera and it was basically not at the street, but at the door?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Additionally, did you go and check with any of the people that may have had a Ring doorbell?
I notated that there's a Ring doorbell in the area in my report, yes.
Do you remember actually, in fact, knocking on a door of one of the addresses you just talked about and trying to see if she had any recordings?
My task was to notate video surveillance in the area for future follow-up.
United States Exhibit number 83, currently in the big screen, and it's going to be coming up here in a little bit. I have Officer Lorenzo Hernandez, correct?
Yes.
Okay. JR6, currently fired up on the computer, if it eventually itself. Come on. There we go. And if we are looking here, just going back a little bit, and let's say starting at 1 minute and 4 seconds into the recording, was 8:30 one of the addresses you took a look at?
Yes.
Okay, and as we can see, that's a Ring doorbell, right?
Yes, in the video.
And on the video, we can actually see, you did more than just note it, didn't you? We got someone coming to the door.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to play from this portion at 1 minute and 6 seconds.
What exhibit is it again?
83, Your Honor, I apologize.
83.
Pausing at 1 minute and 13 seconds. We actually hear you say, sorry to bother you again, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you've been there once. Now you're coming back for a reason, right?
Correct.
Okay. Playing from 1 minute and 13 seconds into the recording.
Okay, that's okay. When you get video, like when it records, how far out does it record? Is it recording every person that walks by?
I have it set just to like this front area, but it goes off every time the bus comes through.
Okay.
So
does it actively record, or do you only get live view?
yeah, so I only get live view.
Okay.
Pausing at 1 minute and 47 seconds. So just so we're clear, we can see that you actually did follow up to see if you could get any video recording, at least from this one Ring video.
So this is my body camera, is that correct?
Yeah.
So I believe it was Officer Wilbur that said, so we're here to speak with you.
Hang on, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Take your time, and you use your alter voice, speak, go ahead.
I believe it was Officer Wilbur that said, we're here to speak with you again. So I'm not sure if he may have made contact with the individual, or I don't recall if I was the individual that walked up to that door and knocked on that door. So it may have been Officer Wilbur, correct?
So at least what we have here, though, is both you and your partner checking up to see if maybe there was a recording, right?
Correct.
They don't have a recording at this Ring video, correct?
I believe she said it did not record.
It did not record. Your Honor, the state would move that portion of this video in evidence.
Received.
Nothing else, thank you.
Anything else from the defense?
Just a little bit. Officer Hernandez, you said that was actually the body camera of your partner, Officer Wilbur?
No.
That
That was my body camera.
But he was the one who was speaking on that clip that we saw?
So based on watching that clip, he stated that, I'm sorry, we have to come and speak with you again. So I believe he was the individual who may have knocked on there in the first, like, initially. So based on just watching that brief clip, I probably went up there with him again. So
you guys did a thorough job with your task in terms of going down and noting all the locations, right, that were there on Brady Street going from Holton to Humboldt. You would agree with that, right?
what is your question? I'm sorry, can you rephrase?
My question is, you did what you were supposed to do as part of your task, and then you handed, after noting.
Objection, leading.
Sustained, it's your witness. But let's get to the point. Again, we are really beating this dead horse over and over and over.
Okay.
And I'm tired of the beatings going on.
Just two more questions, really briefly then, Judge. 830 East Brady. Can you confirm that it is basically west of Marshall Street?
It would be west of Marshall Street.
Can you point that out to us just by going up there?
Sure. I I can't make these out.
Sir, why don't you have a seat again and answer the question, please, or make that statement, please?
Okay, is that 8:30?
Can't make the numbers out. Could you bring those up to me
Yeah.
again?
Do you see 830 East Brady Street marked there, officer?
That'd be approximately in that area.
Okay, so it's slightly east of Casablanca, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay, and it's not near Dynamite or Glorioso's, right? It's maybe at least a block or a block and a half from those locations. Is that fair to say?
So the 830 would be west from the 1011.
Right,
East Brady.
so going back to D26, .830 East Brady Street would be right around here, right where I'm pointing, which is labeled near the Sherwin-Williams paint store.
On your diagram, some of the addresses are not notated, so I had to approximate in that area based on the cross street, or correction, based on the cross numbers that were there on your diagram.
Okay. And after you made all these notations, as you said, you then forward this over to the detectives, and that was the end of your responsibilities as to the cameras, right?
To my recollection, yes.
All right, thank you, nothing further.
Cross? No. All right, you can step down, officer. Thank you. Next witness?
Stephanie Trotter.
Fine.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated, state your full name, spelling first and last for the record.
Stephanie Trotter, Stephanie, Trotter, Trotter.
Good afternoon, Ms. Trotter.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the members of the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a CNA. I've been a CNA since about 2014, but I've been in healthcare since 2008.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask if you could just, when you speak, just speak a little closer.
Okay, sure.
The mic, just make sure we're catching. If you don't mind repeating.
So I'm a CNA, a certified nursing assistant. I've been doing that since about 2014, but I've been in healthcare since 2008.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you been married?
3 years, and I've been with my husband for 19 years.
Okay. And do you have kids?
Yes, I do, 6, and 2 grandchildren.
Okay. All right. Now, I want to bring your attention now to events that might have taken place on September 22nd of 2020.
Yes.
Does that date stand out to you for any reason?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we just want to kind of just start back. Well, let's go here. Do you remember an incident that occurred on Brady Street or around that vicinity on or about September 22nd of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just tell us who was with you on that evening?
So that evening, it would have been me, my husband, and my 7-year-old and my 2-year-old. He's 2 now, and he was 6 then.
Okay. And
the 7-year-old was 6 at the time, and then the 2-year-old was 1 at the time. So just 2 of the children was with me and my husband.
And if you could tell the members of the jury, where were you coming from on that evening?
That evening, if I'm not mistaken, we were coming from Walgreens on Brady Street. But I'm not 100% sure because we live in that area, so I can't really tell where we were coming from that night.
Okay. All right. Now, on the night of September 22nd, 2020, did anything stand out to you as you were coming along or traveling in that vicinity?
Yes.
And what kind of car were you operating on that evening?
At the time, we had a 2012 Chevy Trailblazer.
Okay. We now could present what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 15. 25.
Madam Clerk, can we have the evidence control, please?
That's me that has that.
Oh, Judge,
Go ahead.
thank you.
Okay. Now, Ms. Trotter, is this the vicinity that you recall being on the evening of September 22nd of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to, play parts of this video, and I would like to you to inform the members of the jury where and if you see your vehicle arrive in frame in this video. So, counsel, if you can jump to approximately 30 seconds or so. Oh, stop right there. Okay.
He went kind of fast.
Hang on. Yes, ask a question.
Okay, counsel, if you wouldn't mind backing up maybe 10 seconds. Okay, go for it.
Shall I play it?
Yes.
Playing at 20.8.
Okay, can you stop right there, please? So, Ms. Trotter, are you identifying this red SUV as the vehicle you were operating on September 22nd of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could continue?
Playing at 35.6.
And stop right there.
Stopping at 40.4.
Now, at this point, did anything come to your attention at the time you were driving by at this specific frame?
Yes.
And what is that?
While my husband was driving, I was on the passenger side. When I looked to the right, it looked like a woman was maybe in distress or something was going on.
Okay. And what did you do next?
So I was looking in the mirror as we kept driving, and I just told my husband, I think something's wrong. You should turn around.
Okay. And if you could continue, counsel?
Playing at 40.4.
So is that you hitting your brake lights at this point?
That's my husband, yes.
Okay.
Stopped at 46.3.
Okay, you can continue.
Replaying.
And is that you taking a U-turn at this point?
That's my husband taking a U-turn, yes.
All right, and you're taking another U-turn, and What's happening at this time if you stop, counsel?
At this time, I see, like I said, I saw a woman, she was standing there, and from the way it looked, she was like in distress or something was going on, so I had my husband turn around just so I could see if it was something I could help with.
Okay. Counsel, continue, please.
Playing at 112.5.
And you stop right there, please. And what are we seeing occurring at the time that you pull, your husband pulls aside what has been identified now as Ms. Clearman?
I believe at that time I left the window down and I asked her, was she okay?
Okay. All right, and counsel, if you could continue playing the last part of this video.
Playing at 120.8. Said playing at 120.8. Online.
Okay. Now, Strider, I'm not going to be asking you questions that occurred after this video that's not captured on video.
Okay.
I want you to explain to the members of the jury, as your vehicle pulls up, you just indicated that you let your window down, correct?
That's correct.
And explain to the members of the jury what was said or what transpired up to that point.
I let the window down. The woman, she was like screaming and hollering. I asked her, was she okay? She said, no, someone just shot my fucking husband. So I stepped out the vehicle. My husband pulled in front of her vehicle and parked, and I approached her.
Okay. And did you observe anything else with Ms. Clearman at the time that you approached her?
I could remember just standing there asking her, did you call 911? She said no. So I began to call 911. She stayed on the phone, and I talked back. I asked her the questions that the 911 operator was asking me, and then that's pretty much.
Okay, I want to stop real quick. You said somebody stayed on the phone.
Miss Clearman was on her telephone speaking with someone, and I called 911 and began to speak to the 911 operator.
Okay, so are you saying that Miss Clearman was on the phone at the time that you approached her?
Yes, I could hear her saying like, Anna, he shot my fucking husband. He shot my fucking husband. And she said it maybe like 3 times. Like, I don't know. Yeah, she said it like 3 times.
Did she appear to be on the phone with Anna at the time that you volunteered to call 911? Volunteered to call 911?
She was on the phone already with Anna when I began to call 911.
And what happened next?
So I called 911. I kind of explained our location and what his wife had said to me, and just let them know where we were. I believe they asked if the victim was still breathing, and was there anything she could do to walk us through like CPR or something to that nature. It was something to those words, and I communicated to the wife, what the 911 operator was saying. She answered what she could, and then that's kind of how it went.
Okay. Now, can you describe to the members of the jury, where was Miss Clearman at during the time of this 911 call that you were on?
So it was, on Holton and Brady, it's like some steps. And if you approach the steps, walking towards the steps, Miss Clearman would have been on this side, which would have been like to the far left.
You're talking to Mike a little bit.
She was in like to the far left of where the opening was on the steps. Then the victim was like laid right here, and then I was standing like right outside the opening.
Okay. And was Miss Clearman still on the phone at this point?
Yes, she was.
And you indicated that you were on the phone with 911.
Correct.
And they were giving you instructions as to measures to try to save or rehabilitate Mr. Clearman's life at this point?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that you provided this information to Ms. Clearman. Is that right?
Correct.
Was she responsive to any of the instructions that were provided?
I believe when the 911 operator asked if we needed to do CPR, instructions on how to do CPR, I believe she said like, he's already gone. Something to that nature.
Okay. And what else did you observe about Ms. Clearman's actions?
At that time, she was kind of like standing up on the phone away from the body, but you know, she was just kind of like standing there and still on the phone, and I was trying to get through the 911 call.
Okay. And what happened next?
After the 911 call ended, she kind of like kneeled down towards her husband and was like trying to go through his pocket, his right pocket. And I think I said to her like, you probably shouldn't be doing that. And her words were, "This is my fucking husband." And I said, "Yes, ma'am, I understand, but you probably shouldn't be doing that."
Could you describe when you said that she was going through his pocket? Can you describe to the members of the jury what her actions appeared to look like when she was going through that pocket?
Could I stand up?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Hang on, what was the question?
Should I stand up to demonstrate or just stay seated?
No, don't stand up. Just answer the question verbally first, please.
So she was kind of like kneeled down towards his body and like trying to go towards the pocket area. But I don't think she could get to the pocket that she was trying to get to.
Okay, can you demonstrate what you mean by going to the pocket? Like, what were her hands doing?
Like almost a lift position, if you may. Like, you know, like a shove almost.
And you specified the right pocket, correct?
Correct, because that would have been the pocket that was closer to her.
And you sure it wasn't a back pocket or any other pocket?
I never seen her go in the back pocket.
And what happened next?
By then, she's standing there, and you know, I'm just asking her like, "Are you okay?" And she was at that time she had started to become like hysterical, like, "Oh my God, you know, my husband, oh my God." And then that's pretty much it. The fire department started coming. So as the fire department approached, I kind of, you know, I went on about my way.
Now, who was present at the time that you saw Ms. Clearman going through Mr. Clearman's pocket?
It was me, the victim, and the wife.
Now, did you talk to a detective after seeing what you saw on that evening?
Yes.
And what information did the detective ask you about based off of what you kind of witnessed or experienced on September 22nd?
I believe he just asked me like, what did I observe? What happened? And then if I had any more questions or concerns that I could contact him.
Okay.
And that was it.
So at the time that the detective, you know, kind of expressed that to you, did you provide him this information?
Yes.
Okay. And you also indicate that, okay, so what happened? So after you talked to the detective, that was the detective on the scene, is that correct? Or?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. And did you get his name?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you end up, what happened later on that evening? Did you just go home, or what took place after leaving the scene?
Well, I went home. I started getting my children ready for bed. The detective called, I spoke with him. And then like later on that night, it was just kind of bothering me what I have observed. So I decided to call the homicide unit.
I want to stop for a second, Ms. Trotter. You said something was bothering you. Can you explain what that something was to the members of the jury?
It was the wife's demeanor. I mean, like she wasn't consoling him. I don't know if that's the right word, but her bending down and going through the pocket was kind of suspicious and weird to me. So that kind of stuck with me.
And did you communicate that to a detective when later that evening?
Yes, I did.
And how did you communicate that information to a detective?
I called the homicide unit.
And how did you get in contact with the homicide unit?
I called them on my own. I got the number and I called.
Can you tell the members of the jury approximately what time you called the homicide unit that evening?
It could have been anywhere from 10:30 that night to after 11.
And what was the homicide unit's response to once you provided this information to them?
So I called the homicide unit and I kind of explained to the person that answered, you know, who I was and why I was calling. And they told me to hold on. And another guy got on the phone. He described himself, but I didn't. I'm sorry, which part do you need? Okay, so I called the homicide unit. A person answered. I spoke with him and kind of told him why I was calling, and they told me to hold on for a second. Then another person got on the phone. He said, this is whatever he said his name was. And I explained to him the situation again, what I had observed and where it was at and why I was calling.
And Ms. Trotter, can you explain to the members of the jury, what was his response?
He said, thank you for the information. Have a good night. Or something to that nature.
Ms. Trotter, did anyone from the Milwaukee Police Department at all ever follow up with you in regards to the statements that you made on that evening?
Never.
Ms. Trotter, it's almost a year and a half later. Has the state ever contacted you regarding any statements or any observations that you made regarding...
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained. It's a police investigation.
Ms. Trotter, has anyone solicited your statements or your testimony that has the defense counsel ever contacted you to...
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
It's also vague. Sustained. Anyone? Counsel said, has anyone done that?
Ms. Trotter, has anyone representing Mr. Edgecomb, myself, Anika Mott, has either of us solicited your statements today for the testimony that you provided?
No.
Ms. Trotter.
It was answered, but let's move on.
Ms. Trotter, can you explain how did you come to provide this information relevant to this case today?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
And it's been asked and answered. She's already explained the whole thing. Sustained. Move on.
Ms. Trotter, I'm showing you now what has been marked as defense exhibit number 29. Ms. Trotter, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the area that I approached the night that I seen Miss Clearman in distress.
Now publishing what has been marked as defense 29. We give state access. To media on the state side.
Judge, you gotta look over.
And then also, while we're doing that, I also want to show you, Ms. Trotter. Does this appear to be the end part of that same area?
Yes.
So, Ms. Trotter, is this what you just testified to as the area that you encountered Mrs. Clearman, the deceased in this case, Mr. Jason Clearman, on September 22nd, 2020?
Yes.
And is this the entrance area to that same area in which you encountered Mr. and Mrs. Clearman on that evening?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Cross?
One moment. How you doing today, man?
How you doing?
So I just got a couple questions for you. I'm just going to go through it here. In terms of what you saw that night, you didn't see the incident, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't see who the shooter was?
No, I did not.
You didn't see anything regarding the altercation at issue between the man who shot the victim and what happened between those two people?
No, I did not.
And then, just to be very clear, you said that when you were talking about Mrs. Clearman, she's by her husband's body. You said she couldn't get into the pocket, correct?
No, she could not.
You never saw her take anything out, right?
No, I did not.
Never saw her put anything in.
No, I did not.
Never saw anything in her hand. I apologize for getting too quickly. I was on a roll.
Roll or otherwise leave your time, please.
I'm sorry. I have way too many time codes. Now, just so we're clear, man, you never saw anything in her hands, right?
Nothing but her cell phone.
So, whatever she was doing, doesn't appear that she actually handled it, right? You never saw her handle it.
I never saw her handle anything.
Never saw her take anything from anywhere else or move anything else. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what you just talked about, you stated you later called a homicide detective.
Yes, I did.
Did you mention it during the 911 call?
No, I didn't. That's why I called the homicide unit.
Understood. My question is, did you mention it during the 911 call?
No, I did not.
Okay. And I've got your 911 call here. I'm just going to play it here for a little bit. Let's play, in your honor, for the record. This is exhibit number 39. This is the 911 call. And I'm going to play here in the beginning and tell me if you recognize it, okay?
Okay.
All right. I'm going to play from the beginning. Ooh, I'm going to need to get a little bit more volume there. Play from 1 second in the recording. Of course, it's not working now. Pausing at 9 seconds. Do you recognize that voice?
Yes, I do.
That's you, right?
That's me.
Okay. And playing from 9 seconds into that recording.
His wife is here. All right, repeat that intersection. We are Brady Hotel, I believe it is. It's like, it's called College Mine, Brady and Hotel. Down the line, I'm going to connect you to the medical help on my head up. Did you see the person that did this? No, his wife is here. She seen everything. Hey,
Milwaukee Fire Department, where is the emergency?
Operator 1, intersection of Brady and Holton, a man was shot in the head.
Thank you, police caller. This is the fire department. We're already en route now. Are you with the patient?
Yes, his wife is here. She is very hysterical, and he is here.
Oh.
Okay, pausing in 1 minute and 2 seconds, you stated that his wife is there. She's hysterical, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, just so we're talking about, how you saw her reacting in the moments after her husband's been shot in the head, she's hysterical.
Correct.
I mean, did it appear she'd been traumatized?
You could say that.
Okay, I mean, she's consistent with having just seen someone she's married to shot in front of her eyes, correct?
At that time, yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to play from that moment at 1 minute and 2 seconds.
She's with him, yes, I'm feeling like awake.
Okay, can you tell if he's awake or breathing or anything?
She was just trying to talk to him, but I don't think he responded.
So, he asks you about information about whether or not the person's alive or dead, right?
Correct.
And you stated she was trying to talk to him, right?
Yes.
Just so you're saying that you previously testified that it appeared she didn't seem to really care, but here you have her talking to him, asking him, right?
Well,
is that what we just heard?
Yes. But
Okay,
not,
thank you.
yes.
Now in terms
And this is cross. You'll get a chance to follow up.
now she's
Mr.
asking,
Lamar, knock off the insulting behavior towards the court. Knock it off.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, ma'am, she's talking, she's trying to address her dead husband. He's not responding. He's gone, right?
She was responding to whoever was on the phone with her, and she was saying,
Ma'am, that's not what we just heard on the 911 call, is it?
well, I mean, it was different.
Ma'am, that's not what we just heard on the
That's not what you heard on the 911 call, but I was present.
I get that. So
Okay.
you're on the 911 call, and they're asking you for up-to-date information. And they say, you know, are you with them? And you tell them she's talking to him, and he's not responding, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, playing from that portion at 1 minute and 12 seconds.
He said he was trying to hit, but I was like, okay. So are you close enough or? Is he breathing? She said, no, she should be breathing.
You just asked, is he breathing? And she says, no, he's dead, right?
Correct.
Okay. Playing from that portion at 1 minute and 22 seconds into the recording.
Okay, is he gonna help? Because we can give him CPR. He's not breathing. He said he's breathing. He did CPR. He said he's trying to. She said she's not being stopped. Okay, the fire department is already on the way. Ma'am, finish with the police. Okay, ma'am, did you say that you didn't see who this is? No, I didn't see him, but she was here. His wife did. She said his name. She said he was on a bicycle. He was on a bicycle? She said the guy that shot him was on a bike. And what direction did he go in? You don't know? No, I didn't see that. I just seen, well, I was riding past, and I seen her just, you know, very hysterical running back and forth, so I had pulled over and stuff, and she started telling me what happened. So I just called 911, so I don't know.
Now, you said you pulled over, asked her what happened, and you called 911. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, the state would move that portion of State's Exhibit number 39 in evidence.
See.
All right. Now, moving on to State's Exhibit number 83. Do you remember getting a phone call from an officer that night?
I do.
Okay. An officer actually called you that night, didn't he?
That's correct.
Okay. And you talked to him about what you saw. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Get to 6 minutes and 3 seconds. Your Honor, the state we're going back to what's previously been played as Officer Nebraska's body cam, but we're going now forward to 6 minutes and 3 seconds into the recording. Ma'am, playing from that point.
What exhibit is this?
Oh, State's Exhibit number 83.
83. Fine.
Officer Nebraska's recording. We previously played an earlier portion from this with a different witness. We've now moved up to 6 minutes and 3 seconds into the recording. I'm going to play from this portion, ma'am. Hopefully I got the timing right.
Okay.
This is Officer Nebraska with the Milwaukee Police Department.
Actually, I'm going to go back just a little bit because I didn't time it right. I apologize, ma'am.
Okay.
5 minutes and 58 seconds into the recording.
Hi, is this Stephanie? Hi, this is Officer Nebraska with the Milwaukee Police Department.
Pausing at 6 minutes and 7 seconds. Is that you?
I'm Stephanie Trotter, yes.
So that was you on the phone that this officer is calling. Is that correct?
Correct.
You recognize your voice?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to play from that portion at 6 minutes and 7 seconds into the recording.
You called about some shots fired over by Brady and Van Buren earlier? Okay. Has anybody talked to you yet about this, or? No. Okay.
Pausing at 6 minutes and 26 seconds. If I'm not mistaken, with defense counsel, you had stated that you had stayed on scene and spoke to a detective. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
Oh, then maybe I misunderstood. This is the first time anybody talks to you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you didn't remain on scene, did you?
When the fire department came, I left.
You left. Okay. I totally misunderstood. I thought that they were trying to say he's talked to a detective on the scene. You went home, didn't you?
Correct.
You didn't stay on the scene.
No, I did not.
So this is the first time an officer actually calls you and he's following up. Like, hey, we got you as a 911 call. I want to talk to you about what happened. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Sorry about that. I
No,
totally
that's okay.
misunderstood this question earlier. Now, going to 6 minutes and 27 seconds into the recording. I'm going to play from that portion, ma'am.
Okay.
You mind if I ask you some questions? Can I start by getting your information, ma'am? What's your?
Now, they get down your information. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm not going to put all your personal information out
Thank
there.
you.
No problem. Don't need to do that. But let me just move forward just a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Moving forward to, I think it's 6 minutes and 55 seconds if my horrible notes are right. Let me just play from this portion. I wasn't right. Let me move forward a little bit more, ma'am. I'm sorry. 7 minutes and 2 seconds.
And this phone number that I called, is this the best way to contact you? Okay. You said you were driving by and a female flagged you down for this? She was like, you could tell something wrong when we was riding back. I seen her like waving and running back to like where his body was laying at. So, I mean, we could just pull it over, and when I pulled over, I could see his legs once I had got out of there. I'm like, is everything okay? She's like, no, somebody just shot my fucking husband in his head. So I'm standing there, she's like, can you please call 911? She's like, I'm so, she was just shaking really bad, so I called 911, and somebody else must have seen what was.
Now, ma'am, you're talking to Officer Nebraska right there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're talking about the manner in which you came to call 911. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you basically just stated that she was too shaken to call 911, so you called, correct?
I asked her, has she called 911? She said no, so I called. Yes.
She's hysterical, correct?
She is.
And you're talking to Officer Nebraska about the manner in which you called 911. You state, you ask her if she called 911, she's hysterical, she asks you to call 911, and you do for her, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So, when you're that night, when you're talking to the officers, fresh in your memory, fresh as to what happened, you're telling the officer that the reason you called 911 was because she was too upset and she asked you to call 911 for her.
That is correct.
Okay. Playing from 7 minutes and 42 seconds into the recording, and I'll see if I can do it a little better here.
He was just asking the lady, like, "Are you really sure?" She was like, "Yes, he sucked his shot her." And so, the guy, I can hear him talking to 911 too. I guess he's talking to you guys at the same time or whatever.
And then, did you just mention that there was another guy on 911 talking to 911?
It was.
So there was another guy.
He was standing directly across the street from where we were.
Okay, so there was another guy that you saw across the street also talking to 911.
That is correct.
Okay, don't know who he was.
I don't know who he was.
Okay, so previously when we were talking with defense counsel about who was around the body when you're talking to 911, body was there, Mrs. Claremont was there, you were there, your husband's in the car, and there's another 911 caller across the street.
Yes.
Okay. All right, playing from 7 minutes and 58 seconds.
She's very hysterical. I was just saying, I know that they said the ambulance was on the way, and I seen the ambulance coming, so I left, but I had my kids in the car.
Okay. And you had your kids in the car, right?
That is correct.
And she was hysterical, correct?
She was scared. She was.
And you were just trying to get her help, right?
That's correct.
And that's why you called 911.
That is correct.
And I just want to just to be clear in regards to what we're describing, when you're talking to this officer and he's asking you about what you saw, about with the wife, and what you saw about, you don't mention anything about her being by the body and kind of somewhere around his pants, do you?
At that time, no.
You didn't mention it?
No, I did not.
Okay. And also, even what you're testifying here today, you saw her down by the pants. You never actually saw an object come out or go in or go anywhere near his pants, did you?
I did not.
You don't know what she was doing, do you?
I don't know what she was doing, but no, I don't know what she was doing.
And she was hysterical, wasn't she? Oh, thanks,
Sustained. Was asked and answered.
Many times, I apologize. Thank you. I got no further questions, ma'am. And Your Honor, the state would move this portion that's been played in evidence at this time.
Fine, that portion only is received. Any follow-up?
Now, Ms. Trotter, you indicated that when you called 911, that you weren't in the vicinity of Ms. Clearman at the time. Is that correct?
That is cool. Let me rephrase that. Rephrase it.
You weren't in the direct vicinity of Ms. Clearman at the time that you were on the phone with 911, correct?
Yes, I was, you know how the opening is, I was standing like right outside of it and she was to the far left of him.
Okay. So your testimony is that Ms. Clearman is by Mr. Clearman's body and you're on the outside by the opening on the phone with 911, correct?
That is correct.
Ms. Trotter, were your eyes on Ms. Clearman the entirety of while you're on the phone with 911?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Now, when you indicated that you couldn't tell whether she received, whether she got something out the pocket or anything like that.
Judge, Your Honor, mischaracterization of the statement, she said she never saw anything. Not that she couldn't say what it was, she never saw anything.
That was my understanding, but you can clarify.
You can clarify, Ms.
I never saw anything.
Okay, so you don't know whether something was taken out, put in, or anything at the time,
Judge, Your Honor, leading mischaracterization of the statement,
It was
she never
definitely
saw
leading.
anything.
Hang on. It was leading your witness counsel. Go ahead.
Can you confirm whether or not anything was taken out of the pants pocket or put inside the pants pocket?
Judge, Your Honor, speculation. Ask her if she saw anything. Confirming or not, this is speculation.
It's speculation. I think it's also been asked and answered. I'll let you ask it one more time, and then we're moving on.
Can you describe anything that you could confirm regarding the pocket as Ms. Clearman was next to it at the time? You're on the phone with 911.
Yes, honestly, I just thought it was weird that she was, you know, like, I don't want to say rambling, but like going towards his right pocket.
Now, Ms. Trotter, you indicated, I want to present again what's been marked as Defense 29. Now, do you remember, you indicated that you remember this area, correct?
That's correct.
And is this area appear, how would you describe the size of it? Small,
Judge,
large,
Your Honor,
how would you
outside-
describe it?
This area is outside the scope of cross-examination.
Your Honor, she testified earlier about her knowledge of being there at that place where Mr. and Mr. Clearman was at the time.
She did during direct, but not during cross.
Overruled. Make it brief.
Go ahead.
What was the question?
Would you describe this area as being small or a confined area?
It's a small area.
Okay. And
Just to clarify, we're talking about the exhibit. Is that what we're talking about?
yes, we're talking about that area where Mr. Clearman would have been laying at that time, correct?
It's a small area.
Okay. And did you have occasion to look at the stairs that go down to that area?
Yes.
How would you describe those stairs that go down to that area? Were they
Like
steep? Were they? Okay. No further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. Was that the photo that's up?
Correct.
Fine, received. I thought it was in already, but received. All right, well, she's stepping out. Who's the defense next witness?
We need to see who's out. We did send out a lot of subpoenas. One witness is sick, and we may need to have a substitute for them tomorrow morning. That's what the medical examiner told us. But we did.
Well, take 2 minutes, step in always, see if somebody's here. I want this to continue to move forward. Take a minute.
So Judge, one of our witnesses is coming through security right now. The other witness is available, but there is an issue that has to be dealt with before. So we would have just asked for a 5-minute recess.
All right, I'll take a 10-minute recess. Get my bailiffs, lead the jury out. 10 or 15 minutes, leave your notepads where they are. Everybody else can remain seated, please. All right, the jury's out. Brief recess, 10 minutes, off the record. Mr. Ahmad, who's your next witness or witnesses, and what do we need to discuss?
So, Judge, our next witness we expect to be Ricky Burns. He is outside.
And what do we need to discuss?
Regarding John Black, there were two issues. One was we'll get after Mr. Burns, though. Mr. Black is also outside.
Mr. Gibner, any objection to that?
Well, I mean, can we deal with it now so we can just go back to back? Rather than take another break?
How long do you expect Mr. Burns to be?
Be a half hour, Judge.
Fine, let's bring the jury in. Let's have Mr. Burns take the stand, please. After him and Mr. Black, who else do you have? Whether it's today or tomorrow morning.
We do have the toxicologist. We've also subpoenaed Dr. Kelly for a very brief testimony. We've re-subpoenaed Detective. Sure, sorry, Judge. Detective Klabundy, the toxicologist, and
You guys, let's not chit-chat amongst ourselves, Mr. Ahmad. So tell me who you're planning the rest of the day, today or tomorrow morning.
Judge, we do expect to conclude tomorrow morning. Mr. Edgecomb also would testify likely tomorrow morning. And there's one more officer that we have subpoenaed here. I may need, if Detective Klabundy is not available, then I may need to have Detective Kirk Vold. He is here? Okay, he can probably
So 2 or 3 more witnesses, and then the defendant, presumably. Is that correct?
Yes, we expect that tomorrow morning.
Fine. All right, so have the witness come in.
Judge, there was one record we have to make before Mr. Edgecomb decides to take the stand on the number of priors. That issue is still on the table.
All right, we can address that tomorrow. Let's have the next witness on the stand, and then if we need to take a short break to deal with the testimony from Mr. Black or Dr. Black, we can do that.
Also, before the defendant testifies, in addition to his record, we still need the court's ruling on whether or not the state is allowed to cross-examine. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Whether or not the state is allowed to cross-examine the defendant on that one sentence that was stated down in Kentucky about when the detectives say they're here from Milwaukee Police Department and want to speak about what happened in Milwaukee.
Remind me, I'm not ruling on it now, but what was the one sentence?
Basically, the detectives sit down, speak with the defendant, identify themselves as Milwaukee police detectives who want to speak to him about what happened in Milwaukee, and the defendant states what happened in Milwaukee. I believe that that would be relevant in terms of the fact that A, it's not a question, but B, if the defendant is going to be testifying that he's acting in self-defense, the fact that when 2 detectives come down and tell him that they want to talk to him about... Yeah, I'm trying. When the detectives sit there and state that they want to talk to him about what happened in Milwaukee and he feigns ignorance as to any incident, I think that is appropriate for cross-examination. And the court has not ruled on that yet.
All right, potentially. We'll discuss that tomorrow morning. Let's get the witness in here. We'll have the jury come in. We'll get the next witness testimony done, and then we'll go from there. Yes, the jury's coming in. Remain seated, please. All right, the jury's back. Sir, if you can stand, raise your right hand so you can be sworn in, please.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please be seated, state your full name, spelling first and last for the record.
Thank you. My name is Ricky, R-I-C-K-Y. Last name is B-U-R-E-M-S.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you currently employed?
I'm an investigator in the public safety office of a local college.
And I just want to kind of go back a little bit so that the members of the jury can have an understanding of your previous employment experience.
Yes, sir.
So if you can just kind of start back and just explain to the members of the jury, what was your, have you ever operated in law enforcement before?
Yes, from 1982 until 2014, I was a member of the Milwaukee Police Department. I have 8 years experience uniform patrol, 3 years experience plainclothes drug investigation, and 21 years experience as a detective, including 10 years experience as a homicide detective. I've investigated in the area of 1,000 homicides and probably a couple thousand shootings. The aspects of my investigation includes responding to incidents, conducting scene investigations, witness interviews, interrogations of suspects, location and inventorying evidence, and any other follow-up investigation that's deemed necessary in order to complete the investigation.
Okay. And Mr. Burns, as it relates, well, first, have you ever testified in court before as a part of any of the investigations or duties you had operating in that capacity?
Hundreds, if not thousands of times.
Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Burns, have you had occasion to look over some of the reports and some of the discovery as it relates to this case involving Mr. Edgecomb?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Burns, have you had occasion to look through reports involving how the Milwaukee Police Department handled certain parts of the investigation involved in this case?
Yes, I have.
Now, Mr. Burns, have you found any issue based off of the training or experience that you had operating in the capacity with the Milwaukee Police Department in this case?
Yes, I have found some issues in the investigation of this incident.
Okay. Well, Mr. Burns, if you will, I want to just kind of go one by one through some of the issues that you found involving the investigation in this case. Fair enough?
That is fair, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Burns, let's start with the first issue that well, first of all, if you could explain to the members of the jury, what documents or information did you receive, videos, so forth, that you looked over to discover some of the issues that you found in this case?
I reviewed the scene and the investigation reports filed by various officers in regards to this. I reviewed video from the scene and also some photographs from the scene. And additionally, I went to the scene myself, and the part of the scene I went to was the bridge where this actually happened, just to assess the area for myself, so I would have an idea.
And approximately how much time have you invested in looking over some of the issues or documents or information that's germane to this case?
10, 12 hours.
Now, Mr. Burns, let's start with the first issue that you've come to realize after reviewing information and discovery related to this case?
Well, I think the first issue I had was the investigation of the scene itself. And just understand that homicide investigations are probably considered the most serious investigations that a police department can respond to. And the procedure is that the uniformed officers respond initially. They assess it, and once they determine there's a homicide, they notify the detective bureau, and then the detectives come out to conduct a more detailed investigation. That's what detectives are trained for, to be more detailed in their investigations. There'll be one detective that is dedicated to the scene, and when I say the scene, they'll describe where the evidence is located, where the victim is located, anything that is concerned with that scene, any type of physical evidence. They'll describe that in their report. Additionally, they'll do a diagram indicating where each item was found. They'll take measurements. The measurements are detailed to the extent that if you read those reports 50 years into the future, you should be able to look at those reports and go back and reconstruct that scene based on the detail of that report. And one of the issues that I had is that you have the primary scene where the victim was killed, but then also you have secondary scenes, namely where the traffic incident happened and then where the punch occurred. And although those locations are described cursory in the investigation or in the reports, there should have been a measurement from each of those locations to the primary scene. And the scene where the traffic incident happened is not described at all. There's no address for that. And really, that's kind of how this whole thing started. So to not mention that, to me, is a major problem. Also,
It's just a narrative. Can there be a question?
Right, it's a narrative. Let's make it a question and answer, please.
Now, specifically based off of, that initial observation, the failure to take, specific measures and so forth, how does that impact a potential homicide investigation?
because again, you're supposed to be able to refer to those reports and reconstruct the investigation into the future. If you have to testify in court, you should be able to refer to those reports to recall or describe exactly where everything was during the time of your investigation.
Now, I want you to talk a little bit about, once a homicide occurs, some of the duties of the first arriving officer.
Well, the initial arriving officers are, again, to assess the scene, and in this case, they determined that it was a homicide. First aid to the victim, if it's feasible, securing the scene, and by securing the scene, I mean, usually you've seen the yellow tape. Usually that tape is put up to restrict access to the scene. They locate any witnesses, and if there are any witnesses there, they hold on to them for eventual interview by the detectives. They locate any evidence, and then when the detectives arrive, they brief them on their findings so that, again, the detectives can conduct a more detailed investigation.
Now, if the arriving officer comes to learn that an item was taken away from the scene or removed from the scene, what is the duty upon that first arriving officer at that point?
Well, if the arriving officer determines that something was taken from the scene, if they can retrieve that item, they should do so. And they should find out what was taken and why it was taken. And they should also inform the detectives or supervisor. But the point is to retrieve the item and find out who took it and why it was taken.
Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Burns, did you find that to have occurred in this investigation?
Yes.
Now, can you go to the next issue that you have come to realize as it relates to the investigation in this case?
Well, again, this goes to the scene, and reading that scene report, one of the major issues that I had was that this occurred on a bridge, and there was approximately a 20-foot drop. I went over there and I measured it. And, you know, this is a major aspect because of the possibility of injury or death. And that drop was not even mentioned in the scene report.
And why is that issue? How does that come to be an issue as it relates to, you know, a case that you could potentially have regarding it?
Well,
I think it's vague, and I think the witness needs to clarify 20-foot drop from where to where, off of where. He said 20-foot drop. Let's clarify.
Yes, sir. When I say 20-foot drop, you have the base of the bridge. You have like the wall that leads to the sidewalk. And if you measure from the sidewalk to the bottom, the distance from the sidewalk to the bottom or to the ground is 20 feet.
And how does that impact a case when it comes to this point? How does that failure affect a potential case?
Well,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this because I believe this is going beyond the scope of what the court has allowed in terms of this testimony. I think it's getting into an area that's beyond that scope.
Overall, you can answer this question and we'll see where it goes.
Well, just again, because of if someone is involved in a confrontation, there's the potential that someone could fall off their bridge and injure
Your Honor, I'm going to
themselves.
object. This goes specifically as to he's attempting to testify as to what people were thinking. The court has ruled that out.
Right. The witness cannot testify to what may have been going through the minds of either the defendant or the victim in this case or anyone else. Sustained. That last answer is stricken. Let's move on.
Mr. Burns, would that same risk apply to anyone, or, I mean, is that irregardless to this case? Or is there risk of an individual falling from the 20-foot relative to any investigation that the Milwaukee Police Department has with that seeing where the incident occurs in that vicinity?
Objection, Your Honor, is to the relevance as to other investigations.
Sustained.
All right, Mr. Burns, what other issues did you find that took place in this?
Well, the interview of Mrs. Clearman, the officer or the detective who interviewed her described her as being hysterical at the time of the interview. And when you get a witness like that, you want to get as much information from them as you can. But if they are in such an emotional state, you want to go back the next day and re-interview them when they're more calm. And some of the issues that should have been addressed start at the bar where the Clearmans were before this occurred. I would have wanted to know.
Your Honor, as to the relevance as to what he would want to know.
Sustained. Let's ask another question, please.
Mr. Burns, could you testify to what the standard procedures would be having learned that an individual was drinking at a bar?
The standard procedure would be to send a detective to the bar, interview the employees of the bar, find out how much the Clearmans had to drink, what their attitude or their disposition was when they left, check for any video, because you want to determine whether they had, whether they would be affected by what they had to drink.
And did you find that to have occurred in this case?
No, no one ever went back to the bar to find out how much they had to drink, what their disposition was when they left the bar.
Now, had that occurred, is there normally some type of report or something that's normally documented in?
Yeah, if it had occurred, it should be in a report. If everything that an officer does during the investigation.
He answered the question. He's not.
Hang on. What's the objection?
He's testifying in a narrative again. It's just paragraphs. I'd like it to be in response to a question, please.
Overruled, but let's just keep it moving, please.
You can continue.
No, it's just everything that an officer does in an investigation should be in a report, and it's well known in police procedure that if there's no report, then it didn't happen. And that's the way you approach these investigations.
And are there any other issues that you found in this case?
Well, again, back to Mrs. Clearman, there should have been a reenactment where she's taken to the location where the traffic incident happened, and you note that location, you get an address, then the location where the punch occurred, you note that location, you get an address, and then you take measurements from the distance from the traffic incident to the punch, the traffic incident to the shooting, and the punch to the shooting, so that you have a perspective of what occurred.
Okay. And did you find that to have occurred in this case?
No, I did not.
And how can that potentially affect an investigation or the understanding of what took place when you don't have that?
It gives you an idea of a spatial perspective, how far apart each incident was from each other. And in that spatial perspective, it also gives you a time perspective. How long would it take from the accident or the traffic incident to the punch and then the shooting?
All right. Now, Ms. Berman, what is another issue that you found?
Well, again, back to Mrs. Clearman, I would have asked why they followed Mr. Edgecomb. What was their intention? Were they upset when they followed him? Why didn't they turn left, which would have taken them home instead of turning right in pursuit of Mr. Edgecomb? Just to give you an idea what state of mind they were in. Was there any conversation other than we should follow him? Was there any conversation as to, well, what are we going to do when we catch up with him?
And you didn't find that to have occurred in this case, Mr. Berman?
No, not at all.
What other issues did you find?
Well, Mrs. Clearman went through her husband's pockets after this.
Sustained. You can. What other issues did you find, Mr. Burns?
The report lists the locations of several video cameras that stretch over a couple of blocks. And some of the businesses were closed, but each camera that is listed in these reports, there should have been follow-up to go back to those locations to check any footage that was on those cameras in relation to this incident. And if there was no footage, then it should be noted that these cameras were checked, but there was no footage. But certainly, that is a major concern in this investigation, that those cameras were never checked.
Okay, so you're saying that there's a certain type of report that's normally filled out as it relates to seeing if potential camera footage is available?
Yes, it's just a supplementary report, the basic reports that was filed on every aspect of this investigation. An officer or detective should have been assigned that task, and they should have set about that task, and whatever results they got, they should have noted it in the report and made it part of the investigatory file.
So if an officer goes and looks for potential video and they don't find it, whose ultimate responsibility is to ensure that and notate that actually has occurred and that it was thorough and impartial?
Well, in a homicide investigation, you have the initial investigation, and um, involving the detectives and involving the officers. After that, there's a meeting or a briefing, and in that briefing, you determine what has been done and what has not been done and what needs to be done. And everything that has not been done, probably a detective would be assigned to do something like those cameras because it's such an important part of the investigation. And it will be the detective's job to check the footage, write the report, and make a supervisor aware that this follow-up has been done. And if it has not been done, a supervisor should be monitoring the progress on this assignment to ensure that it has been done. And sometimes an investigation or a follow-up like that will have to take course over a few days, but it has to be done.
Now, did you see that type of follow-up, as you described, take place over a course of a few days in this case?
No, I did not.
Now, Mr. Brown, are there other issues that you found as part of your review?
Well, I think one of the major issues that I found was that when you investigate these incidents, you have to be thorough and you have to be objective. You have to look at aspects of every aspect of the investigation. And one of the most troubling things that I saw was a witness was made available, and the detective involved just declined to interview that witness. And if I can just give an analogy, these investigations are like a jigsaw puzzle, and every aspect is a piece. And if one piece of that puzzle is missing, it affects the whole picture. So that's why you have to cover every aspect. You have to be very creative, very resourceful, cover every aspect of these investigations.
Now, as it relates to, we talked a little bit about video. Were you able to see any video evidence as it relates to the bar where the Clemens would have left from, as indicated in the report you reviewed?
No, there was no reports indicating that anyone had even gone back to the bar to interview witnesses.
Sustained. Mr. Burham, any other issues that you noticed in this investigation?
May I review my notes, please?
Yes.
Thank you. One issue, and again, this goes back to Mrs. Clearman. She's telling the detective that she and her husband have been at a bar, and then when they leave the bar, she almost hits a bicyclist. And during the investigation, there's an open intoxicant found in the rear of the Clearman's vehicle. And, as dark as this may sound, I would have given her an intoxilizer test to determine whether or not she was intoxicated or impaired.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. I'm striking that. And you see the lawyers. All right, I had a conversation with the lawyers. There's no evidence in this case that there was an open intoxicant in the vehicle. That can be clarified by defense counsel or the state on cross, but that answer is stricken. Based on the testimony thus far, no one has testified that there was a, quote, open intoxicant. There's been conversations about a can and something that was in the back door, the back seat. Let's move on. That answer is stricken. Next question.
Mr. Brown, after your full review of the investigation of files in this case, any other failures that you've noticed of the investigation in this case?
In regards to the knife in Mr. Clearman's pocket, I would have, I think a DNA sample should have been taken. I think a standard should have been taken from Mrs. Clearman, and in regards to any anything in the car that possibly affected this incident, DNA should have been taken from that too.
And why is that important?
Just to give you a full objective picture of what's going on.
And strike that. Is there anything else that you learned in reviewing?
Well, there were two witnesses who worked at a restaurant who gave an account of this incident. I would have asked them if they had discussed this incident with each other or with anybody else, because sometimes witnesses can influence each other's accounts or statements. So I would have just asked them just to clarify that.
You didn't see that question being asked as part of your review?
No, I did not.
Okay. Anything else that you found?
And another thing is that when you are getting witness accounts and they tell you what they saw, you want to see what their perspective, if they were across the street, you want to go to where they were and look towards the scene to see if they could actually see what they told you that they saw, just to make sure that their account is accurate.
And did you see that having occurred in this case?
No, I did not.
Anything else, Mr. Burroughs?
No.
All right, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Cross.
Did you review all the police reports?
Everything that was available to me, but I can
That
say
wasn't
that.
my question.
Hang on. One at a time.
Did you review all the police reports?
All the police reports that were made available to me, I reviewed.
So if I'm understanding this, you are now testifying as to what constitutes a good or bad investigation only on what the defense gave you. Is that correct? Yes or no?
It's a yes or no. Yes.
Okay. And in your opinion as to what should or should not have happened, did you ask him for any other reports?
No.
So you were willing to sit here and talk about what you just testified to and base your opinion only on what they cherry-picked for you. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, so you didn't ask anything more. You didn't ask if there was maybe a report or something else that maybe they didn't give you. Is that a yes or no? Did you ask for anything else?
No.
Okay. Did you watch the body cams in this video?
One of them.
One body cam.
Yes.
Who chose that body cam?
The defense.
The defense did. So if we have a state's exhibit that has body cams from several officers going, to the scene, walking up, talking to video, talking to people at a door and finding out that the Ring camera did not record, you never saw that, did you?
No, I did not.
You only saw one body cam that the defense asked you to take a look at. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Because that's the one they wanted you to talk about, right? You know what, I'll rephrase that question. You probably can't speculate as to their motives.
No, I can't.
I want to ask about your motives. Did you ever ask for any other body cam?
No, I did not.
Did you ever sit there and say, you know what, in order for me to truly determine whether or not these officers in a record-setting homicide year did everything, I want to watch all their body cam. Did you ever do that?
No, I did not.
Okay. You said you saw some of the photos. Did you look at all of the scene photos?
I looked at what was made available to me.
So you don't even know if it's all the scene photos, do you?
No, I do not.
Did you listen to the 911 calls?
I listened to one of them.
Was it again do you know there's 3 911 calls?
Yes, I do.
And you chose to listen to one?
Yes.
Because that's the one they chose for you, right?
Yes.
And they give you a 911 call, you don't ask any other questions, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So I just want to be very clear so that I'm understanding this. All of your opinions that you have just testified to have been based upon solely reports they chose, a body cam they chose, a 911 call that they chose, photos they chose, and not the entire investigation in this case. Am I right?
No, you're wrong.
I'm wrong. So you are basing your decision on the entire investigation without watching all the body cams?
That is correct.
Okay. So you feel that you can, based on what they cherry pick, still come to a conclusion as to the entire investigation?
Based on the reports, yes.
Okay, yes, based on the reports. For example, 830 West, 830, there was a ring camera. Do you remember that in the report?
I would have to review the reports.
Okay. And if the report doesn't mention this, but the body cam shows that the officers actually went there and found out that it didn't record, you'd be unaware of that, wouldn't you?
May I expound?
No, you may answer the
You'd
question.
be unaware of it, wouldn't you?
Mr. Gibner,
I apologize. sir.
answer the question, sir. It's a yes or no question that requires a yes or no answer.
Yes, I would be unaware of that.
Okay. And if you were to watch the body cam, you didn't watch the body cam of Officer Manisha Howard, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't see how Officer Manisha Howard sat there in Casablanca watching video backwards in an attempt to find all the possible segments of which the defendant is on the scene?
No, I did not.
You didn't see how on the body cam she worked with the people at Casablanca who have access to cameras down Brady Street, and she watched to see if she could find anything?
Oh, I did not.
You didn't watch how after being at Casablanca, she gets into her car and goes the next block over to see if she can find any video that she could recover?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you didn't know that all of this happened the very next day, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you see the report where Detective Washington talks about receiving the Casablanca video from her and her partner?
No, I did not.
So when you're talking about how there should be reports about the ongoing next couple days where video is being withdrawn, you said you didn't see them. Here's a report you didn't see, right?
Which one are you referring to?
I'm talking about Detective Michael Washington's report, how the very next day after the homicide, 2 officers, or at least 1 officer, Officer Krause, went to Casablanca and obtained video. Did you see that report?
No, I did not.
So when you were testifying that you should have seen reports about people securing video later, is that because nobody showed you that one?
May I expound?
Is it because no one showed you that one? They're going to be able to get you to expound on all the stuff that they did later. I want to concentrate on this.
No, I didn't.
No, it's cross-examination. As you know, you've testified hundreds of times. It's a yes
No.
or no answer, yes or no.
Okay. All right. Just another thing. We're talking about this is a homicide investigation at the time. Officers and detectives had no idea who the suspect were at the time, that night, did they?
No.
And in fact, are you aware of how detectives spent a considerable amount of resources attempting to find the flight path of this defendant?
Yes, I am aware of that.
They went to Rat Finks. Did you see that? Finks? Did you see that bar video?
I didn't see the video, but
You
I
saw
am.
the report?
I believe so.
Okay. What about across the street, Bel Air Cantina? Did you see that?
A report regarding that?
Yes.
I would have to
Okay.
look at the report.
And if this were officers and detectives following, going literally store by store, trying to find a possible escape route that this shooter had just taken. That would comply with looking for video, wouldn't it?
Yes or no?
Yeah.
No.
No, it would. So you don't believe looking for video where they're attempting to find the flight path of someone who just shot someone in the face is important?
It is important.
Okay, so they did that in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then even a little bit beyond that, on the bike path on UWM, they went and found video there. Do you remember seeing that?
I believe so.
Okay, and then when the individual pops up on Locust Street, they found that video. Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember seeing how they developed and did a search warrant in an attempt to find the suspect?
Yes.
Okay, so detectives spent a significant amount of time attempting to find somebody who had just shot and killed someone in the street. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And are you aware of the fact, you're talking about interviewing of witnesses, did you see Rotrell Cameron's 911 call or the body cam of his interview?
I saw the report in regards to his 911 call.
Okay. What about when he speaks to the officer over the phone?
I believe I saw that report too. I would have to look again, but I believe I saw that.
Okay. And sometimes body cam can provide even a little bit more than what's in the report, right?
Absolutely.
For example, Rotrell Cameron told the officer that what he just saw was cold-blooded. That wasn't in the report, but was on the body cam, wasn't it?
I didn't see the body cam.
And you didn't ask to see the body cam?
No, I did not.
Because you only saw the body cam that they gave you.
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, as we're going through the reports, the officers were told by Ms. Clearman that it had happened, this first swerving incident had happened a block east of Casablanca. Is that correct?
That's one statement that she gave them, but there's also another one.
She stated to Detective Rodolfo Alvarado that it happened one block east of Casablanca. Isn't that correct?
That's one statement that she gave them, but there is
that a
another
yes or
account.
no?
No.
She did not say that to Detective Rodolfo Alvarado.
Yes, she did.
And because you never watched Officer Howard's body cam or looked at Detective Washington's report, you're not aware of the extensive efforts that the officers spent in trying to find that on that block east of Casablanca, are you?
No, I'm not.
One moment, Judge. And sir, I want to make sure I have this correct. You're testifying as to what you're saying is an incomplete investigation, based solely on what one party gave you, without asking for any additional information.
That's correct.
Never wanted to know if there was maybe a report they failed to give you, right?
No.
Never wanted to know if maybe they were holding something back from you that might affect whether or not you thought it was a good investigation?
No.
Never entered your mind?
No.
Not once?
No.
You know that there's tons of body cam, they give you one, never occurs to you to think, maybe I should watch the rest of it?
No.
You know there's multiple 911 calls, never occurs to you to think, man, maybe just for purposes of being thorough, like I'm accusing other people of not, I should listen to everything.
Yes or no?
Yeah, does it occur?
No. No.
Nothing else, thank you.
Defense.
Mr. Burrows, The state just questioned you about your review of the file as it relates to body cam video, correct?
That's correct.
Is there a way to determine an opinion in the accuracy of an investigation outside of watching hundreds of hours of video?
Yes, there is.
Can you please explain to the members of the jury the other way that you can come to a conclusion based off of the sufficiency and adequacy of the investigation without having to watch hundreds of hours of body cam footage?
The reports, everything that happens in an investigation should be in the reports. And that was my primary source of information in regards to this incident, is reading the reports that were made available to me through the defense and through the police department.
Now, when you speak about reports, is one of those reports named like a supplemental report?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now showing you what is being marked as defense exhibit number D9. I'm now showing you what is being marked as D9. I want you to take a look at that and let us know, is that one of the documents you believe that the defense showed to you?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that report indicate?
Objection, Your Honor, here, sir.
Sustained.
Mr. Burns, is your testimony that there was inadequate follow-up with specific locations, in this case, based off of a supplemental report such as what you have in your hand?
Yes.
We would now like to move defense exhibit D9 into evidence.
Your Honor, objection to it.
I'm not dealing with that now. We'll take it up outside the presence of the jury. Right now, denied.
Mr. Burns, is there any other reports where they are summary in nature upon which you base your opinions today on?
Just the reports that were made available to me, and also the reports that were not written.
Now, Mr. Burns, is it true that all critical information that's pertinent to a case is supposed to be inside of a narrative report?
That is correct.
And is the purpose of a narrative report to save time so that you don't have to look over voluminous information or footage?
The purpose of a narrative report is to describe everything that was done at a scene, and it should encompass everything that was done at a scene. So it's called a supplement report, and it should actually include everything that is pertinent to the investigation, even if it's in the video footage.
Now, Mr. Burns, is one of the videos that you had occasion to see a poll cam that would be 1 minute and 34 seconds in length?
Yes.
Did you find any issues with the amount of video related to that poll cam video that was accessible?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, this is outside the scope.
It's outside the scope, sustained. The answer is stricken. It's completely outside the scope.
Mr. Burns, are officers trained to include all important details inside each report that they write?
Yes, they are.
And is there any exception to that rule based off the standard operating procedures of the Milwaukee Police Department?
There's no exception to that rule.
Thank you. No further questions.
State.
Just briefly, you stated your primary source of information in regards to this was the police reports, correct?
Yes,
Because everything should be in them, correct?
yes,
And you never asked for all of them, correct?
that is correct.
Not enough, thank you.
All right, the witness can step down. Thank you. All right, I need to send the jury out for a couple minutes, hopefully 5 or 10 minutes. It's 4:15. I hope to have you back in 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll go to a little before 5, and I'll let you know exactly how we're proceeding for the next half hour, and then also tomorrow. So if you guys can take a short break, follow my bailiff out. Be back in 10 or 15 minutes. All right, the jury's out. Who's the defense? Next witness, and I think we may have to discuss the parameters of that testimony. Mr. Ahmad?
Judge, let me see if we have any other witness outside. Otherwise, yes, we do need to take up the issue with Dr. Black.
I drank a lot of that.
Fine, 5 minutes max. Then I want the lawyers in their seats in 5 minutes so we can proceed off the record. Back on record on Edgecomb, who are the defense additional witnesses, just in order, please?
Judge, so we have Mr. Edgecomb, we have Dr. Black, we have maybe a substitute witness from the medical examiner, which is very short, I imagine 5 or 10 minutes, and potentially Dr. Kelly also 5 or 10 minutes. Maybe one more officer, Detective Kirk Vold, to step in for Detective Clabundi.
Can you use the mic? I can't hear you.
Sorry, Judge. So I think we have a total of 5.
Your client, Dr. Black, an officer, and who else?
Medical examiner or the toxicologist. We've subpoenaed them both. We did have contact with both of them. They are available tomorrow morning, and that would be very short. I do think we will wrap up. We'll be done before the lunch hour with our case. But we did, Judge, want to address some issues regarding Mr. Edgecomb's testimony, the number of priors, and a couple of other issues which we put on the record. I think if we could address that now, we can start right away. And I think it would make sense, given that it's 4:30, to let the jury go and for us to just deal with all this until 5.
Is the state, based on what you know right now, anticipating any rebuttal?
Possibly. I don't know, but I did put on notice the possible rebuttal witnesses, and then there's actually more based on what the defense has provided. I don't know how many I've used. I don't think it'd be more than 2 or 3. And I haven't, I'd have to wait to see. As it stands right now, no. But depending on what they bring in tomorrow, possible.
Fine. All right, I'll bring the jury in. I'll discharge the jury. It's 4:30. We can discuss some of these issues. And I'm going to expect the defense to have all their witnesses lined up and ready to go at 8:30 tomorrow. If the state ends up with rebuttal, I'm going to expect the state to have the rebuttal witnesses ready to go promptly tomorrow. I'm going to tell the jury that we're going to finish certainly with testimony tomorrow and hopefully the entirety of the case. Deputy, you can bring him in a minute. So I'll discharge the jury with the thanks of the court and the parties, and then we can discuss a couple of witness issues. Yes. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's 4:30. Where we stand is this. The state, as you know, concluded their case subject to rebuttal this morning. The defense has been calling witnesses. The defense has a handful of other witnesses to call, approximately 4 additional witnesses. I am 100% confident that we will conclude testimony tomorrow and hopefully conclude the entire case and submit it to 12 of you for deliberations. But we will certainly conclude testimony and hopefully conclude testimony in the morning. The witnesses that are anticipated tomorrow, a couple of them are going to be very quick 5 or 10 minute witnesses. There'll be a couple of others that may be a bit longer. I need to discuss a couple things with the lawyers. You don't need to be involved at all, obviously, with what I'm going to discuss, but I need to discuss some things with the attorneys. So I'm going to excuse you for today a bit early. I'll stay for the next 15 to 20 minutes to discuss the things I need to discuss so that tomorrow the witnesses can move promptly along. Obviously, you've heard these directives and my warnings multiple times, but I'll say them again briefly. Please don't discuss this case. Don't do any deliberation. Again, that means don't, if two of you are on the elevator or three of you are at lunch tomorrow, don't discuss anything about the case amongst all of you or any of you, group of two, group of three. Again, don't do any research in this case. And very importantly, there has been and is ongoing media coverage of this matter. That includes some video coverage. It includes written coverage. Please avoid that. Please do not watch the local news tonight. If you see something in a newspaper, if you see an article, please don't read it. As I've said earlier, you need to ultimately make your decision and reach a verdict in this case based only on the evidence that's been presented during the trial. That means the witnesses, the exhibits, the videos, the things you've seen over the last number of days, and we'll probably finish up with seeing tomorrow. I appreciate all of your efforts. To my observation, you've been very patient.
They haven't even like poked around, you know what I mean, to like get some of that in there. And like who? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's a bunch of